From dialogue to action, from ideas to impact, this is the 2025 MAHA Summit. Kicking off our program, please welcome to the stage Tony Lyons, President, MAHA Action.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Tony Lyons, President of MAHA Action. I want to start off by saying thank you to President Donald Trump for giving Secretary Kennedy the opportunity to end the chronic disease epidemic and make America healthy once again. Today is a culmination. It's an important milestone of a movement that started 40 years ago, and a movement that I hope and that we all hope will usher in a generation of healthier children and an era of incredible innovation geared towards prevention rather than treatment. There's this kinetic wave of energy and a focus now that I've never seen before that's sweeping the country. And that focus is on greater health. And there are parents all around the country reading labels, thinking about what to put in their children's bodies. And, that kind of change is so important. And that progress is cultural. It's a change in the way people think. So hundreds of millions of people are looking at things differently, looking at them in ways that they've never looked at them before. They've learned new words like beef tallow or seed oils, petroleum-based food dyes, ultra-processed foods. And we can also now, for the first time in a long time, have difficult conversations about vaccines, drugs, pesticides, and really anything else that we put in our bodies. So this morning I got a lot of text messages from people who wondered why this event included so many different people, so many different voices, people from big corporations, people from all kinds of different sides of the health argument. And, my response to that is, I'm a book publisher, and I'm a free speech book publisher. And I believe that what we've been fighting for all along is to have a seat at the table and to make sure that we have real science in this country, that all voices are heard. And that's where you get better outcomes. You don't get better outcomes by replacing one kind of settled science with another kind of settled science. We don't know everything. Everybody, every doctor who's gone to medical school knows that half the things in their medical books turn out to be wrong. So we need incredibly vigorous dialogue, debate. We need to encourage dissent. And, we want to engage with people who we disagree with. We want more ideas, more perspectives. And, when it comes to corporations, we want to make sure that science, isn't just, that corporate talking points aren't masquerading as science. But that doesn't mean excluding, scientists or doctors or researchers. We need all the voices. We need every part of this debate. That is real science, and that's how we get better outcomes. So it's my great privilege now to introduce Finn Kennedy. He's just an incredibly impressive young man with a wise soul. He's thoughtful, kind, creative, and has a sense of responsibility that quietly echoes the values that he obviously grew up with and that shaped him. And while he'll certainly make his father proud and would have made his grandfather really proud, he has his own vision, his own ideas, and his own independence of thought that I've really come to see, and that I think can really help build the MAHA movement. He's quickly becoming an important part of the heart and soul of that movement. And he serves on the board, and he's really helping to move and shape the ideas that are going to be a big part of the future of MAHA. So we're so proud to have him here today, not as a symbol of the Kennedy family, but as a builder of what comes next. So thanks so much for coming here today, and please welcome Finn Kennedy.
Hello, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Finn Kennedy. 10 years ago, I was transitioning from being a free skier into a college student, and I suddenly developed chronic pain. I had broken many bones before that, and I knew what it was like to feel something of that intensity and then to heal from it. After a few visits to the ER, it became clear that this pain was not going to be like a skiing injury. This pain didn't go away. It kept me awake at night. It woke me up in the morning. There was no break. There was no time to rest. It ground me down until it felt like I was the pain and Finn was a mere passenger. It was the beginning of an 8-year odyssey into the worlds of conventional and alternative medicine that spanned from the Cleveland and Mayo clinics to dozens of integrative and functional medicine physicians, to experiments with hyperbaric and ozone and plasmapheresis and stem cells and exosomes and psychedelics, and to a woman who danced around me with a crystal to try and exorcise the spirit of Lyme's disease. That's Charles referred me to. That journey initiated me into the experience that at least 100 million people in this country suffer from. Even for us, who are in a fortunate position, it was financially stressful. You move through familiar cycles of hope, followed by disappointment, distrust, and fear after being told by various doctors that they have the answer to your problem, only to end up in the same place. Chronic illness makes your dreams feel impossible. It separates you from your relationships, and it mutes the colors of your life. It turns 1,000 dreams into one. My journey is a template for the battles that are becoming more and more common for millions of Americans. The experience of a mother in this country today is different than it was 40 years ago. She's 3 times more likely to be obese, 2 times more likely to need a C-section, and 3 times more likely to die in childbirth. When the baby comes out of the womb, it is thrust into an environment with 80,000 chemicals and fed infant formula with lead and mercury. If that baby goes to public school, 2/3 of their diet will be processed food. If it's a boy, there's a 15% chance he's put on a stimulant. If it's a girl, there's a 50% chance she experiences persistent feelings of depression. Then, regardless of gender, it's more likely than not that at some point in their life, they end up in medical debt. Many of these problems can be traced to incentives and agency capture that reward private companies and public institutions for profit-taking over population health. Regulators have allowed corporations to tell us what chemicals are safe. We've allowed lobbyists to design the food pyramid, and we've subsidized commodity crops to the point that a bottle of Coca-Cola is cheaper than a bottle of water at the grocery store. As this happens and clinical outcomes continue to get worse, our medical spend compounds towards us having to make tough decisions about what to fund in the mid-2030s. We are here today to reset that relationship and forge a better path. We've assembled exceptional entrepreneurs, scientists, activists, and government officials who are at the tip of the spear in healthcare innovation and regulatory reform. You will hear from activists like Jason Karp, Dana White, Brian Johnson, and Gary Brecka, who inspire Americans to take ownership of their health. You will hear from startups like FitOn, Whoop, and Nourish on how they're redefining how we approach lifestyle, nutrition, and exercise. And you will hear from established companies like Google and Walmart on how they're using their reach to impact population health. And you will hear about the government strategies for resetting national health policy from Vice President J.D. Vance and HHS Secretary RFK Jr. I hope those of you gathered here will be inspired to add your own energies, your imagination, and practical competencies to help build this emerging infrastructure. I hope you leave today with confidence that we can unleash the power of capitalism on the chronic disease epidemic and restore prosperity to our nation. In challenging moments of my journey, I held on to the idea that one day my suffering could be channeled into someone else's relief. None of us have to go far to find someone who's had a negative experience with the healthcare system. The moment is here. It's important that we use it. Thank you all for coming and for being part of the work to make America healthy again. I also want to say this event came together in 8 weeks, and I'd like to thank the people who worked weekends and pulled all-nighters to make it happen. So thank you to Amol Punjabi, Chris Buskirk, Chris Applegate, Devin Hinosa, Christian Garrett, Delian Asparohov, Tony Lyons, Glenn Rink, Jared Chrisman, Katya, Kyle, Nikki, Shane, and Alex Hardy, the new CEO of MAHA Holdings, who is a big reason we're all here today, and you'll hear from him now.
Hey everyone, I'm Alex Hardy, CEO of MAHA Holdings, and welcome to the inaugural MAHA Summit. As Finn mentioned, the caliber of today's panelists is totally unmatched. Every one of these speakers could be a headliner by themselves, but you get to hear from them all in conversations that are raw, organic, and 100% gluten-free. One thing Finn did not mention is that today, you will all be making history as the first Americans ever to attend a conference serving food that is actually healthy. Tony, Finn, and I have been on calls nonstop for the past 2 months planning this thing. So much so that my girlfriend started to suspect I was leading a double life. So thank you, Tony and Finn, for all the help in making this summit happen and for keeping my relationship interesting. This event feels like a culmination of all the momentum we gathered since the 2024 election, but the real work and the real fun has barely begun. Speaking of fun, today is going to be a blast. You may have noticed that the agenda is jam-packed from now until 6 p.m. My advice is to treat today's program like your favorite seed oil-free buffet. Pick the 1 or 2 things that appeal to you the most, because you really can't go wrong. See how you digest them, and then maybe come back for seconds and thirds. And don't worry, we'll be recording all the panels for you to binge after the event. And here's the real magic of today. There's incredible value in this room. This is a highly curated group. We handpicked you to be here. You all are the 1,000 most influential change makers in health. And so the person sitting next to you is probably someone you'd like to meet. So make sure to spend time in the networking area outside and cross-pollinate with your fellow health enthusiasts. That's where the good stuff happens, not just at the panels, but in the conversations between them. One thing you definitely don't want to miss today is the conversation between Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary Kennedy. That will be at 12:15, just before lunch. And then to close us out today, we'll have Russell Brand's Eloquent Rant. After that, you'll hear from me again for some closing remarks. Now, I know each of you has a very good reason for being here today, aside from the epic swag bags, of course. And here's mine. I had a 7-year bout with chronic disease, but it wasn't my sickness that got me into MAHA. It was the lengths I went to heal myself. I was an investment banker and then a tech founder. I built and sold a company to DocuSign. And to the outside world, it looked like I was leading this charmed corporate success story. But inside, I was suffering through a brutal bout with the American sick care system. I had chronic sinus infections for almost a decade. Despite 5 surgeries and 10 rounds of antibiotics, I was still unwell. I felt like a shell of myself. Growing up, I was taught that every health problem could be solved with a pill, a shot, or a surgery. But I only got better when I quit my job at DocuSign and moved to Costa Rica. I cut out processed food and alcohol and went barefoot and shirtless in the sun for 3 months, and I felt totally reborn. No scalpels, no pharma. I simply changed my diet and lifestyle. And that radicalized me, because I shouldn't have had to leave America to get healthy. I healed myself in Costa Rica, but I had a scary realization. Western medicine is a broken promise. And this insidious secret is being kept from millions of Americans. So I decided the most important thing I could do for the future of humanity was pour my life force into making America healthy again. And that's why I'm here with you today. So here's what today is really about. We're bringing you all together because you know there's a better way to improve American health outcomes. And most importantly, you're actually influential enough to do something about it. Today continues the momentum ahead of the 2026 midterms, where the stakes are higher than ever. But we're not just focused on the next 12 months. We're stewarding this movement for the next 12 decades. Thank you all for joining us today and for being a part of this. Up first, we have the MAHA show with Dr. Oz. Please welcome to the stage Katie Miller, Chris Klomp, and Dr. Oz. Thank you.
We begin with a conversation on the present and future of American healthcare. Please welcome Dr. Mehmet Oz, Administrator for the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, Chris Klomp, Director of Medicare and Deputy Administrator of CMS, and moderator Katie Miller, host of the Katie Miller Podcast.
Since the Oval Office event, I've decided to carry my stethoscope from now on. I'm searching for her heart.
We all wondered if he's just a TV doctor. We feel like that question has been answered now.
Thank you all so much for joining today. In 2025, I think both of you never thought that you would be here in Washington, D.C., serving in President Trump's administration. I know many of us didn't think President Trump was going to win a year ago today. Can you briefly tell us about some of the successes you have had in the last 10 months at CMS, both the successes and some of the challenges you have faced at the department?
You're right. We didn't think we were going to be here. I'll speak for myself. I certainly didn't think I was going to. And yet, here we are as leaders in, I think, the greatest incumbent in U.S. healthcare. It's $5 trillion of glory. I come from the private market, ran an insurgent startup that attacked incumbents and tried to change and challenge the status quo, and yet here we are. And I think one of the great observations has been that in all of its might, CMS is in fact the nimblest and most insurgent participant in U.S. healthcare. I don't think people think that, but that's the opportunity. And the track record over the year, including a massive level of velocity, I think begins to demonstrate it. If you think about what we've done on prior authorization, number one friction point for patients and providers alike. You go to your doctor says you need an image, and then you wait, and you wait, and you wait. In that moment of greatest uncertainty, looking for an answer because some middleman is telling you you can't get it. And so we convened the industry and said, that's got to change, and we need you to organize. We used the president's power to convene, and that has changed. There are other examples. What we're doing on MFN and Most Favored Nation on drug pricing is extraordinary. We should talk about that later. You've got a bunch.
I think one massive breakthrough concept, and it was evident to some folks, maybe many of the people in this room, but not to most of the country, was MAHA as a powerful tool to get people just to look up from what they're doing and realize there's an opportunity to change what's happening in the world around us. And the concept that MAHA is more than just food and exercise is, I think, mission critical to the administration. MAHA, to me, is defined by one word, curiosity. And if you make the Secretary Kennedy the avatar of the movement, he's a curious person. No matter what you say, he actually is curious, and he's courageous enough to act on what he learns, because you want to do something with the information you gain, and recognizing that 80% of questions are statements in disguise. Not yours, of course, but other people's questions. You have to honor the reality that most of us aren't as curious as we should be. So if we do all that, then the question is, what does MAHA deliver to us? And if, at its very core, it's about making it easier to be healthy in America, which is the primary, the primal cry of moms in America, is just, I can't raise healthy kids anymore. It didn't seem like that when I was a kid. What changed? Then we should be getting into all these issues. Many of them are addressable outside of CMS, but the money is paid by CMS. And so the motivation to change behavior, the incentives for providers to behave differently comes because Chris in Medicare or the Jen Brillman in Medicaid make different decisions about how to pay for stuff. So if you pay people to pay attention to the food they're eating, or you make it easier for people to get healthy food if they have illnesses, those foods are served. If you put extra credit into the pockets of primary care doctors, which is the main way people get coaches that educate them on healthcare, then they'll have those services. We don't actually do that right now. And what Chris did, I want to give him credit for this. Last week there was a rule that came out of Medicare. That's how the system works. We make rules and then that drives compensation. They took 2.5% of the money out of people like me, specialists, and they put it into the pockets of primary care doctors in order to allow people to actually be in primary medicine and take care of folks on the ground in the trenches and get compensated fairly for it. Those are the kinds of massive, they're seismic shifts, but they begin to change the entire outlook of the medical field towards MAHA.
We have dozens of these examples, by the way. It's a shift toward primary care. We're shifting pain for prevention rather than reaction. We spend tens of billions of dollars a year in quality programs that call themselves preventative, but are at best early detection. Can we detect breast cancer early or colorectal cancer early? That's our definition of prevention. In a lot of process measures, did your insurer pick up the phone and answer in Tagalog within 6 minutes? And that's what we tie to quality, rather than sitting and saying, well, how do we tie toward eating healthy food? How do we actually generate an absence of disease and reward you more because you, the provider, are rendering less care? But then when you need to render the care, let you show up and be present.
One of the fundamental values of MAHA, right, is moving from this treatment-based society to a preventative-based society. You had just mentioned children, Dr. Oz. 53% of children in the United States are on Medicaid or CHIP. How do you expect to move in a system that has never shaken up the status quo at CMS? How do you expect to move for children specifically from that treatment-based to preventative-based?
Well, a good example is how we compensate the system for educating kids about food and maybe even making food available. And as Health and Human Services creates the food pyramid that I think is going to be based on science, not advertising budgets, and gets into the details of what a definition of processed food might look like, those become foundational elements of how we change the lives of kids in the country. My wife and I started a foundation about 20 years ago, raised $100 million so far, to go into schools and teach kids about food and exercise and MAHA basically. But why? Because we think about kids as our Achilles tendon, right? We think that they're weak and they're going to have issues, and what have we done to them? They're the canaries in the coal mine. The reality is kids are the future, and they always will be, because they have a vision and optimism that's innate to childhood, of being youthful. And so if we turn them into advocates, make them into missionaries to go out there and talk to the rest of their community, they can become these spokespeople for the MAHA movement. And we've seen this. We see kids, once they learn about food, they like having knowledge. That's why advertisers go after kids, because kids translate knowledge to action much more readily than adults. Teach an adult about a detergent brand, they're not going to shift brands. Kids, they shift, but it actually can be used for good. So once you get a kid to realize how important specific foods are in decisions, they're going to go into the fridge, give their parents a hard time, they always do anyway, right? And say, you know what, you got lard in the fridge, we don't want to eat that anymore. We want to eat, you have seed oils you shouldn't be consuming in high quantities. And they begin to change the dynamic within the family and how they make decisions on food, exercise, sleep, et cetera. And I think that's a hidden gem that we have not taken advantage of.
Conversely, Chris, last week the president made an announcement on GLP-1s and making those more accessible to the American public. Mm-hmm. In terms of our obesity epidemic, how do you foresee future announcements in that space moving?
Yeah, look, that was an extraordinary announcement of the Oval. I'll touch on that, but level set with the data first. We have a 60% chronic disease rate, north of 60% chronic disease rate in the United States. 40% of individuals are polychronic, 30% are diabetic or emergent diabetic, 20% of military-aged men and women are eligible to serve on the grounds of health, only 20%. I mean, that's extraordinary, that's exceptional failure. And yet, make no mistake, the fundamental point is that we are the least healthy we have ever been as a country, and we are spending the most we have ever spent on healthcare in the history of our nation. We spend $15,000 per capita. That'll be $21,000 inside of the decade. We're growing 300 basis points faster than GDP on healthcare spend. Like, this is existential. We are mortgaging our children's future. So I run Medicare. That's a $1.1 trillion program. It's the rule and benchmark setting engine for all of US healthcare, and it's $5 trillion. Obesity affects 40% of Americans. It drives more than half of chronic disease. We spend more than $1.25 trillion on chronic disease. I get a beneficiary at the age of 65. I'll have them for 17.8 years on average. We'll spend 25%, by the way, of our $1.1 trillion a year on their last 12 months of life. And the refrain that I have heard over and over and over again is, well, once you've got them by 65, it's baked. There's nothing you can do. They've already got chronic disease. You can't help. And on the one hand, that very fatalist attitude has some truth to it. We need to be investing 25 years earlier, 35, 45 years earlier,
what are some of those investments?
We're doing this, again, on primary care, on quality measures that are true prevention. We're asking the question internally, is there anything that prevents us from driving rules right now that move the market, that move other insurers, that move providers to make different decisions for a 30-year-old or a 40-year-old than they do for a 65-year-old? But it turns out there are a tremendous number of things that we can do right now. So, for example, Dr. Oz talks about the loneliness epidemic in America, right? We talk about our seniors as though they're already dead. We put them in homes. We pretend they don't exist. We talk about their accomplishments as though they're in the past tense. They made our country great, as opposed to being the keepers of patience and forbearance and wisdom who teach our children and make us better now. But it turns out that loneliness, we estimate, costs Medicare directly in direct medical expense $78 billion a year. That's a big number. Why is that? Because it turns out that social isolation and loneliness increase mortality by 30%. To make that real for you, that's the equivalent of smoking 15 cigarettes a day or being obese, having a BMI greater than 30. Loneliness. And so Medicare is thinking about this. Now, on obesity specifically, we're totally focused on this. I understand that GLP-1s can be a controversial topic, and no one here thinks that they are the silver bullet solve. And the president isn't advocating, by the way, that they are. But they are an exceptionally powerful arrow in the quiver to make an enormous difference. But up until this point, they've been totally unaffordable. List price of $1,300. The best you could do in the cash market is $500. If you lived in Upper East Side Manhattan, you can access them. I got a patient story in last week from a gentleman who weighed 350 pounds and talked about for the last decade has tried to lose the weight, and the most he could ever lose was 30 pounds, and then he would plateau. And it was demoralizing. He felt forgotten. This is the president's forgotten man. He literally, the bigger he got, disappeared into the shadows, and people didn't see him. And so he got a GLP-1. This isn't the silver bullet, but what happened is it was a catalyst to begin to lose weight. He's lost, as of last week, over 150 pounds. He's just over 200 pounds. His cardiometabolic disease has dropped massively, but what stood out to me most importantly is he said, I can work out now and my knees don't hurt, everything doesn't hurt, and so I'm doing it more and more, and I'm paying attention to what I'm eating because I feel better. I feel better about myself mentally, and I feel better physically. And this is the best part, I've tapered the dose now because my activity and my food are maintaining my weight. I've got 20 pounds to go. That's my goal. That's an amazing story. That's what the president did, is simply increase affordability for those who need them, not just those who can afford them.
I'd be remiss if I didn't ask. GLP-1s is a medication that has unknown side effects to date. How does that comport with MAHA's view of less medication and more holistic medicine?
You know, the reason we started off our commentary in the Oval Office last week with an appropriate and I think accurate statement that obesity is not an absence of GLP-1 drugs in your bloodstream is because we know that is the inappropriate, understandable pushback on providing access to these drugs. Chris's story is compelling because that is a big reality. It becomes shameful to be obese. People literally disappear. They lose confidence in themselves, but they also can't sleep, so they gain weight. Their knees hurt, so they can't exercise. And losing 150 pounds is really hard. Staying at a new fighting weight of 200 pounds is a heck of a lot easier. But there's also a moral hazard here. We can be, purists in our approach to obesity, but if you don't have a personal trainer, then it's harder to do some of the things people with personal trainers do. If you don't have a personal chef, or you can shop wherever you want, or you're not working 2 jobs, or you can't get the pieces of the puzzles of your life back together, as Franti's great song speaks to, then you're going to end up with a bigger cliff to jump off of to lose the weight. And I think that's the fundamental reality of losing weight in America. It's not because look, why do so many people get seen by Google Earth? right? We're putting weight on at a remarkable pace because it's hard to lose weight in America, and part of that's because of the MAHA issues we have to address. But one way or the other, we've got to deal with what Chris said. We cannot balance the healthcare budget of this country without dealing with obesity. We're twice as expensive per capita as Europe because we're twice as fat. We're 10 times fatter than Japan. You just can't catch up. So if we can use the GLP-1 drugs, and Chris is modest on this, but he, John Brooks, and Hernandez, they remarkably were able to negotiate with companies to get pricing that is right now 20% of what the list price is. At that price, the American taxpayer saves money with these drugs. Within 2 years from that ink drying in the Oval Office last week, we will be actually giving savings back to the taxpayers. That's the kind of deals you want to navigate. And let me just use it as a jumping off point to a bigger issue. And I would strongly encourage the many activists in the audience today. We can go head to head with our perceived adversaries and get some victories. But whether it's legislative solutions or rulemaking or just man-to-man combat, win the battles is great. But we have taken a deliberate move in this administration to do what the president does really well: negotiate. If you don't ask, people can't give. So when Chris goes and asks the biggest companies in the GLP space, and there are many, many more coming out there, by the way, the drugs are getting dramatically better. The pills, I'll break news for you guys today, the pills are coming out in March. So even if you don't like needles, you'll have options. But it's impossible for us to consider not negotiating with insurance companies, PBMs, pharmaceutical companies. We need to negotiate with these guys, ask for what we as Americans demand for our fellow citizens, and we're getting remarkable success. That's a faster, nimbler approach. We should be doing the same thing with food companies, with trying to get free exercise, free access to gyms for kids. There's lots of things we can negotiate on if we ask. We have the bully pulpit. We have the power to convene.
As we close this panel, the thing I want to end on the most is you all assist in regulating insurance companies. How are you holding their feet to the fire and shaking up an industry that even in the president's first term, we really didn't do much beyond the status quo? I keep going back to this. And how are you both holding insurance companies' feet to the fire and bringing them along for the ride in terms of changing the way they've always done things to make our country healthier?
Insurers have an extraordinary role to play if they choose to play it. At a bare minimum, they process claims. It's not that interesting. We're an insurer at the end of the day. That's what CMS does. We just happen to be a $2 trillion insurer. But look at what we're talking about doing as a catalyst for change, as creating incentives. I assumed naively, having come from the private sector and not appreciating the role of policy and legislation, that everything needed to be done through the thousands of pages of rulemaking. And we use that, and it is an incredibly powerful tool set. More powerful, I have found, and I know this sounds touchy-feely and idealistic, but it's true, and I have dozens of examples of it, is when you pull people into the room, even the executives of the big bad insurers, and you remind them why they got into healthcare in the first place, and you talk to them about their duty and patriotism and doing the right thing and being on the right side of history of health. And then you ask them to do the hard thing, more often than not, they are showing up. For example, we were focused on infertility recently and a target price for that topic. We could not hit the threshold price for the president that we had set about hitting if we didn't get the insurance companies and the PBMs that accounted for more than 50% of the drug cost to agree. And I called up a very well-known CEO and said, I need you to take one for the team, and this is gonna hurt, and it's gonna cost you several $100 million right out of the gate, and I don't have anything to give you except it's the right thing to do. And we had a long conversation about duty and patriotism, and when we got done, he said, I didn't get into this business for quarterlies. I have children, I wanna make them proud. I understand this is important to you and the president. We will show up. And he did. He drove his margin to zero. It's actually gonna lose a little bit of money to hit the target. And I get the privilege of seeing this day in and day out. And that is the power of what the president is inspiring. That is the power of what the secretary and the administrator are inspiring right now, is that for once, the incumbency doesn't have to win. For once, we can actually sit and just say, we're not gonna perpetuate the status quo. Apathy is not an acceptable answer. We're going to do things differently because what we have been doing today isn't working, it hasn't worked. The system failed. We're less healthy than we've ever been. The The insurers understand this. They want to be on the right side of history on this, and they're doing it. And we have a lot of tools to hold them accountable if we need to, but so far, we're seeing great behavior.
And this is going to play a role in the government opening back up again, which I'm hoping will happen this evening. The battle that purportedly over government shutdown was about the Affordable Care Act, which is essentially a way for the U.S. government to pay insurance companies to provide care to folks between Medicaid and the commercial insurance. So folks who are earning between 1 and 4 times the poverty level. That was theoretically the reason for this. If you give industry bad incentives, they will destroy you. What happened in the beginning of COVID, early in the Biden administration, was the decision to cover basically the remaining small amount of premium that Americans have to pay in that category, which means they don't have to pay any money into the system at all, and they get free health care. The problem with that approach is that fraudsters come in a big way and take over the industry. So I'm just going to give you some numbers just so you feel informed. I don't know why this doesn't get out in the lay press, but these are the numbers. In 2019, 20, 21, 3.5 million people getting Obamacare did not use their insurance. Now, that's a little surprising, you might say. If I had insurance, I'd use it. But there is a certain percentage of people who don't use their insurance. All of us in this room probably don't use our insurance every year, but most of us do. This year went from 3.5 million to almost 12 million people did not use their insurance. What that signals to me is they don't know they have insurance. They're inappropriately enrolled. Someone tricked them and signed them up without their knowledge. I mean, this is the kind of fraud we're dealing with. And the insurance industry can't fix that. Once you've incentivized fraud, it's going to be out there. You have to clean the whole neighborhood. What we're trying to do, and this is a direct request from the president and Secretary Kennedy has led this battle, is clean up the neighborhood. Clean the neighborhood up in terms of the toxins that we allow our families to be exposed to. Clean it up by making it easier for healthy foods to be sold. Make it easier for folks to just walk around, sleep better, deal with anxiety, deal with loneliness that Chris pointed out. And we're also making it easier for industry to be good corporate citizens. Because what Chris said is very powerful. If you ask the average person in healthcare why they went into it for people. They forget about that sometimes. They get focused on the quarterly earnings he alluded to. But if you take them back to the root reasons they went into the space, they will come on board. We have never given them, at least in my adult lifetime, an opportunity to be part of the solution. They've always been perceived and vilified as part of the problem. Let's flip that on its head. And I can't think of a better organization to do it than folks who are advocates for MAHA.
Thank you both. And just as we close, I want 15 seconds on your best experience thus far in the last 10 months. Just to close on a high note here.
My best experience without question is the people that I work with. And I know it sounds trite, but you cannot, if you're interested in government, this is the generational opportunity to come help us. We're open for business, but you're not going to find more capable people. I mean, Chris built $1 billion business, gave it up to come in and serve the president and the secretary to be part of the future. This is our one chance to get this right. Let's not mess it up.
Best part is seeing Dr. Oz in action. Really good.
We got to break for commercial. We're breaking for commercial. Right. Nice job.
Thanks, guys.
Up next, a discussion on expanding access and innovation in care delivery using technology. Now joining us, Fareed Vij, co-founder and CEO, Citizen Health, Chris Altchek, co-founder and CEO, Cadence, Sean Duffy, co-founder and CEO, Omada Health, and moderator Sebastian Calley, partner, 8VC.
I think you're probably that one. The other side. Started by missing the entrance, and then.
All right. Dr. Oz brought up a very good point about curiosity. He talked about curiosity about a question as a prerequisite to answering that question. And so I'm going to ask us all to think about a question to get this discussion started. I want you to start by thinking about a trip to the doctor that you've had sometime in the past year, past 18 months. What was that like? Now think about, imagine what it would be like to visit the doctor in the year 1990. And my question is, what is the biggest difference? The exam rooms look different. The doctor asks you different questions. The population prevalence of obesity in 1990 was something like 15%. The population prevalence of obesity in 2025 was 37%. I would argue not much has changed except for the people in the waiting room who in 2025 are much heavier and much sicker than they were in 1990. I think this is a pretty remarkable thing that in spite of the growing prevalence of chronic disease, not much about the way we practice medicine has really changed. It's remarkable also, given what's been going on in technology, that not much has changed. I'll actually, we have a pop quiz opportunity here. What year did AI first pass USMLE Step 1? This is the exam that doctors need to take to become practicing physicians.
2023?
We get a 2023. That's pretty good, it's close, but it was actually in December of 2022 that MedPalm actually, from Google, first passed the USMLE. This is to say that we've created basically free medical intelligence in the technology world that also still hasn't made its way into the way we practice medicine. So, I'm joined today by Sean from Omada, Chris from Cadence, and Fareed from Citizen. All of these guys are using technology to change the way that care is delivered. And the focus of this conversation is going to be on what that looks like, what is its impact, and what's the outlook, where are we going from here. Let's start, Sean, with Omada. Omada is really a tech-enabled pioneer. One of the first players on the stage. Is now a publicly traded company. When you got Omada started, what did you see in how we treat chronic disease, and how did you re-envision that?
Sure. Well, thank you, Sebastian. Hi, everybody. I'm Sean Duffy, co-founder and CEO of Omada. I'm not your transportation secretary. There is another. My email inbox is flooded each day with complaints, so keep them coming. Kidding aside, Sebastian, I think you hit on something very important in that we're handcuffed with this model of a visit. And I founded Omada Healthwell in medical school and got very interested in metabolic disease and obesity-related chronic disease, given just this tsunami that was coming for the country, even back then. And then you'd sit in the homes of people with diabetes, and the medical academic would say, well, they're under care. They have a primary care doc. They have been prescribed a medicine. They have been told what to do. Yet they weren't getting any better. And it was obvious that the care model needed to switch from visit-based care to between visit-based care. And so that's what Omada sought to do, and spent over a decade working toward that new care model with proactivity between visits for our members and connected hardware and goal orientation relative to listening to what these patients want toward to their success. And I think that's I think that's important, and it's really a reflection that our system is not well set up to handle chronic disease.
So, we were talking a couple of weeks ago, and you mentioned the scale of the impact you had, the number of patients that you're serving, and I found it to be pretty amazing. Why don't you talk a little bit about the scale of Omada today? Yeah, it's been quite a ride. I mean, we've enrolled well over 1 million patients, now actively managed as of the end of Q3 over 850,000. But equally, we don't think we've done what we need to do. Our explicit mission at Omada is to bend the curve of disease. And that's going to require us to keep our ambitions incredibly high, raise our sights. I think it's doable. I think it's doable especially with the context of GLP-1s, whereas these medicines in concert with lifestyle can have enormous both physical and psychological impacts with patients. So we got to keep running hard. Yeah, so it's this innovative stuff, although the experience for most patients, the healthcare system hasn't changed, this is not really a drop in the bucket anymore. A lot of this is proliferating throughout the system. Chris, you also looked at how we manage a lot of chronic disease and re-envisioned it. Why don't you talk a little bit about the Cadence model and some of the results you've seen? Yeah, so at Cadence, we are trying to keep seniors healthy and at home using technology. What does that look like? We're now actively monitoring blood pressure, heart rate, weight, blood sugar on over 70,000 seniors from their homes on a daily basis. What that means is when a patient's blood pressure starts trending in the wrong direction, that our software alerts our clinical team, and then the clinical team is usually in touch with that patient or their family within minutes. That could be pending a heart failure exacerbation or an infection. That kind of data is allowing us to get upstream from these big issues. Give you a patient example, we had a patient in rural Oklahoma
a couple months ago who triggered a blood pressure of 190 on Saturday night at 11 p.m. The patient was trying to figure out should they go to the emergency room or not. We were in touch with that patient within minutes after the software platform alerted us, speaking in that case to the patient's family. With our team, had the patient take another blood pressure medication, recheck their blood pressure an hour later, see if it came down and stabilized. In that case, it did stabilize, and so the patient was able to avoid a Saturday night ED visit in rural Oklahoma, which obviously is very meaningful. And more importantly, the patient is able to get peace of mind knowing that somebody's taking care of them. And so all of that data now is peer-reviewed and published, and we're seeing a 27% reduction in patients going to the hospital compared to the compare group. So this is very high potential. And when you look at it from the American taxpayer's perspective, most of these patients are Medicare patients where the government is paying for their insurance, and it's saving the US government today $2 million a week. And that's only at 70,000 patients. So there's a big opportunity here.
Chris, sometimes people will hear anecdotes like that where, on the one hand, they're excited about how, hey, we moved from an episodic model to this continuous model, saved a patient's life. That's all well and good, but on the other hand, is this disintermediating the physician? Is this affecting the patient-provider relationship? How do physicians see tools like this? How do you include physicians in this model?
Yeah, so physicians, and especially primary care physicians, understand that we're in a historic shortage of primary care physicians across the country. And so the question is, how do you make them more effective? And at Cadence, we don't think success is a 5 to 10% improvement in effectiveness. We think success is a 5 to 10x improvement in evidence-based, outcomes-driven interventions, and that's how we're measuring success from a physician standpoint. And I think there's wide buy-in. We're now in 35 states with academic medical centers and rural and local community health systems, really trying to future-proof our primary care infrastructure so that we can tackle chronic disease in a way that just hasn't been possible before for our most vulnerable seniors.
Now, Fareed, at Citizen, you guys are looking after patients with rare disease. Why don't you first explain a little bit about how we define rare disease, what this looks like, what the experience is for patients and caregivers. I think what you're doing is a little bit different from what Sean and Chris are doing. It's like, not only are your patients, not really able to access care, there's limitations in what services are available, but really there aren't good options at all. It's not just there's an opportunity for improvement, but there's not much out there. Why don't you talk a little bit about these rare disease patients?
Yeah, absolutely. So one, thank you for having me, and it's great to be here. So at Citizen, we focus on rare disease, and look, today we define rare disease here in the country as any disease where there's 200,000 patients or fewer that have that diagnosis. Now, what does that actually mean? We've got about 330 million people in this country. We estimate a little bit over 30 million have a rare disease. I always joke and say rare disease has a bit of a branding problem because more than half of those 30 million are children. They're pediatric conditions. 80% of those are caused by a single genetic mutation. That means one mutation in your DNA that is causing the entire disease. So 1 in 5 children ends up with a rare disease. 95% of them don't have a single approved therapy. The average rare disease takes 7 years to diagnose. So you can imagine the cost of care and how many tests, how many doctors, et cetera. And because there's no standard of care, because these diseases are so understudied, parents and families are effectively doing guesswork. The average patient on our platform, we work directly with patients and families on one side of the platform. We power them with all of their health information so they can navigate this journey in a much more effective way. But the average patient on our platform is seeing 9 providers concurrently. They're seeing a PCP, a neurologist, a occupational therapist, a physical therapist, et cetera. And their care isn't just inside the 4 walls of a given institution, it is 24/7. It's at school, it's at home. For a lot of these children, if the parents can afford it, which is largely not the case, one parent can't even work full time. So look, one of the biggest statistics that has always stuck in my mind, and to your point, has not changed in decades, we have a $4 trillion spend in this country. The sickest 1% account for 25% of that spend. The sickest 5% account for 50% of that spend. So you have 16.5 million people accounting for $2 trillion. That's where we're focused, and that's where a lot of rare disease is.
So you're describing a population that's ping-ponging between different providers. There aren't usually approved therapies for these patients. There's no real standard of care, and they're trying to piece together bits of information to make good decisions. Usually these are pediatric populations. Usually these are kids. They're high cost for our insurance programs. How do you re-envision this whole experience and how care is delivered for patients with rare disease? What does the AI advocate look like?
No, absolutely. So you mentioned the AI advocate, and that's our primary product. And what we're doing is if you are sick, data has shown that the number one thing that will actually help you with longevity, with fewer emergency room visits, is if you have an advocate by your side. Now, that's usually a caregiver, mom, dad, brother, sister, friend. They know everything about you. They're constantly looking out for you. They have an irrational reason to not take no for an answer. So they're looking for what is the right specialist, what is the right diagnostic, et cetera. We believe that we can take AI and put one of those in every patient's pocket so that you can be better prepared for appointments. You can spot early interventions and diagnostics. The number one thing that improves the care of these patients and generates a better outcome is early intervention. So if you imagine a world where every single patient has an AI friend that knows everything about them, that is permissioned by them, can talk to everybody else's AI friend so that you can start to understand what has worked for other patients like me. We're not trying to play doctor, but empower that family and patient as well as their care providers to be able to make the best decision. You can completely change not just the cost curve for these populations, but really the fundamental day-to-day, both for the patient as well as for the family.
Yeah, so in Citizen, you're using AI to enable patients to better navigate their own health and make decisions for themselves in a world where there really isn't a lot of detailed medical literature and guidelines available. You know, Omada and Cadence were both started before this whole AI wave. And so let's start with Sean, but what has AI meant for your business?
I mean, it's been a blast. We joke for Omada, it's the year of the Gs, GLPs and GPTs. Because I remember with my co-founder, we're in San Francisco, we're at Dolores Park, and we're imagining what the future of a product could look like. And some of the things that we talked about then, we only thought, well, could software one day get us there? And it's happening, and it's accessible, and it's easy to deploy. So it's been an absolute blast. I mean, we have a number of AI tools directly for our members, AI tools for our care teams. Equally, we believe that the intersection between real, human accountability and compassion, and the technology can, influence the most positive health outcomes. So it's been a fun ride.
Yeah, on the Cadence side, the AI strategy is one singular focus. It's how do we move from reactive monitoring to proactive intervention. And so 3 examples where this has really started to play into the day-to-day is before AI, it was taking us 45 minutes to build these personalized chronic disease care plans for each patient. And now the AI platform will ingest hundreds, and for some of these patients, our average patient is 74 years old, it's thousands of medical records and generate the personalized care plan out of that. We actually had a patient in Alabama about a month ago who, before they were on Cadence, they were complaining about constantly fainting for the last year. The PCP couldn't figure it out, the specialist couldn't figure it out, and we ingested, for this patient, 700 medical records and figured out that actually there was 2 medications that were interacting adversely, and we were able to coordinate with the PCP, and in this case, the psychiatrist, to figure out what the issue was, what meds should be discontinued, and now the patient has their independence back. That would have been very hard to accomplish without AI. So that's one example. Second example is on the alert side, where the goal here is how do we use the data we're getting. We're getting about 2 million vitals a month right now from patients. How do we use that data to get ahead of strokes, heart attacks, infections, and get further upstream so we know these things are brewing before the patient even knows they're brewing? And we had an example just last weekend where the patient, we were looking at heart rate data and blood pressure data that wasn't hitting an absolute high or low for either, but the trend between both signaled there was an issue. Triaged the patient to the local PCP. They were having what's called a mini stroke, and the patient was able to coordinate with neurology, the primary care doctor, get their meds titrated, and ultimately still today is living at home and independent. And for all of us who've dealt with family members who have had strokes, we know that that's the best, that's a very big deal, a very big outcome. So that's the kind of work where it wasn't possible pre-AI, and especially for our parents and our grandparents who are at very high risk, we're starting to see big rewards. It's about 20,000 alerts we're managing right now on a monthly basis, with 1,000 of them ending up in meaningful clinical intervention. And so that's just the beginning. I think we can make that much more meaningful.
Absolutely. Fareed, these models keep on getting better every year. What about Citizen? What lies ahead for what you're doing?
So, we talk a lot about continuous care. We've talked about that a few times. I think that's probably the most powerful thing about what these models are allowing us to do. So oftentimes what we find is, in the past, we would have built some software, a digital solution for a patient or family, but they have to know what question to ask, what button to press, what to do. The ability now for AI to actually be proactive, I think, Chris, what you talked about in terms of alerts, proactive alerts, I think it is fundamentally the technology that will allow us to get from episodic care to continuous care. For our populations, like I said, a lot of their care happens at school. So one of the most important things these families have to do is, my guess is most people have not heard of an IEP, an individualized education plan, where every year, twice a year, and usually continuously, you are negotiating with your school on, do we have the right nurse there? Do we have the right services? My kid has dozens of seizures a day. Is someone going to make sure that they get the right anti-seizure medication on time? Those are the types of things that a parent and family doesn't necessarily know how to navigate. One of the things we see on our platform is patients are constantly using the AI advocate to upload their IEP and say, tell me what we should do. And it actually gives them the right guidance, because it can also look at thousands of other patients who have the right IEP and what their outcomes have been. The same can apply for when they're not getting access to the right service, but they're really eligible, but they don't know how to access that service, how to be able to appeal if it's an insurance scenario. That's the type of stuff that AI can proactively do and do the work for you, rather than just be a tool for you to use.
So we've got examples of how technology redefining care can, in some cases, save lives, make people healthier. In some cases, save caregivers a lot of time and a lot of frustration. At the end of the day, a lot of this stuff is delivering real health outcomes. And I think we ought to ask, come back to the question I posed at the beginning of the discussion, which is, why hasn't the experience of the average American seeking care from a doctor changed very much? And I think that although we have our success stories here and our models here, there are real policy blockers in certain cases to proliferating these and getting them out to more patients across the country. One of those issues that I want to pivot to now is insurance reimbursement. Most of the healthcare dollars in this country come from insurance. It's like about 85% of our $5 trillion in spend. And in order to bill insurance, you need a CPT code. This is a set of 10,000, 11,000 codes that's defined by the American Medical Association, these codes. And without one, you can't actually bill insurance for any of your services. And it turns out that when you're innovating, like all of these founders are, you design a new care model, you might not match up to a CPT code. You might not be able to bill insurance. And I think that this ends up being a big problem when we think about getting more tech-enabled care out into the country. So question, Fareed, you've described all of these great things for rare disease. Can you get paid by insurance for any of it?
No. Today that doesn't exist. Now, most of the cost of care, and by the way, I've spent a lot of time on pediatrics because that's where so much of rare disease is, but obviously it extends to adult care as well. Most of this care accrues to Medicaid. They're the ones that are, that is who is picking up the cost for all of these services, for when there is not an early intervention, for all the ED visits that end up happening as a result of that. And I think there's two areas around this. We already have programs in place where if you're saving caregivers and families a tremendous amount of time, there are waivers for that. There is already very clear evidence that by being able to, I use the IEP example, get the right IEP so you're getting the right services at school results in fewer, not just emergency room visits, but also other interventions that you might otherwise go through. all of that ends up reducing costs. So there's a very, very clear place for, we believe, a tool like this to have reimbursement. I think the other thing which is a bit adjacent, but I'm just going to touch on quickly, I talked about 95% of these 95% of these conditions don't have a single therapy that's approved. If you look at all of the science and technology that we're excited about around gene editing and CRISPR, there was a lot of, it was very public what happened with baby KJ and the amazing story there. That's almost tailor-made for rare disease. And so there's also things inside of how we build drugs and how we approve therapies. And I think there's tremendous work being done inside of the FDA today in creating those accelerated pathways that would also reduce that cost to Medicaid. So those things are very closely tied together, and I think there's opportunities on policy to move both of those forward around rare disease.
Yeah, if we have time, we'll come back to the FDA piece, but I think one takeaway is this stuff is obviously valuable, but very, very hard to get paid by insurance. What's been your experience, Sean?
You know, the reimbursement system of the US is built for paying for synchronous time, and it doesn't pay for proactive longitudinal care models. I mean, we actually worked with the AMA. We got what was the first ever digital specific CPT code approved, the CAT3 code, that simply served as billing infrastructure so we could bill a value-based reimbursement model on fee-for-service rails. But there's a lot of legacy, and I think it's great to be part of forums like this, have conversations here, because that doesn't need to be the case. There can be different ways of paying for services and technologies that are more oriented toward outcomes.
Chris, you started Cadence with some CPT codes that sort of match up to the services that you deliver, but I think it's fair to say that your pathway to insurance reimbursement still hasn't been especially easy. So what are some of the other challenges that you end up facing?
Yeah, so a couple things. We started, the first Trump administration introduced the remote monitoring programs for chronic disease, which was really visionary in 2019. And so we were able to utilize those CPT codes. One of the big challenges is that Medicare pays different rates in different geographies, which maybe makes sense for clinical services, but doesn't make sense for technology where the costs are the same. And so what that means in practice is these services are paid 30% less in rural Tennessee versus Seattle, Washington, even though access to care and chronic disease prevalence is dramatically higher in rural Tennessee. So we need to figure out, as a country and as policymakers, how do we pay for technology so that nobody, especially the people who need this the most, are not left behind in all of this wave of innovation. And obviously where Medicare goes, so goes the US healthcare system. And so these are incredibly important policies. I'd say that's number one. And then number two is, we need to align incentives, evidence, and innovation. And around chronic disease, there are challenges where the biggest Medicare Advantage payer in the country, United Healthcare, is stopping reimbursement for diabetes and hypertension, which is contrary to what we're all trying to accomplish here. And so making sure that the big players are aligned here is really, really important if we're going to take advantage of this massive wave of innovation that's happening right now in the US to tackle chronic disease.
Yeah, I think you brought up a really important point that Chris Klomp mentioned earlier, which is in many cases, particularly around reimbursement changes, CMS leads the way. CMS is the most innovative player. And so I think there's a huge role for government when we think about, hey, can we create new ways to pay for this type of transformation? CMS has the most important role to play here. We're getting close to the end of time, so let's wrap with a final question to each of you. You've each in your own ways worked to make the country healthier by transforming care with technology. Are you optimistic, pessimistic, and why?
I mean, super optimistic. There's so many things I'm excited about. I will say recently, just GLPs plus programs on site is magical. I mean, GLPs can be behavioral catalysts. It can open, positive psychology toward being willing to make some changes in your life that you otherwise, wouldn't have, and we see that on a daily basis. I think that's incredibly inspiring.
I'm optimistic because for the first time, CMS, CMMI, the Rural Health Transformation Fund are all working on root cause, let's build a better healthcare delivery system in the US, and I think we can make more progress in the next 24 months than we've made in the last 24 years when it comes to chronic disease management. I'll end with one story. A patient in Alabama with hypertension, diabetes, who was super fatigued. We started working on her diet, exercise, lifestyle, looking at her data on a daily basis to make her accountable, make her sort of invested in her care, and she started to feel better. And what she said was, I didn't realize how bad I felt until I started feeling good again. And I think that's kind of the message here is, let's make US healthcare less about hospitals, more about keeping patients healthy at home and helping people feel good again. I think we can do it. I think we can do it in the next 2 years if we're focused.
I'm very optimistic about it. I think across the board, inside of CMS right now, we have initiatives that are helping patients get access to their data so that we can make this much more proactive. We have models in CMMI that are changing what the incentive is for pharmaceutical companies so that you are actually building cost-effective drugs for these rare disease populations. And I think there's tremendous progress in the FDA right now in terms of, look, at the end of the day, if you believe in personalized care or precision medicine, which is that each of us should be treated based on us as an individual and not some broader population, everything is a rare disease. There's only one of you and there's only one of me. And I think that the FDA is doing really interesting work in creating pathways for some of these NF1 treatments, for some of these ultra-rare conditions, some of the work that we do. That's really going to blaze the trail for how we're going to develop therapies and how we're going to sort of move forward across the board.
And it's a great note to end on. I think all of us on this panel are really grateful for the work that's been done at CMS and the FDA over the past 8-9 months. And on the other hand, there's work still to be done to enable us to transform more of our healthcare delivery system with technology. So thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we'll take a look at leadership, research, and reform at the NIH. Please welcome Jay Bhattacharya, Director of the National Institutes of Health, Nicole Kleinstruer, National Institutes of Health Deputy Director for Program Coordination, Planning, and Strategic Initiatives, and moderator Calley Means, former special government employee at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
I think if there's one graph that symbolizes to me why such a large cross-section of voters felt a visceral sense to this MAHA movement, it's this, which is life expectancy in the United States is demonstrably different than other countries. I mean, we are living 6, 7, 8 years less than people in European countries, up to close to 10 years less than our friends in Japan. And we're spending 3, 4, 5 times more per capita on healthcare. Something's not quite working. And the mission of the NIH is to apply knowledge to enhance health, lengthen life, and reduce, it's to enhance health, lengthen life, and reduce disease, We have a system right now where that's clearly not happening. We're managing disease, life expectancy is going down, and life is really, I think, strained for many Americans with anxiety, depression, ADHD for kids, infertility, cancer, diabetes, all at an all-time high. I think it's clear if the NIH, if this is their mission, it has failed in many ways. And Jay, I'll just start with you. You came in with this mandate. You came in with this wind at your back from the voters really demanding change. What have you noticed and seen in the culture at NIH, and how does it need to change?
I mean, Calley, so first of all, that graph, I completely agree with you. Every American should be shocked by that graph. What that graph shows is that since 2010, we have seen no increase in life expectancy in this country. And it reflects a deep chronic disease crisis that is the heart and soul of why MAHA exists, why this coalition exists. And I also agree with you that, I mean, while the NIH has sponsored a lot of research over the past decades, even the last decade, that have made some big advances in biology, I mean, I don't want to denigrate the NIH entirely, but in terms of have we accomplished our mission over the since 2010? The answer is no. I mean, look at that graph. We've had flat life expectancy since 2010, whereas like our other sister countries, I picked Sweden because of the pandemic dip, just to demonstrate how poorly we did relative to a country that didn't have the lockdowns. But go back to 2010. It's not true that it's not possible
We are just not doing the things, the research, the health systems, incentives, and a whole host of other things that MAHA is aimed at, that it had translated over to better health for Americans.
Nicole, you've seen the NIH kind of before and after. Is the criticism that the NIH was focused on more incremental disease management techniques and not asking core questions, big questions about why Alzheimer's, cancer, diabetes, obesity, all these conditions are going up all at once, getting to the big meaty questions of how we can reverse disease? Is that a fair criticism?
Yeah, Calley, I think that's really valid. So I'm a career NIHer. I've been at the NIH for over a decade. I love the NIH, crown jewel of biomedical research, not just in this country, but in the world. But we have to be brave. We have to be bold. We have to be more transformative in the research that we're funding. And we have to really be focused on the diseases that Americans are suffering from, not just how to reverse them and how to cure them, but also how to prevent them, and how we can use the most innovative technologies that are really fundamentally rooted in human biology to actually advance our knowledge of human disease mechanisms and its susceptibility to perturbations that not just come from genetics, but also come from environmental exposures, from lifestyle choices, and how we can harness the resources at the disposal of the NIH, which are tremendous, and actually infuse the biomedical research enterprise to be much more transformative, much more innovative, much more groundbreaking. And under Dr. Bhattacharya's leadership, we're really making strides in that direction.
Jay, take us tactically on the ground. You're coming in with this, I think, pronounced voter mandate. I think if you poll Americans, they'd say the NIH should be working on reversing and preventing disease. When you add up the math, it's really on incremental management techniques, I think it's fair to say. What has it been? What's been the reception? What have been some successes and challenges of pushing this new culture, which seems so common sense?
Well, I had a great job before as a professor, so I joke that this is I hate this job because it's very different than being a professor. But in all honesty, it's been actually quite nice to see large parts of the NIH understand that what we were doing before wasn't working. There's some great scientists there. And so that's, to me, has been the best part of the job, is to discover actually people like Nicole, who I didn't know before, who've been focused on trying to get the NIH to move in the direction of focusing on researching things that will make a difference. The hard part has been, there's definitely inertia. Like I think in the 2010s era, the NIH, it expanded its mission outside of the mission that you said, right? It had diversity, DEI as part of its mission, right? Every single evaluation had, are you committed to the principles of DEI in it? There were, as you said, this sort of inertia on aiming for ideas that are safe, right, rather than ideas that are transformative, right? So the people are evaluated. If you have a portfolio of projects and every single one of them has to succeed before you do well, the portfolio as a whole is going to fail. What you want is a portfolio where you try new important. Sometimes you have things that might fail, and if one of the things in the portfolio cures type 2 diabetes or prevents type 2 diabetes, if one of the things in the portfolio transforms how we think about Alzheimer's disease and improves Alzheimer's disease outcomes substantially, even if all the rest of the portfolio failed, that's a successful portfolio. That mindset needs to be at the NIH, and that's one of the things that we've been working on to change the mindset of the NIH to think in that way. And it's been actually quite nice to see the sort of reaction to that.
Jay, one more question. There's been reporting that career staff at the NIH and throughout HHS are talking about protecting science from President Trump, from Secretary Kennedy, from you. That they're going to wait you guys out, that this is really a disastrous deviation from gold star science. And I'm sure that trickles that mindset around academia. What are the stakes here? What do you say to those folks? What's the promise of this moment? How do you think about that intense inertia from academia that appears to be?
Well, I mean, my sense I have deep connections in academia from decades of being a professor. I sense change in academia. I sense that there's a spirit. I mean, yes, there absolutely are people that want the status quo ante. But I'll tell you, remember that graph, right? That graph, what that tells you is the status quo ante wasn't working for the American people. We cannot keep doing those things that led to that graph into the future. The NIH has long enjoyed bipartisan support. Right? It's the one part of the federal government where Democrats and Republicans come together and say, yes, research is really fundamental to advancing people's health. Well, the thing is if we keep doing the same things we did, and we have that flat line with no improvement in life expectancy for the American people, that bipartisan support will collapse in a bipartisan way. And so the old guard who was like used to getting research money for research projects that are just tiny advances beyond what was already known because it was safe. I asked them to think about that graph. Think about what our mission actually is. If we're going to have an NIH where there is bipartisan support in the future, we have to solve that problem. And the litmus test for MAHA over the next 5-10 years is, will we have vast improvements in life expectancy? Will we actually address the chronic disease crisis? That's how you're going to tell success. And I'd say, like, if we keep doing the same thing, we'll get the same result.
If I could add to that, Calley, I think also the concept of wanting to make America healthy again should fundamentally be a universally accepted desire. And I have friends across the political spectrum and family members, and everyone agrees that Americans are suffering. We have, the highest burden of chronic disease of pretty much any developed nation. And everyone understands that this is a problem that we have to tackle together, and that the NIH has a responsibility to be funding biomedical research that is not only transformative, but it's also empowering patients and empowering individuals to take a preventative and participatory and personalized approach to their own health care. And so we have a number of initiatives where we're doing things like decentralized clinical trials, where we have primary care providers bringing new standards of care and medical research and interventions into rural states, into care providers that are embedded in rural communities where the chronic disease burden is actually the highest. So I think that it should really be a universal desire and shouldn't be such a polarizing idea.
I think it's such a core point, and I'll just add one thing from my experience. I think it is so inspiring, this room today. I think this is the greatest gathering in history of people from across the spectrum, of people that are maybe disagreeing and at war with each other publicly on certain issues. But the fact that we have folks from industry, MAHA advocates, academics from across the spectrum. This is, to me, the promise of MAHA, and it's very notable to me when behind closed doors, when there's so much conspiratorial thinking. It's Jay, it's Marty, it's Dr.Oz, it's Secretary Kennedy, it's President Trump, asking how can we reverse chronic disease. Everyone agrees with that North Star goal. It's going to be messy, but if you guys can be successful, it's incrementally changing that culture where, not through anyone's fault, just because of the inertia, people aren't asking those big questions. And I think we all want to get to that 10 years, and I think it's why working together to really change that culture, nudge that culture in different directions is so important. Jay, I'll kick one to you, a tough one.
I only get tough ones.
This is fun. So 60 Minutes this weekend had a breathless piece with Harvard professors saying how you are really putting cancer research at risk. It was very notable. One professor said she is sitting on the cure for breast cancer. If only she got $1 million more. She's been researching since 1975. I alerted the Inspector General. We should investigate. If Harvard's sitting on the cure for cancer, trying to extort the government for $1 million more, it's very concerning. But what do you say to those criticisms about reprioritizing grant priorities, that you're upsetting the apple cart by having new priorities and putting lives at risk?
Well, first, we're not putting lives at risk. What we're doing is we're investing in research that has the promise of making transformative change, right? And what puts lives at risk is doing research that is incremental, that doesn't, all it does is it advances the careers of the researchers that do it, but doesn't, results in publications that don't get used, that are not replicable, don't get used to turn into advice for patients, into products and things that actually advance health. That's what puts lives at risk. Investing in research that actually can transform things, it's going to be disruptive. And so, I tend, it's so easy when you're in front of the camera to say silly things. So I do have some sympathy for that Harvard researcher in front of the 60 Minutes. But I think I think the thing is, if we do this, you're going to see researchers who are used to getting a lot of money complaining on places like 60 Minutes. You should expect that. That is a sign that what we're doing is transforming the portfolio in a way that is fundamentally different than what we did before. We are absolutely still devoted to making advances in cancer treatment, cancer prevention, cancer cures. Right? We're absolutely still devoted to that. We have a fantastic new NCI director, Dr. Tony Latai, who actually came from Harvard, who has a great vision for how to use the NCI's considerable resources to advance the way we manage and prevent and treat cancer. Right? Again, the key thing is, what will things look like in the future? Right? We have seen a huge increase in cancer prevalence and cancer incidence over the last 2 decades. Cancer mortality has come down, but cancer prevalence has gone up. Well, why is that? Why has cancer prevalence gone up? Well, what can we do to fix that? Those are the kind of questions we need to answer. And yeah, there's going to be some disruption in the existing portfolio for researchers who've been funded for decades. And if she has the cure for cancer, I'd love to hear it. It'd be fantastic. It'd be good news for everyone.
Jay and Nicole, as I said, we have I think, historic gathering of cross-section across industry and advocates here, working on the messaging, and what I'd interpret a very resonant theme that came through during the campaign is this idea of the revolving door, of this idea that a large amount of NIH research goes to incremental pharmaceutical R&D, that we have these sick care incentives, that royalties, millions of royalties were made during COVID from pharmaceutical companies and NIH researchers. This idea of the connection with pharma. What's your message to folks from the pharmaceutical industry? What's the vision of how this MAHA message, which is really getting back to a root cause, non-pharmaceutical treatments, with this potential innovation that we're going to see in the next 10 years, how do you think about that high level and the role of pharma when it comes to research?
Well, I think that pharma has its role, the NIH has its role, and the key thing is, the things that pharma works on are downstream from the fundamental biological ideas that prevail at the time, right? And the NIH's job is to transform those fundamental biological ideas and then help those ideas come into practice, right? So pharma, in that sense, is a partner. I've had criticisms of pharma on the outside for many, many years, specifically about the very, very high prices of drugs that they charge Americans. But as far as like the ecosystem goes, a healthy scientific, biological health ecosystem has transformative ideas coming out of the NIH, a rigorous evaluation process by the FDA, and then public health encouraging people to do healthy things so they don't even need the pharma products to begin with. But so I think that's what a healthy ecosystem looks like. That's what MAHA to me is all about. The NIH's part is to transform how we think about biology in ways that translate over to better health, and pharma will be partners in that.
I would add to that there's a real opportunity here for pharmaceutical companies to diversify their offerings and their portfolios, to not be so focused on the distal end of treating disease in a symptomatic fashion, but actually to promoting health span and to promoting disease prevention and to developing products that decrease your biological age, that improve your quality of life, rather than being so singularly disease focused. And I think many of the more innovative companies in that space have really started to expand their portfolios in that way.
I think it's so key that the NIH, and it all starts with the NIH incentivizing that research. The most elucidating conversation I've had with a top pharma executive is they fully agreed that we have a sick care system, and they're highly incentivized to create marginal management techniques that profit from people being sick and kids being sick. They agreed with that. And they talked about the promise of the NIH really laying a mantle down for therapeutics that promote longevity, reverse disease, and prevent disease. And that is a 10-year bridge I think we all can agree on, a world where pharma makes money when longevity is increased, when disease is reversed, which is not the case right now, where hospitals make money when beds are empty, not full, which is not the case right now, where insurance companies make money when people spend less on healthcare, not more, which is not the case right now. And I think it all starts with the NIH. Nicole, I'll ask you, for the MAHA advocates in the audience, what are some successes and things that they should be proud about, happy about, that's happened because of this movement, this voter mandate from President Trump? What are some successes you can point to, or cultural changes that you're seeing?
Well, we're seeing, a real shift in an emphasis on innovation, on breakthrough ideas, on more moonshot thinking. Under Jay's leadership, we're transforming the process of scientific review to keep and actually elevate the rigorous standard, but to also, I think, increase the diversity of the types of reviewers that are going to be looking at where NIH funding goes. So historically, reviewers have been a bit of an echo chamber, right? So, it used to be that to review for an R01, you had to be a recipient of an R01, or you had to be an academic with existing NIH funding. And when you think about the fact that over 70% of PhDs don't even end up in academia, they go into industry, we're losing a massive segment of intellect in helping us to understand where are the most transformative and high risk but high reward areas of potential where we should be putting our resources. And so we're evolving the whole system of scientific review to sort of empower those more brave and bold new ideas. Some specific successes that I'll be selfish and I'll highlight one that's just come out of the division that I have the privilege of leading. It's the Division for Program Coordination, Planning, and Strategic Initiatives, also known as DPCIPC, also known as the Upstate Borough of New York.
By the way, I can never remember the title. It's just that's hopeless.
So we just launched, right before the unfortunate shutdown, we launched a standardized organoid modeling center, which is the first of its kind in the nation. And so it's a resource to the entire scientific community where we're going to be taking organoid models, which are like little baby tissues. So you can take cells from a patient, you can take skin cells and kind of reverse differentiate them and then grow a liver tissue or a lung tissue or a little mini brain or a heart tissue, and then use those to test not only personalized medical interventions, but also sort of preventative approaches or screen for the effects of things like environmental chemicals on health and disease trajectories. And so we're setting up this resource for the entire scientific community to have access to optimized, standardized versions of these models. And Jay mentioned Tony Latai, who we're super fortunate to have as the director of the NCI. He actually founded the Society for Functional Precision Medicine. So he's been using this type of an approach to do precision oncology for years. And so the cure for breast cancer, going back to your previous question, is kind of a misnomer because everyone's cancer is slightly different. Everyone's experience is slightly different. So if we can get towards a future where we can actually take samples of a patient's tumor or samples of a patient's own cells and start to screen large libraries of medical interventions and therapeutics and do it at speed and at scale so that we can actually intervene on a personalized way, we can save lives and improve health span dramatically.
Calley, can I jump in with a couple of things? In addition to this is a fantastic opportunity, but there's a couple of things I want to highlight that I've been really happy to be involved with. One is we launched a major initiative to identify the reason why we have seen this sharp rise in autism rates in this country. Up to 1 in 31 kids now are diagnosed with autism, and as a scientist, I want to know the answer why. I don't know it. There's been some, to me, there's been like just some concrete things we can talk about, but the broad thing is a lot of the scientific community has been reluctant to get involved with this question because they view it as like, what if they find an answer that's politically incorrect? Getting the scientific community to engage honestly with this question in a way that actually doesn't just say, oh, it's just genetics or something, which is really what the focus has been. Instead, it's like treating it like the major chronic disease problem it is a huge advance. It essentially is, in a sense, transformative. All the fights we've had over autism have been because people are afraid to engage with the question in an honest scientific way. And we've made big progress with that, with this Autism Data Science Initiative. And then the other one is President Trump signed this executive order essentially asking us to double down on our investments in research on childhood cancers. It's a huge, huge advance, and it's going to enable a whole range of ideas for preventing and treating childhood cancers in a personalized way that I think wouldn't have been possible without this kind of
And I will just note that the Autism Data Science Initiative so the NIH director gets $50 million in essentially discretionary funds, and Jay put every last penny of it towards funding the Autism Data Science Initiative. So.
Jay, we're off the record. They didn't let the press in. I think obviously you, before coming into NIH, have been a warrior, really calling out the institution and our academic authorities. You came in right as Dr. Fauci was leaving, a person who's been there for 40 years. I think it's safe to say him and his acolytes have run that institution for those many decades. You're kind of the first fresh blood to come in most of our lifetimes. What has been, can you just take us in, what has been most challenging? What's your message to, folks who want to see rapid change? What are you up against? What has been the difficulty in driving this change?
I mean, the biggest challenge is just the size and the inertia of the institution, right? So it's $50 billion. I mean, that is an incredible amount of money. It's by far the largest public investment in biomedical sciences in the whole world. Like, this is why we're the envy of the world in public biomedicine. And yet what you have is decades of not translating that to improved health for Americans. During the pandemic, you saw essentially the face of the pandemic was Tony Fauci. And so a lot of people in the country link the NIH with Tony Fauci's leadership of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease. That's a challenge because people lost trust with scientists. And so to me, that's been the most challenging thing, is to convey the message, first, that science is still worth investing in. It's worth doing these things because it's how we get out of the trap we've been in. But at the same time, to acknowledge that we have not done a good job in the past. That the science we've funded have not translated over to improved health for Americans in the way that we wanted to. And so, going between those two things, science is important and important to invest in, but that we fail, in many ways we did not succeed in the past, but we have reforms in place that will succeed in the future. That's been the challenging message for me.
We got 30 more seconds left, Jay. Again, we have this historic grouping of people. I think a theme today is how we can work together, come together for that 10-year bridge of reversing chronic disease. Any final words or final thoughts for the group here today?
First, thank you. I mean, this MAHA movement is an absolutely incredible thing to me. I've waited my entire life to see this movement come, and to have the opportunity to work with Secretary Kennedy, with President Trump, and with the amazing people that Bobby has put around him has been just an honor of my lifetime. Keep up the pressure for us and judge us by our success in transforming the graph you saw earlier, by actually addressing the chronic disease crisis. Your advocacy means, and your advocacy and your support means the world to me.
Jay and Nicole, I know from your leadership, we are going to see those graphs improve. We are going to see rates of obesity, of autism, of cancer, of diabetes come down for the first time in decades. I know it's going to happen because you guys are putting such good energy and I think changing the culture of health. Thank you so much for the time today.
Now, a conversation on accelerating biotechnology and investment in innovation. Please welcome Alexis Borisy, co-founder and chairman, Curie.bio, Sam Kulkarni, CEO CRISPR Therapeutics, George Yankopoulos, co-founder and chief scientific officer Regeneron, and moderator Amol Punjabi, former special government employee at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, biotechnology investor and executive.
Thank you. On June 20th, Secretary Kennedy tweeted, "The mission to make America healthy again includes MAHA, Make American Biotech Accelerate." Today, I'm lucky to host three of the foremost leaders of the American biotechnology industry on this panel, and each have been involved in the development of a transformative medicine seated in American science. I want to start with each of you introducing yourselves and telling that story and what it says about the engine of innovation in the United States. Alexis, please tell us the story of how a fungal microbe turned into one of the most promising therapies for pancreatic cancer at Revolution Medicines.
So the story of Revolution Medicines and daraxonrasib, which we were honored to receive the Commissioner's National Priority Voucher for as a breakthrough therapy for pancreatic cancer. And we all want to live long, healthy lifespans. Unfortunately, for reasons we don't know, some of us get a horrible disease like pancreatic cancer. The story of the discovery of daraxonrasib starts with a brilliant genius professor, Dr. Greg Verdine, and an observation that there were a couple medicines for transplant disease that had come from nature, one from a fungus, one from a microbe, that work differently than all other drugs at that point had worked. And Dr. Verdine thought, if nature has done this a couple times, are we paying enough attention to what nature is teaching us? And as our technology improved with DNA sequencing, such that we could read the genomes across microbes, fungi, bacteria, his idea was that we would find that this wasn't just a couple examples from nature, but it was a general mechanism that nature used that we didn't fully understand at that point. And as a great example of American ingenuity, both from that innovation, from the venture capital, this was backed by Third Rock Ventures, an assemblage of people and talent. I remember when we were sitting around with Dr. Verdine and a former director of the NIH, Dr. Elias Zerhouni, and a former director of the National Cancer Institute, Dr. Rick Klausner. And once we had sequenced hundreds of thousands of these microbes and had found hundreds of this new type of drug modality that we hadn't seen before, we said, could this be turned? Could we engineer from what nature had taught us to drug RAS, which at that point had been considered one of the great undruggable targets and is the driver behind pancreatic cancer? And that was a start of a journey, and I want to give the credit to the Revolution Medicines team, which is now 1,000 people strong, that did the tireless effort of medicinal chemistry work to take that inspiration from nature and turn it into the potential breakthrough therapy drug candidate that it is today, and also the several, multiple billions of dollars of capital, at-risk capital that has gone in to make that transformation happen.
Thank you, Alexis. Sam, tell us about how your company, CRISPR Therapeutics, translated CRISPR gene editing technology from a US lab into the first cure for sickle cell disease.
Yeah, happy to be here, and I feel privileged to lead this charge with CRISPR Therapeutics and the CRISPR technology, which, speaking of microbes, actually came from bacteria. And this is a truly incredible story of researchers in different parts of America. There were researchers in the University of California, researchers abroad in Europe, who discovered that bacteria have an immune system, and they use that immune system, a pair of molecular scissors, to cut and inactivate viruses. And that was harnessed to say, can we use these same molecular scissors to change our genome? And the first application of this was, the best application for this was sickle cell disease. This is a disease we've known about for over 50 years. It's one base pair change in your 3 billion letters, and it's a terrible disease. People who suffer from sickle cell disease are reliant on opioids, they have constant pain, they live a terrible life. And here we have a chance to take these pair of molecular scissors and fix that one aberration in your genome. It turned out while we were looking to do that, there were researchers at Boston Children's who said, what if we upregulate an alternative form of hemoglobin called fetal hemoglobin? And they found that through various studies over the years. And so we were able to harness that innovation out of American academia to then say, together with our partners Vertex, how can we apply a stem cell therapy where we edit the cells from the patient and put it back in the patient to potentially cure them. And the results are just dramatic. And all these patients who had various hospitalizations, vaso-occlusive crisis before they came on therapy are all free of that and live a normal life. In fact, the first patient treated, Victoria Gray, said she never left the little area around Memphis where she grew up. She's now going to London. She can live a normal life, hold a job. And it's really changed the lives of all these patients. And I do also want to just acknowledge the role of the administration, the NIH, but also we've got the Commissioner's National Priority Voucher to take this therapy even earlier in age for people, for these children who suffer from this disease and can never have a normal life. And all this is a spectacular story. And that's just the start. I think this can be applied for common diseases as well, such as cardiovascular diseases. And there's much more to come that can be transformative.
Thank you. George, you've been involved in inventing more new transformative medicines than perhaps anyone in history. In the past decade, Eylea and Dupixent alone, and more recently, transformative gene therapies for children born with deafness or Stoneman syndrome. Tell us about what makes the Regeneron engine so repeatable and innovative in the US, and what you expect to see coming out of the administration continuing that going forward.
Yeah, I think it's worth stepping back for a second. I think we all believe in early intervention and in prevention, and that would be the best way to hopefully stop the onslaught of disease. But as Alexis said, in many cases, no matter what you do, you're going to have disease. I went into science more than 50 years ago because my beloved grandmother, who was my caretaker, I was an immigrant, growing up in New York City, she was taking care of me, and she developed Alzheimer's disease. And 13-year-old George says, I'm going to cure my grandmother. That's why I went into this. I didn't realize at the time how hard it is to cure any disease or to effectively treat any disease. And everybody has to understand it. You have two great examples of companies that have actually done it. But less than 1 in 100 companies ever invents one new medicine, let alone a new medicine that can treat millions of people suffering from important diseases. And as you said, in this case, Regeneron is a real outlier. I mean, rarely each year the FDA doesn't approve one important drug to cure one major disease. I mean, did you hear about the latest cure for Parkinson's or Alzheimer's and so forth? No, because these diseases are still so hard to cure. But as you said, we've delivered it over and over and over again. Eylea, leading drug to prevent blindness and reverse blindness in America, has treated millions. Dupixent, leading drug to cure multiple allergic diseases from asthma to atopic dermatitis, treated millions, and so forth. We developed the first monoclonal antibody treatment, not vaccine, treatment for COVID, which saved President Trump's life. Where do these come from? It comes from this commitment that we have to fundamental internal innovation. And we were lauded for our beginnings over 30 years ago, 35 years ago, for being at the bleeding edge of biotechnology. And what I'm proudest of is, more than 35 years later, we're still considered the leading company in terms of moving the leading edge of biotechnology. So we were there to invent a new class of drugs called soluble receptors that led to Eylea. We had the first idea to use, believe it or not, mice as a factory to produce human antibody cures that delivered Dupixent, as well as the cure for President Trump. We invented what are known a new class of bispecific antibodies that are looking like the most promising treatments for cancer. And as you just said, we've recently been recognized for our ability to really move things forward in the field of gene therapy. And as was just announced by the commissioner's office, we got a national priority voucher for this incredible new treatment. Children who are born genetically deaf, they can't hear anything. We now have a gene therapy cure that can restore hearing in most of these children, some of them to actually normal levels, really changing these kids' lives and their trajectory. So it's really this commitment to the earliest stages of innovation and staying on it to result in a really rare story. Not one company that comes up with one drug, but one company that can repeatedly, over and over and over again, deliver some of the most important medicines in medical history.
I want to talk about what you're seeing out of this administration to accelerate these large effect size cures for patients. Sam, starting with you, you're lucky to see the CRISPR gene editing space benefit from CMMI, ARPA-H, FDA, all in collaboration, a rare feat. Talk to us a little bit about what you're seeing in CRISPR gene editing and what more is to come.
Yeah, I think I'll talk about the CRISPR example, but just broadly for biotech, I think the two things that I'm seeing is one, is how do you become more flexible and speed up and streamline innovation in the early going, because it's hard to get these therapies all the way to sort of commercial quality right away. And the second is, how do we ensure adoption for these therapies that can be transformative for patients? And the example, and it takes a village, CMS, FDA, ARPA-H, and other organizations, because in the case of our sickle cell therapy, when it was launched, originally, all the states had a lot of trouble trying to administer it on your own, with Medicaid and all that. And the second problem was you want to give this therapy earlier and earlier and do fertility preservation for the patients that actually get this therapy. And it was like this, issue that was not easy to solve until, I think in this administration, the CMMI pilot that really came into effect that allowed all the states to collaborate and actually together have an easier way to just get this to patients. And the second thing is also, there's now a way to at least ensure that there's some fertility preservation for young girls and young boys or adult men who want to take this therapy. So that's an example of something that's on the delivery side of a therapy that's approved. And the second is, how do you get this medicine for all these rare diseases? You have a powerful technology platform, and how do you get it there? And it's not, most of you have maybe heard of the story of baby KJ. This one baby was born with a mutation in a CPS1 gene, and it was too rare for any company to develop it. But there was a pathway where, the FDA and others collaborated to say, at CHOP in Philadelphia, how do you create a bespoke therapy for this patient? And I'm on the board of Boston Children's, and we're contemplating how do you do that for many other rare diseases as well. But that's on the academic side, but then there's other rare diseases, not as ultra rare, but a little bit bigger. What's a way to speed up and have a separate track that's faster to get them into the clinic, show proof of concept, and actually get it to the patients that can benefit? Because these patients can't wait. That patient, baby KJ, was building up ammonia in their bodies that damaged the brain every day that went by. So if you didn't get the therapy, that baby's going to die. And similarly, for a lot of these medicines that are targeting pretty deadly diseases, you don't actually have it's hard to make a small molecule pill or an antibody that quickly. But gene editing, you could probably bring that into play very quickly. So there's that streamlining on the regulatory side. I'm looking forward to more on that, but that's really helpful. And then finally, the ARPA-H Thrive program that allows them to say, how do we fund it for these academic institutions or companies that want to do it for these rare populations? All that, if it can work together, that's an incredible solution to accelerate much needed medicines for these populations.
Alexis, you've been a vocal discussant of the rise of the Chinese biotech ecosystem and how we need to accelerate clinical development in the US to maintain our competitiveness. Talk to us a little bit about that and what you're seeing out of the FDA happening there.
Yeah, we've just heard a bunch of great stories here that are examples of genius ideas coupled with American entrepreneurialism and the risk capital that goes at it. And George made the point, which is really important, that most of these things, when you're going at a brilliant new idea, fail. Which is why when they succeed, they need to be rewarded. The US dominated this field. Like, we had 80%, 85% market share of these new ideas and this translation going forward. China has risen in this area, and it has been remarkable, and they've been running the playbook on it. And so today, our market share in the last 5 years has dropped probably below 40%. And you could say this is wonderful. It's all good new ideas in the world, and new ideas are good in the world. But if you look at that early part where those ideas are first moved into testing in people, where you learn, is something amazing or not? That's where you now know if you have something that can transform lives for patients. Actually, now more than 60% of that is happening in China, and the US share is dropping. You can imagine, like, it sounds an awful lot like what's happened recently in rare earths, or we could take other examples. Our capability to do those early translational studies, to take the discoveries, move them into people, and understand what they are, it's very important that we maintain that capability, because it's something that we led the world in. If we lose that capability, once it's gone, we will miss it. And it's not the type of thing that can be reconstructed immediately. So I think the message there is to say that we can't be resting on our laurels, and we need to be asking the question, how do we keep accelerating, American biotech, and what are some of the things so that we can move these ideas and insights as efficiently and rapidly to proving that they work in people, and then getting them to the people that need them.
George, I'd love to hear your response to that and balance that with the importance of trust in the healthcare system and the biopharma model. And that's come under strain since the pandemic. People see incrementalism out of pharma, they see prices rise, and they don't see the alignment between the industry and patient unmet need. And what can the industry do together with policymakers to ensure we're accelerating the best therapies for patients, but being transparent and trusted by patients in the end?
Well, I'd like to pivot to something a little different, which is, what can we really do to increase our advantages in this global competition to fix the healthcare problem, but more so what we can do to speed up coming up with both early intervention, prevention approaches, but also cures. As I said, it's the hardest thing in the world. There's no other industry that 99% of companies fail. You got to understand how hard it is. We need better approaches. And we've already heard in this conference, a lot about AI and the promise of AI. And I'm a believer in AI. But the deep, dark, dirty secret about AI that nobody tells you are two really deep, dark secrets. One is, I don't know if you guys realize, AI cannot come up with a new idea. That's entirely dependent still on human genius. And there's no evidence that AI will ever be able to do that, despite what Sam Altman says. Think about it. AI could not have, before the wheel was invented, AI could not have come up with the wheel. Just think about that. Point number two, AI is only as good as the data it is trained on. There's a lot of things that can be done currently with AI and the data that it's trained on in the healthcare industry. But where AI works best, for example, to figure out how to addict you to your phones and your digital devices, they have a lot more data there, because that comes naturally from your using Googles and Facebook and all that. It's learning from all that data. In healthcare, we don't actually have that kind of data. And most of the data that we have are bad medical records. If you talk to real scientists, the data that they want is they want the DNA sequence of every human. They want what's known as the proteomics of every human. If you could incorporate that and put that together with the healthcare record, that could empower AI, and that could revolutionize advances in the healthcare field. But without that, I'm sorry, AI is not all that it's cracked up to be. You need that data. I went to the Obama administration 10 to 15 years ago, and I said, there's nothing more important than building exactly this kind of national database, where we try to get every American in it, the health records, the DNA, the proteomics. That would revolutionize science, biotechnology. It would empower the NIH, it would empower biotech industry, and it would deliver prevention and cures. The Obama administration said, great idea, but what do we need you for? Okay, and they went out and they tried to do it themselves. And you know what they did? They spent billions of dollars, and it led to almost nothing. What did we do? We went to the UK, the United Kingdom, and we partnered with them to build what is now the most widely utilized such database on the planet, which is called the UK Biobank. And I am personally embarrassed that the United States missed that opportunity. What I'm excited about in terms of the current administration is we're now talking to them about what I think we should have done 10 to 15 years ago, but there's still time because nobody else has built it on the scale that we really needed to. We need a public-private partnership to get together, to bring all the people who have the necessary capabilities together to create this database so that new technologies like AI, which are really not so powerful in the healthcare field, can actually be empowered to change the trajectory, to change the slope of healthcare interventions, healthcare discoveries, and the future of healthcare management. We have to understand that right now, healthcare is 20% of the GDP. Why? Because we're so bad at it. If we had this database, we could today, using AI approaches, manage healthcare much better without the use so much of dedicated expert healthcare providers. We could, in fact, be using AI to do a lot of the work. But moreover, we could be using this database to come up with all the great interventions and inventions of the future. That's what I'm excited about. I think the administration is very interested in something like this. We've been talking to people at HHS and at the NIH and the FDA, and I think that if we could really get together and build something like this, this could change the trajectory, it could change the future, and could keep the United States in its leading position.
With our last few minutes, I want to touch on that topic of trust in the biopharma model and how we can restore it. And Alexis, you've been a vocal supporter of this, talking about pricing since the days of founding a company called EQRx and market-based mechanisms to reduce drug prices for American patients. Talk about what you're seeing out of the administration on this front and what the industry can do better to be responsible on pricing.
Well, I think something that the administration has done that's tremendous on this is highlighting that a huge part of the drug pricing issue is a trade issue, where there's been this imbalance between what other developed economies, including our friends and allies in Europe, were paying for drugs and what we were paying for drugs. And as we've been saying here, creating a new medicine is really hard. And it literally costs billions of dollars. And people say, oh, that's funny money, that's made up. I will tell you as an investor, when I'm literally in multiple billions of dollars of investment to something that may or may not work, right? There's no in between. It either works or it's a zero. That is a scary proposition. And one of the beautiful things in our capitalistic system is the reward for that when it happens. But Americans deserve to be treated fairly on it, right? Which is, why should they be paying 10 times more than what Europeans are paying for that? And so the work that the administration has done in highlighting this as an issue and driving that to a more fair place, I think is tremendously important. We also have to recognize there's things in our own system we can fix better. At EQRx, one of the things we faced, when you have a drug that's infused by physicians, the reason why the prices don't drop is because the docs make money as a percentage of the price of the drug. So if you have a drug that's equally as good, but you charge half the price, the docs make less money. There's things we could do to fix in our system some of those incentives.
Alexis, Sam, George, thank you.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage, Alex Hardy, CEO, MAHA Holdings.
Hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome. I am Alex Hardy, the CEO of MAHA Holdings, and we are so thrilled to have each of you here at the inaugural MAHA Summit. Finn Kennedy and I have been on nonstop calls for the past 2 months, working very hard to make today happen. So thank you so much to Finn and all of our incredible staff who have worked day and night to pull this event off. It is now my great honor to introduce the inspiration to this movement, the man deeply committed to making America healthy again, Secretary Robert F. Kennedy, Jr.
Thank you.
Please welcome the 50th Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Thank you. Said. Thank you all.
Welcome, Mr. Vice President. And I want to thank everybody here for taking this day to convene such extraordinary group of people, a really unprecedented caliber of people who are in this room today. And one of the great things about working for President Trump is that we've been able to recruit people like Chris Klomp and Marty Makary and Jay Bhattacharya and Odyssey and people at every level of the agency, many of them who are stepping away from billion-dollar companies to come and work for us, not because they're looking for position or power or security, because they see this as a generational opportunity to change our country and put us on a better course. And a critical part of us achieving that goal is the partnership with private industry, with the entrepreneurs, the innovators who are trying to do the same thing. And you come out of that tradition. You really have an extraordinary life. But how do you see that in other parts of the government, this partnership that we've been able to make with private industry?
Yeah, well, first, Bobby, thanks. It's good to see you, and great to be with everybody. It's an amazing, I think, not just an event, but really a movement that you put together, and it's been a critical part of our success in Washington. So thank you for having me here for just a little bit. When Bobby invited me to speak, I, of course, said that I was honored to come and happy to do it, but only if we did an interview as opposed to a speech. Because with a speech, you have to think about what you're going to say, where, an interview, I just have to answer your questions. I don't have to think at all to do an interview. That's great. So one of just to answer that question, so obviously if you go back to like the MFN stuff, meaning most favored nation drug pricing, that really has happened because the president and Bobby and a number of members of the team have been actually working with private industry to lower the cost of prescription drugs for American citizens. Now, it would be great if we could get congressional Democrats to actually do something meaningful with us. Because you would think, you think of Democrats, they like to say that they're for the working people against the big pharma companies. So you would think that legislatively they would want to work with us, but it's actually been hard to get them to work with us. So we've had to sort of go outside of the system and work with private industry to do some of this stuff. And I think you guys have done an incredible job with that. But if you look at a lot of our most important health initiatives, they have come through partnership with private industry in some form or another. And I also think that there's a mindset shift where you mentioned some of the people like Marty, like Jay, who have been such a critical part of what you've been doing. The thing that I love about the team that Bobby has put together is, yes, a lot of them have a sort of private sector mindset. They just want to get things done. They don't care about the bureaucracy or sort of, they don't care about all the people saying no in government, because as Bobby and I have learned, there are a lot of people saying, no, you're not allowed to do that, or no, you shouldn't do that. And we just have to punch through that in order to achieve results for the American people. But I also just love that Bobby has put together a team of people who are not terrified to think about things in new and interesting ways. And if you think about what has been so broken about the public health bureaucracy in this country for years, for decades, generations even, it's that people think in incredibly conventional ways. And if you bring them a non-conventional idea, their automatic assumption is, no, we're not allowed to talk about that, much less fund something related to that. And I think it's maybe the most important thing of all the specific initiatives that you guys have worked on effectively. The most important thing is that your team is willing to ask questions that people in government haven't been asking in a long time. And if you think about how unhealthy the American population has gotten over the past 20 or 30 years, you're not going to fix that problem unless you have people at the table who are asking different questions than the ones that were asked 20 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the... Thank you. One of the interesting things about working with this president is that, we're coming into these bureaucracies that have constructed these orthodoxies, and it's just a series of very narrow Overton windows.
Absolutely.
You're not allowed to bring the conversation
Yes.
out of that, or you get destroyed.
That's right.
And now we're working for a president who just takes a bulldozer to Overton windows and does, it like shocks us every day, and then we go, okay, well.
That's exactly right. That is a good summary of Donald J. Trump, is that he takes a bulldozer to Overton windows every single day. But it had to happen. It just had to happen. And if you look at so many of the things that are happening on the public health side, I mean, one of the criticisms that Bobby will always get, and I always think it's such bullshit, excuse my language, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say that. It's probably covering, I apologize to everybody who's watching live on Fox News. But hopefully they were able to bleep that out. But anyway, is sometimes there's this attack where people say, well, this or that conclusion is not supported by the science, or this or that conclusion is a conspiracy theory. And science, as practiced in its best form, is that if you disagree with it, then you ought to criticize it, and you ought to argue it against it, but you can't shut down the debate. And that really is, if you look at all of the big public health debates that we've had in this country over the last 20 or 30 years, it doesn't bother me that they disagreed with something that I believed, or disagreed with something you believed, or any of you. It's that they tried to silence the people who were saying things that were outside the Overton window. And as we found out the hard way over the last few years, it was very often the people who were outside the Overton window who were actually right, and all the experts were wrong.
Yeah. I had a conversation with Marty Makary the other day, and he reminded me that over the Royal Society, the building, the portal for the Royal Society in London, which is the oldest scientific society in the world and the most prestigious.
Of course.
It says, question everything.
Yes.
And that is, that's what science is. It's recognizing that convention is often wrong, and that the people who make advances on science, almost 100% of the times, are people who are willing to challenge orthodoxies and advance heterodoxies and talk about new ways of thinking. And that, these very ossified bureaucracies that now make up the so-called medical establishment are fortified against that kind of change.
That's absolutely right. And I mean, to put a slightly different spin on it, a lot of the times the people who are discovering things interesting and new are a little weird, right? I mean, American society for a very long time had a willingness to accept unconventional, slightly odd people inside some of these industries, inside some of these bureaucracies. I mean, I've been reading a lot in the past couple of weeks about von Neumann, the Hungarian scientist who came to the United States and was very important in the Manhattan Project. And what I keep on finding myself thinking, I mean, this is a brilliant guy. This is, one of the, I think it was Edward Teller or Oppenheimer or another, the Manhattan Institute people said about von Neumann that von Neumann was talking to his 3-year-old. And then he realized that he used the same skill von Neumann did when talking to a 3-year-old as he did with everybody else, because he was so far above everybody else in terms of brilliance. But then you read about this guy, and I think to myself, half of the shit that this guy said would have gotten him canceled, or would have gotten his career ruined, or would have had his life ruined. There is no way that this country is going to advance unless we're comfortable with people who are willing to challenge orthodoxy. And that's what I think got so broken, not just about the scientific bureaucracy, but probably it was worse in the scientific area than in most other places, is we've got to be comfortable challenging some of these old orthodoxies. And part of that is welcoming people who are a little unusual, because unless you do that, like, you're not going to solve America's problems with McKinsey consultants who say everything the right way all the time. No offense for the McKinsey consultants, because but many of whom are very brilliant people, but like you need the consultant mindset. You also need the person who is just thinking about an idea because it's interesting and it's fascinating and it's not being focused on enough in the right way.
You and I have talked a lot about Appalachia, and both of us come from families that are intertwined personally and politically in Appalachia. you're kind of a golden child of Appalachia. You came out, you went to Ohio State, right?
That's right.
Yale Law School, you know, a successful, uber successful business, a best-selling author, U.S. Senator, and now Vice President of the United States. But it's almost a kind of tragic reminder of the lost potential of almost everybody else in Appalachia, not only for poor health, it's got the worst health data of any region in the country, the highest cardiac disease, the highest obesity, the highest diabetes, the highest stroke rates, but also addiction, alcoholism, and suicide. It leads the nation for those things. And so I know it's something that you've spent a lot of time thinking about. How do we, you know, because if we can solve problems in Appalachia, we can solve them for the whole country.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And the public health stuff in particular is very bad. And if you look at where life expectancy has gotten the worst in the United States, Appalachia is sort of at the top of the list. And the way that I realized this, actually, so my dad died of cancer a few years ago. And it was one of these sort of super aggressive cancers, came on very unexpectedly, and then all of a sudden he was gone a few months later. But I was talking with my wife, with Usha, about this, and Usha, she was like, have you ever had like a really important male figure in your life survive to the age of 70? I'm looking, and it's like, okay, my grandfather died at 67 from a very preventable illness, but 67 from a very preventable, very treatable illness. I think all of my aunts or all of my uncles, and not a single one of them that I could think of made it to 69. Maybe one of them made it to 70 or 71. And it kind of hit me that if you grow up in Appalachia, you are used to losing the people that you love very, very early on. And you want to talk about like populism, and you want to talk about people being pissed off. Well, yeah, people are pissed off when they don't have good jobs. And people are pissed off when things disappear and move overseas. And people are pissed off when they feel like, other countries are being prioritized over the United States of America. And all of that is part of the populist resentment of the past, 20 or 30 years in American politics. You know what really pisses people off? When they realize that their loved ones are dying much sooner than everybody else. And that is a big part of the story of what's going on in Appalachia and why I think so many people in Appalachia feel left behind. I mean, my story, obviously, it's been, like you said, I'm like the golden boy. Things have just worked out for me in this really incredible way. I feel so lucky and so grateful for it. But I also feel a certain sense of guilt because there are a lot of people who grew up in families like mine who haven't had an easy life and who haven't had all this economic opportunity and who haven't had, a person that they've fallen in love with and they've been able to sort of build a stable, nice family like me and Usha have been able to build. And that gives me a sense of purpose because I want those people to have the same opportunities that I've had. But it also gives me a great sense of anger because we never should have gotten to the point that we are today. And the reason that we have is because of failed leadership, and it's failed leadership over generations. And by the way, you talk about Appalachia, you were talking about people who, though they don't have much, would take the shirt off their back and give it to a complete stranger because that's what you do. If you go back to America's biggest wars, World War I, World War II, Vietnam, which are the counties that filled their draft quotas with volunteers instead of with draftees? It's very often the parts in deep Appalachia where you've got grinding poverty, but you've also got this incredible love of country. So if any place in this country deserves not to be left behind, it's Appalachia. But on the public health stuff in particular, the numbers don't look good. And it's one of the reasons why I'm such a big supporter of what you're doing, because these are people who deserve to live better, healthier lives, but they really have been left behind by this country's leadership.
Talk a little bit about how MAHA has affected you personally. My grandchildren go to school with your children. And the MAHA, I think, has gotten a lot of people thinking about how they raise their kids, what they feed them, et cetera, how they go shopping. And then maybe to talk a little bit about the political impacts of MAHA.
Yeah, so there are so many different ways I could talk about this. I mean, one, I just met, Bobby's family backstage, or at least some of them, and I kept on shaking hands with various people, and I'm like, well, you're an Irish Catholic, so it makes sense that you've got, a dozen or so people backstage. But I love that. I love big families. But My wife, she's probably one of the original MAHA people, though I don't think that she would have ever used that phrase. Because I remember, our oldest son is 8 years old, and when babies typically eat solid food around 6 months of age, and I remember when he started eating solid foods, and I'm like, awesome, let's give him some cupcakes and ice cream. And my wife was like, no, let's give him carrots and applesauce here. So she was already thinking about health and nutrition in a way that was frankly kind of foreign to me, and that I think is very common among the MAHA crowd. You guys are asking the right questions. What are we putting into our bodies? Where was it sourced from? If we're eating animal-based protein, is it coming from a place where the animals are treated the right way? If we're putting medications into our body, are we actually confident that they're doing the thing that they're supposed to do, that they're safe and effective? I just think this whole thing is about asking very critical questions about what we're putting into our bodies, into the bodies of our kids. And it's really affected me in a very profound way, and how I think about my own nutrition, about particularly how I think about what my kids are taking. And, I'm like one of these crazy people. The one way in which I'm more instinctively MAHA is that if I have a back sprain, or I slept weird and I woke up with back pain, I don't want to take ibuprofen. I don't like taking medications. I don't like taking anything unless I absolutely have to. And I think that's another MAHA style attitude. It's not anti-medication, it's anti-useless medication. We should only be taking stuff, we should only be giving our kids stuff if it's actually necessary, safe, and effective. And I think that's an attitude that's really beneficial to the entire country, because we do have, you've talked about this as eloquently as anybody, we do really have an obesity epidemic in the United States of America. I think a big part of that is not asking where our food comes from. We really do have medications that I don't think, maybe they're not solving the chronic disease epidemic, maybe some of them are even causing the chronic disease epidemic. We got to be asking more critical questions about what we're putting into the bodies of our kids. And I don't think we were doing that until this movement came along.
The job of the vice president has been called the worst job in the country. And I think we're out
of time, ladies and gentlemen.
I think for some vice presidents that's been true. And I know that President Johnson, during my uncle's tenure, felt that he'd been sidelined, and I think Spiro Agnew and Gerald Ford felt the same way with Nixon. But then you had presidents you had Vice President like Dick Cheney, who seemed to be actually running the country, and then you had these, relationships with...
Not very well, it turns out.
We agree on that. But Al Gore and Bill Clinton and Mondale and Carter, who had close personal friendships, you have an amazing job because you have a president who clearly puts tremendous faith in you. He relies on you. He's given you an extraordinary retinue of responsibilities. Talk a little bit about how your relationship with the president has evolved.
Yeah, that's a great question.
And it's clear to all of us in the cabinet how much affection that he has for you and how much he relies on your wisdom.
Well, it's interesting. You're exactly right that the job of vice president is incredibly contingent on the president that you're serving under. And you could have a president who effectively just passes off big swaths of responsibility. You could have a president who delegates. You could have a president who has no trust in their vice president, Kamala Harris, and so it doesn't go very well for that particular vice president. But I think there are two ways that I try to think about my job with the President of the United States. Number one, he requires honest counsel. In other words, if I have an opinion on something, whether I agree or disagree with the administration position, it's really, really important that I talk to the president about it. He doesn't want yes men. And I think that's one of the reasons why you guys have a great relationship, is because you're always thinking about how can I actually give the president the best counsel. But then the second thing is, when the president makes a decision, your job is to execute. It's not to run to the papers and say, well, actually, I disagreed with this decision, or run to the Congress and badmouth the administration. It's to execute. And I think the reason why the president has trust in me is because, yes, I absolutely tell the president what I think about a given issue, but I also recognize I'm the vice president, he's the president, and when the president of the United States makes a decision, it's time to go and get it done. And I think in part because I get things done, right? I mean, sometimes Congress doesn't cooperate, sometimes the private sector doesn't cooperate. Like, I'm not saying any of us have a batting average of 100, but what I think all of us who have earned the president's trust do is that when the administration makes a decision, when he makes a decision, we actually go out and get it done. And that's why this job has been so empowering for me, is because the president trusts me. He knows I'm going to give him honest counsel. He knows that if he asks me to go get something done, I'm going to try my best to actually go and do it. And that's why we have a good partnership. I think that's why the administration has been so effective this time around, is because there are a lot of people with a very wide diversity of opinions, but we get out there and we try to do the best job for the American people and the President of the United States. And because of that, there's a lot of trust and there's a lot of affection in the cabinet. I mean, you've seen this, I've seen this, but when we're sitting in there and the cameras are off, and we're just talking about an issue, there is a deep level of affection and trust between all the senior members of the team. I don't know how it's possible to do this job without it, but I know it's why we've been so successful the past 10 months.
Now we've come to the lightning round.
Great.
Marine Corps workout or Pete and Bobby challenge?
That's tough, man. So it's I would say I would say Marine Corps workout, especially for me. The one thing, so I can do like 5 dead hang pull-ups. You know, I have longer arms. I'm a little fatter than I should be, and you know, especially like 10 years or so ago, I got a little out of shape, and so it's actually the Marine Corps like physical fitness test has been an incredible guidepost to me getting back in shape. And it's basically you run 3 miles, you do 100 crunches, or now instead of crunches they do it's this weird planking exercise that's a core exercise, and then there's pull-ups. But I felt like that's been a very good focus. The Pete and Bobby challenge is for people who are in as good a shape as Pete and Bobby, which is not yet me, but that's my goal. My goal is to get there.
Who is the funniest guy on the cabinet?
Well, obviously, the President of the United States.
Yeah.
I mean,
beside him.
So beside him, I mean, look, we all have different views on this. My personal vote for funniest person outside the president is probably Marco.
Yeah, Marco.
He has an incredible sense of humor. He's got great comedic timing.
Rival.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Well, you know, there are a couple others. Look, very good sense of humor among the cabinet. There's a lot of funny people. I think Marco is the funniest outside the president.
He says something that makes everybody laugh.
Correct.
At least once during the cabinet meeting.
That's right. Well, I mean, I don't know if you saw this video circulating on social media, but you know, the president met the president of Syria, al-Shara, in the Oval Office a couple of days ago, and you know, he asked him, he's like, "Well, how many wives do you have?" And it's just like, oh, what an amazing question. Amazing comedic timing. There are layers to it. There's like a meta humor to it. It's just, anyway, you know, but we got a lot of good humor in the cabinet.
One of the funniest moments in any cabinet meeting, President Trump had them bring in a full-size picture of himself with Putin. And when they were in Hawaii, and he's very tall, and Putin was very short, Putin came up to about here, and he said, you know what I said to him? He said, I've had it up to here with you. Okay.
I remember that.
There are 8 presidents from Ohio. How many can you name?
Oh.
This is unfair.
That is a totally unfair question. I regret coming to this event based on that question. Okay.
None of them, well, with one exception.
Okay, so obviously U.S. Grant.
Yeah.
I have a particular affinity for him. Both of us have beards. Rutherford B. Hayes.
Good.
Was Cleveland, Ohio, or is he somebody else?
I don't think Cleveland was.
Okay, the problem is a lot of the Ohio ones are frankly the range of presidents where nobody can name them.
Yeah, they all are.
So it's like most people can like go up to Jackson, and then they know there's sort of Lincoln and Grant, and then there's like, you know, a black hole of presidents. Those are the Ohio presidents. Please don't judge my home state because It was just, it was a different time in the country. So the answer is apparently 2.
Did you read Chernoff's biography of Grant?
I did, incredible. One of my best friends actually gave it to me 4 or 5 years ago. Incredible book.
It is.
And he was an incredible guy.
It makes you fall in love with Grant.
Absolutely. And people, you know, he was attacked after he died by a lot of his political opponents. A lot of what I learned in grade school and high school history about Ulysses S. Grant is actually fake. He was a great general. He was also a great president.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, guys.
And
Thanks, Bobby.
Thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Paul.
You work a 40-hour week for a living, just to send it on down the line. Hello, Pittsburgh, steel mill worker, let me thank you for your time. You work a 40-hour week for a living.
Up next, a discussion on emerging treatment models in mental health. Please welcome Christian Angermayer, founder and chairman at Ty Beckley, founder and chairman, Enhanced Games, and Matt Zorn, deputy general counsel for the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. I've been instructed to tell everyone to take their seats. Hope everyone didn't have too many carbs. So anyway, I'm really excited to be here with Christian Angermayer. We're here to talk about psychedelics, and you know, Christian is one of the first people, really a pioneer, to help psychedelics become medicines that can help heal folks with mental health conditions, which is a cause near and dear to my heart. And frankly, he's one of the most dynamic individuals I've ever met. So Christian, thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me. Great pleasure.
And just tell me about yourself.
Whoa, this is a broad question. But in this context, as you might hear, I have an accent. So I'm German-born, though living a little bit in New York. And I'm the founder of Atai Life Sciences. And we're on a mission to bring back various so-called psychedelics, actually bring them back, because they had been therapeutics in the last century, into the medical world. So we don't want to make them, it's not cannabis for anybody who hasn't sort of read about it. We don't want to make them consumer legal, but we're going through all the FDA processes, very classic, like any other medication is, but with the aim, and we're very close, to bring them back for treatment of various mental health issues like depression, anxiety, addiction, actually sort of dissolve addiction of other drugs, post-traumatic stress disorder, and so on.
Cool. Well, and I wanted to hit on something that you just said, which is you're kind of differentiating psychedelics from other drugs. And one of the things that I also think is really cool is you've never had a drink, you've never taken a recreational drug other than, you know, coffee, to the extent that, you know, that's recreational, but you have had psychedelics.
Yes.
And you're very public about that.
Yes.
And so what are psychedelics? Like, how are they different? Could you just explain, like, why, as far as your living, you treat them differently?
Well, I mean, the story was like, I really decided when I was very young to not touch any recreational drug for personal reasons. I have the luck, I would say, I realized early I was always very happy. I don't think I'm dumb, so I was like, okay, something is right up there, and I'm very happy about that, so let's not jinx it. And then I had actually a dinner which was kind of forced upon me by a friend, and which I don't like, because like if you never drink alcohol, actually you realize how prevalent alcohol is in our society, and people make jokes and they're trying to push you into it, which is insane, by the way, if you scientifically look at alcohol, which is scientifically one of the worst toxins to intake. So, but luckily in this case, friends were joking at a dinner and were like, oh, here is a very famous neuroscientist, this was 2013, and he can tell you that you could drink a glass of champagne with the birthday person and not die. I was like, I know that, I just don't want it, like, don't push me. But we got into a conversation, and at the end of the evening, I had learned that this very famous neuroscientist was one of the last person to really still do science and research on psychedelics, which I want to say again, because it's very sad. The image maybe some people might still had, they had been a medical therapeutic in the 50s and 60s. And then for only like political reasons, it was actually the time when the government back then wanted to blame the hippie generation, which sort of did them recreationally, but like it was still a medical drug, like much better than, for example, alcohol. Yeah, and then a whole sort of vilification started. So this guy was still doing research, told me all about it, but I was like, look, and he was like making the point, look, in a medical context, they have a very low to no risk, but they have the upside of curing depression, anxiety, addiction, which is a big problem in our society. We had yesterday, we had Veterans Day here in the US, which is one of the most affected populations of various mental health issues. But my answer was like, I don't have a mental health issue. I am happy. I don't want to be more happy. It's fine. Like, and luckily, this guy was very persistent because he wanted me to support his research. We're talking about 2013. And then 1 year later, I was with friends who were actually knowledgeable about it, which is really important because one of the reasons why we want to bring back these substances into the medical system is that I deeply believe they have to be taken with a healthcare professional together. So these are not recreational drugs. Yeah, these are not party things. Like, these are medications which even shouldn't be taken as a prescription drug, so not to be taken at home, but with a therapist. So that's what I had then 2014. It would be a long story why I did it, because I really didn't want to, but at a very short version, I'm personally, I am religious, so there was something which told me to do it. And it was hands down the single most important thing, positive thing I've ever done. And then I was like, I am in biotech, and maybe I forgot to say that. I started a biotech company when I was 20 with my 2 professors, all credit to them, but it's a $70 billion public company now. We invented what is called RNAi technology, which is a very big sector. Again, they invented it, I rode along. But so I understand science, and that was the point when I had sort of both the data, which was still there. I mean, you can go online, you see all the medical data of the 50s and 60s, plus my N of 1 personal experience. I was like, this has to come back into the medical world, and that's when the journey started.
And so you founded Atai shortly after all of that, but these compounds were very taboo in biotech, not just because of the baggage that psychedelics has, but also the regulatory landscape. Is there something that convinced you that you would be able to navigate that regulatory landscape to bring these into the medical system?
It was 2 things. The one is sort of the, I would say, passive conviction, how we call it. Like, I deeply believe in it, and I also think if you look at the world we're living in, and if you look at the stats, like, it's not like mental health issues are the #1 problem in terms of people affected, in terms of costs for the healthcare system. And it's also one of these issues where we all know people affected. We all know people with depression. We all know people who are addicted to various substances, meaning here in the US, the opioid epidemic is horrible. Like, so it's something I think this was my first thing, was like there was this sort of individual subjective thing, it has to be done. And at the very beginning, I didn't even know how. Like, I was like, okay, but like it cannot be that we have such a sort of bad epidemic in mental health and we have nothing. And we really, at the moment, if you look at SSRIs, whatever, they don't really work. Yeah, they have horrible side effects. So it cannot be that for the #1 problem in healthcare, we wouldn't have a sort of alternative or new treatment modalities. But secondly, I have to say, we had very early meetings with the FDA. We're talking now 2016 and 17, and they were always very supportive. Through all administrations, yeah, they were very clear, and I agree with them. They told us, we want this as a medical treatment under the supervision of doctors and healthcare providers. But if you go this route, we're very supportive, and they have been very supportive since we started, till like some weeks ago when we got breakthrough therapy designation for 1 more compound.
So I want to focus on that for a moment, because a big thing that we always talk about is safety, right? Which is there's a tremendous upside to these potentials. We're talking about the fact that these drugs, we're talking about the fact that they could sort of heal treatment-resistant cases, fewer side effects than SSRIs. But the setting and the infrastructure around the deployment of these medicines really matters. What would you like to see the government do to ensure that, if or when these medicines are approved, that there's it administered in a very safe, controlled way, so that we avoid what I think we all know are the potential adverse effects of these compounds?
To say, by the way, the good thing is in our clinical studies, and we finished phase 3 with psilocybin, we've finished phase 2B for 5-MeO-DMT, so we really know already a lot, both about the efficacy and side effects, and I can say the side effect profile is very gentle, very, very little, if done, again, within the medical system, with a healthcare provider together. So one important thing is, I would say 2 questions always to politics. The one is like, it's not political at all. So when my politics or politician friends asked me, can we help? I was like, no, because like, it's science. Now in this case, like, I want psychedelics to be treated like any other therapeutic, made something for cancer, something for Alzheimer, whatever. You have here in America, I can say that as a foreigner who works here and loves the country, is like the FDA, and I'm not saying that because maybe some FDA people are in the audience, I really believe it, I've said it since 10 years, it's the gold standard for how you approve medical drugs. Sometimes I'm, as a biotech entrepreneur, couldn't it be a little bit faster? So we could talk about some improvements, but like the quality the FDA is putting on any drug, not psychedelics only, like on anything is amazing, and it gives people the security that once a drug is approved, we know that it's efficacious, and we know like any potential side effect profile. So what I'm saying is like, let's leave psychedelics in this sort of part of the system, in the FDA system. We're out, and I'm very happy because our drugs are so good that it's easy for us to prove, we surpassed the hurdle for what is an approvable mental health drug by far, like by multifold. So it's not a political decision, it's an FDA decision. But second, where the government can help a lot then, once these psychedelics are approved, and we are shortly before, like psilocybin, of a company, Compass, which we span out of Atai, is literally coming on hopefully next year. Yeah, again, let's talk about veterans. Like, again, I'm always saying that as a semi-outsider, like your healthcare system is complicated and not everybody has the insurances, whatever. And again, especially, I think the veterans, they serve this country, so they should get paid for the support, what they need. So help rolling out the infrastructure, help rolling out to bringing these substances then to the people who really need it.
Yeah, and to that end, I mean, I think we're assuming some background familiarity on psychedelics. We're talking now about how it's safe when administered in the right settings, but I mean, could you help me paint a picture for the audience of like what we're talking about? In other words, what are we talking about when we talk about the medical administration of psychedelics? Because, you could picture a number of things, but we're talking about a very specific thing here. So could you just paint the audience a picture for that?
It's very specific, but also not so unusual that you have various substances in the healthcare system which you have to take under the supervision of a doctor. For example, nobody would say, oh, chemotherapy, let's just take it home. No, you go to a day clinic and you take your treatment. And the same, it will be with psychedelics. So you go to your healthcare provider, to your doctor, therapist, then you have the session, so as long as the respective psychedelic works with them. We're talking here about, for psilocybin, the first in line to be approved is around about 4 to 6 hours, how long it takes. And then we have some shorter acting, which is obviously then commercially even more viable and even easier, like 2-hour psychedelics coming up as next in line. So, but you are with your healthcare provider while you're having your psychedelic session, and then you go home after. By the way, also to just show like it's actually more common than people think, there is one medication which is already approved, which is not in a chemical sense or in the chemical definition a psychedelic, but has psychedelic-like properties, and I would even say psychedelic light because it's weaker. But there is a therapeutic from Johnson & Johnson called Spravato. So Spravato is a nasal spray ketamine, which roundabout takes 2 hours from onset to discharge of the patient. It's very effective. Our psychedelics have proven in the clinical studies so far to be even more effective, and you only need to take them once. while Spravato needs to be taken 8 times, which is obviously a bigger burden on the healthcare system, but at the moment it's the only thing which is out there. But it is already there. So it's actually a multi-billion-dollar revenue drug. Like more and more doctors are applying it, which is also great for us because that already builds out actually the infrastructure so that when our psychedelics then come to market, we have sort of the Spravato build out infrastructure. We have doctors who know it. So it's not as uncommon actually as you might think. You can go tomorrow and get for depression or addiction, use Spravato treatment. It's just weaker than what we will have.
And I think that's a really important thing that you're kind of pointing out, which is these substances, or the idea of taking a mind-altering substance in a controlled setting with a physician, that's not a new thing right now. We have that with Johnson & Johnson's drug. There's off-label ketamine. Like, this isn't a new concept. And then, on top of that, in terms of the regulatory process, like, these drugs are being treated very similarly to other compounds. And again, recently the FDA released the complete response letter on MDMA, and kudos, because I think there was a lot of, in the psychedelic community, some distrust of the FDA, and I was told that they had to move some mountains to be able to disclose not just that CRL, but a lot of CRL, which creates transparency into the process. But do you think there's something else the government could be doing to build trust with psychedelics, that these are going to be handled without either favor or without sort of discrimination?
Exactly. So actually my one point is, and anybody in politics always says, oh my God, this is unusual that somebody says that to us. But I always say, one thing, don't do us a favor. Because I fully recognize that there are people, maybe even in the audience, and you don't dare to say it now because we're having this nice discussion, but there are people who unfortunately still are kind of a victim of the smear campaign in the 70s and 80s. And the only way to overcome it is to do everything extra properly. So when we started at High and Compass, we were like, look, if the FDA says we have to do 200 people in a study, let's do 250. And you can trust me, I'm a biotech entrepreneur. I really don't want to spend more money than I have to. But in this case, I was like, the substances deserve it, and we need to really sort of silence any potential criticism by data. That is how you do it in biotech. So this is why all the studies we're doing are all a little bit bigger, a little bit more expensive, but it's good because we prove it once and for all, again, that in the right medical setting, we have the potential to cure mental health issues with very little side effects. So I don't want any shortcuts, because even if it's meant nicely, I think it could backfire, because people could say, oh, it's because whatever, So, but again, we are very close, by the way. Again, the FDA said last week, I think it was about Compass, that most likely psilocybin is going to be approved next year. And there is still a lot of sort of stuff we can, again, you as a government can support to build out, again, especially for people not covered by traditional healthcare systems like veterans. There's a lot we can do together then once these substances are approved in post-data collection, because also at the moment, a lot of people look at our pipeline, and most of our therapeutics, we are researching, the lead sort of indication is always treatment-resistant depression. Why? Because it's so bad. Treatment-resistant depression means these people are really a mess. They said they have tried everything. They normally tried 2 or 3 other drugs, didn't work out. So, and we've shown that this sort of very, very sort of heavily affected people, we can turn with one single session, with a success rate more than 50%. However, there are 20 more indications we can do, because it's really mental health is a very broad spectrum. By the way, if you guess most people have children, parents here in the room, the whole social media stuff, we have very amazing results for anorexia. So a lot of girls are affected by any form of body dysmorphia, which, by the way, most children have in the meantime, because they're getting a completely unrealistic image of their body on Instagram and other stuff. So mental health is very broad, and there, for example, and we're talking, it was a good question, because we want to prove that as well, and there we can do a lot together in how the FDA allows us to collect data in sort of the post-approval phase.
So And there are lots of different compounds in lots of different companies. You know, there's MDMA for post-traumatic stress disorder. There's some compounds. One thing I find extremely interesting, we started off by talking about you don't do certain addictive drugs. Well, some folks are investigating psychedelics for addiction because the compounds are anti-addictive.
So psychedelics are zero addictive, full stop. We know that, yeah. So it can't happen that you get addicted to them. But to the contrary, psychedelics, all of them have anti-addiction properties, yeah. And for example, we were researching one of the strongest and powerful psychedelics, which is called ibogaine. And ibogaine in early studies, it's in our pipeline, it's one of the earlier compounds, but ibogaine in early studies has shown an 80–90% success rate to cure opioid addiction, which is one of the worst or the strongest addiction in one single session. So definitely not addictive, actually curing addiction. And let me maybe one more point, because that's really like mental health, not only psychedelics, but like mental health is sort of my core passion, because I always I come back to how I felt when I was told about psychedelics. I have this enormous luck. I don't know why. I think I credit my parents, and I grew up on a farm village. I am always fairly happy, and I think that's how it should be. I think we should all be happy, and we're not. Something is out in our world. If I would show you on a screen, I should do that next time, I would show you charts over the last 10 years of depression, of anxiety, again, of any mental health issue, of anorexia, whatever, and I would not tell you what it is, and I would ask you what you think it is, and only give you the clue it's something in healthcare, you would all say it's an infectious disease, because this is how all these charts look like. So we have to acknowledge, as a society, as a community, that mental health is skyrocketing, and there is a reason. I can just speculate. I think it's a mix, or it's practically the world we're building. By the way, I invest also in tech. I'm part of that world building, but we have to acknowledge that the world we're building, I think, is terribly bad for our mental health, and it's getting. And we, by the way, because of AI and all of that, we're just getting started with it to going into a time of massive disruption. And every single time you look in history, we have not coped well as a species with massive disruption in a short period of time, and we are about to encounter the biggest disruption ever in the shortest period of time. And every single time, mental health has collapsed and has produced very, very, very bad outcomes, up to wars, societal unrest, whatever. And for the first time, I think we have a tool in front of us about to be approved in the medical system, which can really help us sort of combat that mental health crisis, which is already there, but unfortunately, I believe, will, from an environmental perspective, only get worse.
So we're approaching the end here, so just quick lightning round. I've got three more questions here. So number one, these sound great. They sound like the bee's knees here, but it almost sounds a little too good to be true. Could just very quickly tell me why is it the case? Why I'm a doubter. I don't believe this. Convince me.
Well, it's I know this. I want to say, because I want to make a half a joke, but I don't get it in English. Because follow the science was not really the thing here. But it is it's the data. I have the biggest conviction. I invested 120 million of my own capital. We raised $1 billion. I'm doing this since 10 years. And every single data we produce, set of data, is confirming what we just said in a medical setting. Very, very little side effects and very big upside. And I think that's just worth it. And it's not, so I don't want to convince anybody of you by me saying it. You can go online, look up our data, phase 3, and again, in the best sort of gold standard setting in the world, which is the FDA. So that it's just a fact. It's not my opinion. What is my opinion, and I hope you share it, is that we need it, because you just need to look in your own circles, that mental health is the number one problem, and we have to do something.
So we're at our limit, but just very quickly, what else are you working on? And give me one sentence that you want to be remembered by.
Well, one sentence is definitely psychedelics. I hope Ryan is, I think, here, or at least he's going to be on stage, I think, later, who's a good friend, Brian Johnson. I'm in his camp. I also think we're going to redefine the next 10, 20 years our life expectancy. So I hope I'm going to live for very long, and that moment is not coming for soon. But like, if ever that moment comes where people talk about me because I passed away, I want to be remembered for psychedelics. I think that is my contribution to the world. So I'm investing a lot in tech and biotech. We have other cool stuff. The one thing, because there is an athletics panel later, I hope you all zoom in. The other big company I started big, like we're gonna get big, like I started a company called Enhanced Games, which is the first sporting event where we truly transparent, because the Olympics is a farce, because like 40% of all athletes dope, and this is what the Olympics are saying, not me. So it's not a real thing, but we think we're living in an age of science, we're living in an age of data, so we allow, at the Enhanced Games, performance-enhancing drugs, and I'm coming back to what I said before about psychedelics, as long as they're FDA approved. So it's not an everything goes, it's again, based on science, medical drugs we know, together with a doctor, but I think we're gonna redefine how we think about performance-enhancing drugs and about sporting achievement, so which is on the 24th of May next year in Las Vegas, so either tune in or be there. And otherwise, be happy, because that's really, I think, the reason why we're here, is to be happy and make other people happy.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Christian.
Thank you.
Up next, a conversation on nutrition, systems, and accessible health solutions. Now joining us, Aidan Duar, co-founder and CEO, Nourish. Vani Hari, New York Times best-selling author, founder of Food Babe and Truvani. Scott Morris, Senior Vice President of Food and Consumables, Walmart. And moderator Jason Karp, founder and CEO, Human Co., investor and board member, True Food Kitchen.
Okay, welcome everybody. What could be more foundational to Americans' health than food, and more foundational to MAHA than food? And in honor of how important this is to this uniquely American problem, I wore these ridiculous American flag socks, which many people have pointed out. So food as medicine is an incredibly important topic, because as we've learned, food can be medicine, but food can also be poison. And what I'd like to do is introduce each of the guests here today. They'll explain why they're on this panel. I wanted to start with a couple minutes about why I'm up here, and also my connection with Vani. They're supposed to cue an image up there. So some of you may know this, and it culminated in this about a year ago, but this is a uniquely personal issue for me. When I was 23 years old, I was diagnosed with a degenerative corneal eye disease, and I was supposed to be blind by the age of 30. And this was almost 25 years ago now, when food as medicine wasn't really talked about. The doctors told me I would be fully blind by the age of 30, and they told me that I had no hope. And if you Google my eye disease today, it in fact still says that this is an incurable disease. And I went down a path which is completely consistent with what MAHA stands for, of trying to restore my health with food and lifestyle. And after 7 months, and we don't have time to go through it today, but after 7 months, I ended up reversing all my diseases. I reversed my eye disease. I was one of the only cases in history to ever reverse this disease. And so I'm actually what science would consider a living, walking miracle. And what you see here today, and you've heard all the anecdotes here today, is there are thousands, tens of thousands of anecdotes of people taking their health back and using food as medicine and using lifestyle as medicine. And this is something that we all have within our reach, and it's something very important to talk about. Now what I'd like to do is introduce the various guests on our esteemed panel today. And why don't we start with you, Aidan, and please tell us why you're here today and a little bit about Nourish.
Hi, I'm Aiden, excited to be here. Unfortunately, I have normal black socks. You know, in DC, when in Rome, you gotta wear your suit and normal socks, but he did better than me. I'm Aiden, I'm the co-founder and CEO of a company called Nourish. Nourish is the largest food as medicine startup in the country. What we do is we connect patients with a registered dietitian, lab testing, and an AI-powered mobile app that makes it easy to eat well and live well. We get that all covered by health insurance. So we work with all major health insurance payers. We work with Aetna, Cigna, United, Blue Cross on the commercial side. We've been accepting Medicare for about 4 years, and then we're about to launch our first Medicaid state. We have over 5,000 dietitians in our network. We're the largest network in the country. And I'm fortunate to serve over 1 million patients in all 50 states, as well as we've raised about $100 million from some great investors. Like Jason, I got interested in this world originally as a patient myself. For me, it was debilitating migraines. At my worst point, I was having almost daily pretty painful migraines. And as you can imagine, it was the #1 thing in my life that I was trying to solve. And I was throwing everything the healthcare system has to offer it, or what I thought the healthcare system had to offer: specialists, tests, medications, even a procedure. And nothing worked. And I was in a lot of pain. I wasted a lot of time and dollars on this. And almost kind of gave up and thought this was just how it was going to be, until I got connected with a registered dietitian. Did an elimination diet, was able to identify a bunch of different triggers for my migraines and get them completely under control in just a few months. And that really put into clear perspective this idea of food as medicine, which is the panel we're on, which I think if you're not familiar with it, it's a concept that I think is really intuitive to folks, which is that you can feel better by eating better. And whether you've had a chronic condition or not, I think you know that. And but what got us passionate, my co-founders and I, about this being our life's work, was realizing that it's not just things like migraines, but actually the most prevalent and costly and unfortunately deadly conditions in the country are downstream of what you eat. Hundreds of millions of people struggling with these chronic conditions across diabetes, obesity, heart disease, and more. And this leads to trillions of unnecessary spend. We're spending almost 20% of GDP on healthcare today, as many have said today. And as millions of preventable deaths across hundreds of millions of people. And so we were looking at this and saying, this is one of, if not the largest public health crisis in American history, just staring us in the face, and therefore one of the most important problems in the world that we could be working on. And it doesn't have to be this way. As recently as 60 years ago, healthcare was about 5% of GDP. Obesity rates were in the single digits. And that's not because human biology has changed in the last 60 years. It's because our modern world is really hard to live a healthy lifestyle in. And obviously nutrition and food is a really important part of that, but it's sleep and fitness and mental health too. Our food system's bad, but it's also harder to sleep and move your body well in a sedentary lifestyle. And that what we're trying to work on is really kind of a return to the basics of not just only preventing chronic conditions, but reversing and managing them with your diet, but also sleep and fitness and mental health. And I mentioned a lot of numbers, quantitatively, how this is an important problem, but it's also just, a very human thing, which is, Jason, I'm sure you had this too, and me, if you're struggling with a health condition, it's everything in your life, like your relationships, your career, nothing is right. And I think that's kind of a microcosm of the country, which is that, if our country is unhealthy, it's going to be really hard for us to build the society that we want for our kids and grandkids. And so I'm really fortunate and proud to be here with you all today, because I really do think all the people in this room, in another 60 or 70 years, if we keep doing what we're doing, we'll look back and say, this was the worst it got, and it was all better from here, and really proud to be here. So thanks for having me.
Bonnie. Thank you, Ed.
Thank you. So I am here because of you, Jason. But no, truly. Jason got me out of retirement. He called me in February of last year and said to me, Vani, I really want to tackle these issues about how American companies are poisoning us with ingredients that they don't use in other countries. And he said, those side-by-side images you keep showing about how McDonald's French fries have 3 ingredients and in the UK and only have 11 or 18 in the United States, depending on which ingredient list you look at, is a real travesty. And we need to do something about this. And in a couple of moments later, I would say 2 days, I was on a call with Jason and Calley, who I just reached out to meet because I was so impressed with the work that he was doing, and the lawyer for Elon Musk, Alex Spiro. And we decided to do something to wake up America. And Jason, I cannot believe I'm on this stage right now and can say we succeeded. We are waking up America more than ever. What started with a campaign against Kellogg's, which, you know, that infamous photo that Jason just showed was a picture from a Senate testimony that Jason and I were on back in September of 2024. When we agreed to speak there, we had no idea that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was going to be in the room. And he heard our voices, how American companies are using better, safer ingredients in other countries, how there's 10,000 chemicals here in the United States, but in countries like Europe, there's only 400 approved for use, and how our life expectancy continues to decrease, our chronic disease rates continue to increase, and all of the reasons why we are failing to get to the root cause of why we are so sick. And I think it really truly begins with what we put in our bodies. And there is something really spiritual that happened that day. There was amazing speakers that day, Dr. Casey Means and Dr. Marty Makary, who's now the head of the FDA, and others. It was a spiritual moment because for the first time in Washington, we all told the truth. Uncensored, unfiltered. Senator Ron Johnson deserves an applause for the fact that he allowed us to go in there and name names and actually tell the truth about why we are so sick. And as a result, we sparked a food movement that was unstoppable. At that point, we probably had 100,000 signatures on the Kellogg's petition. After we did that Senate testimony, we got 300,000 more. We took 400,000 of those petition signatures to Kellogg's headquarters, surrounded by health leaders from all over the country and elected officials who came out and met us, and people on the ground, mothers and children, 1,000 people in Battle Creek, Michigan at the headquarters of Kellogg's, a really kind of hard place to get to, not an easy place that you can get a direct flight to from major cities. So
it was cold.
It was cold.
Really cold.
It was very cold. And when we delivered those petitions and Kellogg's did not hear us, they didn't let us in, they wouldn't even sit down with us to receive the petitions. We brought boxes and boxes of petitions to their headquarters. They actually had a woman in the headquarter building show a sign, "Get off your lawn." And it was such a moment of like, wow, you're adding fuel to this fire, this pent up frustration that everyday people have, that no one's attacking this issue, that we are all explicitly tied to, whether you're Democrat or Republican, it doesn't matter. We all eat, and we have to do something about the fact that our food system is so poisoned. And what happened that day was extraordinary because shortly thereafter, Secretary Kennedy took our unheard voices to the campaign trail. And he said if he was given a position of power under President Trump, that he would do something about this. And that's exactly what he has done since becoming HHS Secretary. Now, what started as a small movement against Kellogg's has turned into an enormous snowball. We have accelerated the removal of food additives faster than ever. We have states like Texas and West Virginia banning dyes. West Virginia, which Denise Morrissey, if you're here for your husband, thank you very much for Governor Morrissey for being the first state to ban artificial food dyes in the country. Texas getting 40 different chemicals labeled as a warning label on all of these different chemicals that these food companies do not use in other countries, all the major food companies. Louisiana doing something similar. And then you've got enormous amount of momentum across states. There's 89 bills to do something regarding food chemicals or food additives or taking ultra-processed foods out of schools since that moment. It is absolutely incredible. But I think one of the cultural things that has shifted the most, that is the most exciting, are two things. And one of the people on this stage is really, I cannot wait to congratulate you, sir, for making this commitment. But there's two things that have happened. We have changed the way people are looking at their food. When it used to be 5 seconds somebody would look at a food package, now it's 20 to 25 seconds because they're reading the ingredient label. 40% more people are actually reading the ingredient label than a decade ago. And that was the point of this whole movement. It was not about Kellogg's. It was about waking people up to what's in your food, reading the chemicals, reading the ingredients, and demanding more whole, real food that nourishes your body and just doesn't increase corporate profits. So that's the first thing. The second thing that happened that was so remarkable was Secretary Kennedy and Dr. Marty Makary at HHS made a commitment first to remove artificial food dyes, and they just did a simple voluntary ask of the food companies to do this work because they know how long it takes through the bureaucratic measures in Washington to actually get food dyes banned. It took 30 years to ban red number 3 that was banned in cosmetics. You couldn't use it in lipstick, but was still allowed in food. It took 30 years to get that eventually banned, just for the red tape, because the maraschino cherry industry kept lobbying Washington and Congress over and over again to keep that red dye in alcoholic drinks. That's what we're up against. So any kind of incremental change has been so positive, but this has been so much bigger than just an incremental change because now over 60% of the food industry has voluntarily committed to remove these artificial food dyes. And I just want to segue to you, Scott, because it is absolutely incredible what Walmart has done with their private label brand, which I'll let you announce what you're doing and how big of a piece of chunk of the food economy that is, how it's in 90% of households.
Yeah, so I want to introduce Scott because about a month and a half ago, Walmart announced that they're removing synthetic dyes from all their private label. And as you probably know, Walmart is the largest retailer in the United States. And Scott was the one who was mentioned and obviously spearheaded this in the press releases. And he said that it was actually based on customer data. And this was not a strong arming. This was not a concession to look good to the administration. This was actually based on data. And Vani and I, who've been working so hard on this issue for so long, we were so thrilled to hear that you were going to be here. And so with that, I want to introduce Scott Morris. And please tell us who you are and what you've been doing and what Walmart's doing.
No, I appreciate the introduction. My name is Scott Morris. I have responsibility at Walmart for our food and consumables private brand portfolio. Most of you have heard of Walmart, but our private label portfolio is quite massive. And we are actually in 90% of the homes in this country. And that gives us not only a great responsibility, but actually it gives us the privilege of being able to get a lot of information and a lot of feedback from our customers on a constant basis. So we're able to ascertain where they want us to be, where they would like us to continue to aspire to position our brands. And one of the things that's been very clear over the years is people are looking for cleaner ingredients. They're looking for simplification in the nutrition panel, and they want to bring that into their homes. And this didn't just start a month and a half ago. It certainly didn't just start a couple years ago. It's an emerging and compounding expectation that's coming from the customer. And at Walmart, we have a simple credo. We want to save people money so they can live better. And I can't think of anything more important than to go down this journey to continue to bring accessible, healthy goods into people's households. So with that information, we were able to kind of step back and go, well, listen, some of the things, 50% of the people are actually flipping over the package now and are giving some credence to what it says. It didn't used to be that way 20 years ago, 25 years ago. It just was consumed. And now 62% of them are going, well, what exactly is in there? Can I pronounce it? Do I know what it is? Do I feel good bringing this into my home? And we saw opportunities in that space to continue to simplify that proposition. And by the way, it's a good business move as well, because 70% of the people, if it didn't say what they thought it should, they put it back. They put it back in their digital cart, they put it back on the shelf. So the demand was actually there and it was crystal clear. What that emerged for us was about 2 years ago, we launched a brand called Better Goods. Any of those of you that haven't tried it, please do. But it operates on 3 distinct pillars. One is culinary inspiration, the other is made without, and the third pillar is around plant-based. And the made without, we kept a bit more ambiguous so we could trial some of the expectations that were coming through the feedback. We introduced gluten-free products in a different way. We introduced some of these no artificial color products to see how people would respond. Does the information and do the assertions actually match the practices that people have in their everyday life? And what I would tell you is it was crystal clear by their demand and by their repurchasing that absolutely these were the types of goods that they desired. Once we were able to aggregate all that information, that's what led to this declaration. It was time to finish out our portfolio, eliminate the petroleum synthetic-based dyes out of our food products in private brands. And by the way, we're 90% of the way there today, but 10% of our portfolio is a significant differentiation with where the customer expects us to be. So it's pretty easy sometimes. You step back and go, just take a breath, listen to the customer, listen to their expectations, and act upon it. And it can seem so simple, but the actions we need to take can move mountains. And we're really proud of being able to bring these products to our customers.
Yeah, I didn't believe the ingredient reading data until my mother-in-law actually told me she read the back of a food product for the first time. So it's really happening. I mean, the data is one thing, but I'm sure you have plenty of people in your household or in your friend group that historically haven't read ingredient labels, and it is really happening, and it's remarkable. It's really remarkable to see. So, Aidan, tell us why you're focusing first on nutrition with Nourish and trying to address the root causes through nutrition.
Yeah, happy to speak to it. And first of all, congrats again, Scott. I think it's really important, and I think something that is one of the best things this administration is doing is is adjusting the food system, because obviously we can work on lifestyle change, and I'll speak to it, but it makes it a hell of a lot easier if the food you're eating is healthier to begin with. So, as you mentioned, Jason, we work across all the different pillars of lifestyle change, but, nutrition, I think, is the most important one, because it's really upstream of all the others. What you eat impacts how you sleep, it impacts your fitness, impacts your mental health and your ability to manage stress, and the cliche about you are what you eat really is true. And I think that's kind of how, at Nourish, we think about the healthcare system more broadly, as we're really trying to work on what's upstream. And that lifestyle change is upstream of all these chronic conditions, and that you can prevent, but also reverse and manage, by changing your lifestyle and improving what you eat. And, to extend the stream metaphor, perhaps dangerously far, I think the way the current system works is, we have folks drowning in the stream, and we spend a lot of time and dollars and effort trying to give them the latest and greatest of life vest technology or life rafts, when really we should be going upstream and figuring out how do we prevent them from falling in, but also helping them get out of the stream. And I think that that last part is important for us as we think about things at Nourish, because as folks think about lifestyle change or root cause medicine or functional medicine, there's a lot of different words for it. I think they often think of preventative healthcare. Preventative healthcare is a bit of a misnomer, because yes, you can prevent chronic conditions by living a healthier lifestyle, but I think the more powerful insight, given how unhealthy our country is that you can also reverse and manage and treat chronic conditions by changing your lifestyle. And we see that all the time at Nourish. The idea of great healthcare with the triple aim is that the goal is to deliver great outcomes at a low cost and a better patient experience. And what we see all the time is that changing your diet or moving more or sleeping better or managing stress better actually outperforms medications or procedures or tests or specialists on all the metrics, outcomes, cost, patient experience. And so that's really what we've built our solution around, is first building a digital care team. Obviously we've really invested in registered dietitians, but we're also in the next year expanding into all the other pillars of lifestyle change. Functional medicine doctors who have experience on root cause, therapists, even personal trainers. And then we pair that with, a lot of data. This is a mix of lab testing, which I mentioned, but also wearables like I'm wearing, I'm sure many of you all are wearing, your medical records. And what that lets you do is really informs the human provider, but also informs the AI that is able to deliver a lot of lifestyle change in between sessions. Because no matter how frequently you meet with providers, and it's hard to meet with a provider frequently, AI can drive that lifestyle change 24/7. And so that's really the solution we're building. And we were talking a little bit backstage, and many folks have talked about today GLP-1s and how that fit into the equation. And I must admit, I originally started a little bit skeptical with medications, probably like many of you all. I haven't had an amazing experience with it. My mom didn't have an amazing experience with medications in general, not GLP-1s. But what we've seen in our data is that they're a really powerful tool in the toolkit. I think Chris Klomp talked about this earlier, is that it shouldn't be the first resort, but it is a really valuable part of the toolkit. And so what we've done to incorporate it into our care model is first start with the lifestyle change and see if you can get the same results or better results. But if that doesn't work, and it doesn't work for everyone, or maybe it works a little bit, it's okay to have that as part of the toolkit. It just needs to be paired with lifestyle change, paired with a registered dietitian who can help you improve what you eat. And that's actually what these drugs were FDA approved for. They're FDA approved to be paired with lifestyle change, and that's kind of the role we serve in mitigating side effects, maximizing efficacy, And then ultimately what's most important for the patient, but also the system, is getting them off the drug in a healthy way, actually off-ramping them.
I mean, I just have to say, I just got to push back a little bit because we're with the MAHA army over here, right? And we're all such independent thinkers. And I think a lot of us think of GLP-1s as a Band-Aid and not really solving the root cause. And I think that's kind of the elephant in the room when we're having this discussion. And I would tend to argue with you that most doctors who are prescribing this drug are not skilled at implementing lifestyle changes, and that's why your program is so important. But like, I would say the typical doctor is not doing that. The typical doctor who put my dad on a GLP-1 2 years ago didn't recommend any lifestyle changes for him, didn't require exercise or an increase in protein or these other things that you hear to talk about. Instead, he had stomach paralysis and couldn't eat for 6 months and was in the hospital during Christmas. So there's real side effects to these drugs. And I really appreciated Secretary Kennedy's interview that he had on Fox News with Martha McCullum, where he talked about, with any drug, there are risks, and we have to talk about those as well. And I think that's really important discussion as well. So.
No, I think you're... I think you're exactly right. I mean, my mom had a similar experience, and I think what ends up kind of like maximizing the efficacy is that lifestyle change. And so it just has to be done really thoughtfully, and again, like the last resort as opposed to the first resort. And I think that's actually one of my favorite parts about the current administration is I think they're thinking that way too. And I think there's a lot of awesome change to come on that front, and it'll drive a lot of amazing patient results. And we've seen that, and that's what keeps us all going. I know.
So Scott, as the largest retailer in the country, what's next? What are some of the initiatives, trends that Walmart's starting to lean into, in addition to removing the synthetic dyes from the private label, where you kind of see things are going?
Yeah, it's multifaceted. And I think of, when we speak of the products themselves or the things that you ingest and the things you put in your body, I would also challenge us to think consistently about access to healthy foods. And we're proud at Walmart, we're the largest purveyor of fruits and vegetables in the entire country. How do we think about access outside of produced products, things that we naturally know are good for people? How do we create access to those goods? At Walmart, obviously, we believe in our EDLP and what we can do to bring people great prices every day, but it's bigger than that as well. Anything we do has some health attribution attached to it. So you can think of how you engage with us online. If you're looking for recipes, we've partnered with the American Diabetes Association on over 500 recipes. So as people think not just of the product itself, but how to make a meal and how to get that lifestyle change that they want to have to be able to live a healthy life, we want to produce those access points anywhere, any way that we can. So from the product to the engagement of aggregation, but also when you think about access to the goods themselves. I mean, one of the things we're proud of is we can reach almost 95% of this country with same-day delivery. So not only can you afford the foods that you need to put in your body, not only do you know how to aggregate these foods in your body, but you can actually have access to them. So we think about it through the lens of not just price and not just the ingredients, but also overall accessibility. And it's in our decision process and everything that we do.
This is huge that you talk about this. Thank you. The access piece is such a big question that I continuously get asked of, like, how are we going to fix food deserts? How are we going to fix these communities that are buying from convenience stores? And this same-day delivery is such a big key component. Yes. I went to Mississippi a decade ago in one of the most obese counties in the nation. It was dubbed that. And I really wanted to spend some time with families to understand why this is and what the challenges are to bringing whole, real foods to these families and to getting them healthier. And what I found was it wasn't the lack of access, because Walmart was available 30 minutes down the road. Maybe they couldn't get there every day or have the time to do it, but a same-day delivery would solve that issue. They were surrounded by farms. It was education. And it was the fact that they didn't know how to eat healthy. And it was cultural in that they didn't understand they had to look at ingredient labels. And that's what makes this movement so powerful, that this movement is reaching everyone across the nation because we have leadership at the top talking about these issues. I don't know about you guys, but when I saw the vice president up here with Secretary Kennedy talking about reading ingredient labels, I was like, my mind is being blown right now. This is a new era that we have started, and it's going to be a dramatic acceleration of progress because of this leadership. Yeah.
Yeah. Education is such a critical part because, as you guys know, just in the last 10 years, you probably, been asked, are eggs good or eggs bad? Is fat good? Is fat bad? I mean, we don't even have to talk about the synthetic artificial stuff. Education is such a critical part in what helps Americans make decisions. And in the research that I've done, what you said, Vani, is spot on, which is that many people do have access, but it's really hard. It's really hard with how busy everybody is. Everyone has a mortgage, everyone has families, everyone has all sorts of obligations that they have to do. And I think one of the critical aspects of MAHA and what we're all working on is trying to simplify and trying to make it much easier to understand what is real, what is not real, what we've been deceived about, and how much of what we can do for ourselves is actually affordable, accessible, and simple. So with that, we have about a minute and a half. I'm going to do a lightning round. 15-second answers, no more than that. You guys ready? Yeah. Okay. One thing that you've done in the last year that's improved your health. Aiden.
I was struggling with sleep, and now I worked with my dietitian to take a really small dose of melatonin before sleep, and it's really been a game changer to fall asleep and stay asleep.
Okay. Vani, one food principle you will never compromise on.
I will always read the ingredient label.
Okay. Scott, your favorite thing that Walmart sells?
That is a great question. Oh boy!
And it doesn't have to be healthy, by the way.
You're gonna laugh. Awesome. You're gonna laugh at my answer because you're gonna think it's gonna be this amazing item. It's bananas. I love bananas.
I thought I was gonna say
a banana a day. And I'm not kidding.
All right, we got time for one more quick round, and we'll go right back to Scott. What is an item that you sell a shocking amount of that maybe this crowd isn't aware of at Walmart?
Truvani.
We sell a lot of, I tell you, we sell a shocking amount of rotisserie chickens. And chicken is just a staple in this country. And for a meal componentry, it's affordable, it's accessible, and you can do a lot of things with it. We sell a shocking amount of rotisserie chicken.
Okay. Vani, what was your happiest moment in the last 12 months since we started all of this campaign?
Oh gosh, happiest moment? Probably when Dr. Marty Makary called me on a Sunday evening at 9 o'clock. I thought I was in trouble, but it was to tell me that they were going to ask the food companies to remove artificial dyes.
And Aiden, what is your favorite food that you eat?
I'm vegetarian. This is kind of boring, but I really like to eat eggs. My dietitian got me on protein in the morning, and it's really been a game changer for my health and staying full all day.
All right. Well, thank you all for your time. We are out of time. Thank you all.
Next, a discussion on modernization, policy, and the future of the FDA. Please welcome Marty Makary, Commissioner of Food and Drugs at the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, Kyle Diamantas, Deputy Commissioner for Human Foods at the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, and moderator Dave Asprey, founder, Bulletproof, and Danger Coffee.
Yes. There's so many questions I want to ask. Now, Marty, you're a best-selling author and a surgeon and a researcher and a commissioner. So I just want to know, when you're done, do you know which big pharma company you're going to go to? I'm just kidding, because you're not one of those.
I have actually taken a voluntary pledge never to work for big pharma for the rest of my life.
This really is a new way of looking at it, and I'm so incredibly honored to be able to be here and chat with you, and knowing that we're working towards common goals. And one of the things that blew me away was the announcement about women's hormones. How did you come to make this conclusion? How did you get it to happen so fast?
Well, as a physician, I've seen groupthink in medicine go astray. We got opioids are non-addictive wrong for 15 years. We got saturated fat causes heart disease wrong for 50 years. That's a war we're going to end.
Yes.
This man here is going to end the war on natural saturated fat that the government has waged. We got peanut allergy recommendations wrong, telling parents to avoid peanut butter until a kid turns 3 to prevent peanut allergies. That causes peanut allergies. And you see the groupthink again and again lead us astray. And here was one that was obvious. A groupthink, a fear machine that started 23 years ago that tragically described hormone replacement therapy as a carcinogen and has resulted in 50 million women being denied the life-changing, life-saving benefits of hormone replacement therapy because of a dogma. So we ended that dogma this week.
Now, I've seen some criticism online about that decision. What are you hearing from people who could possibly oppose this?
Yeah, so the criticism we got was that we're moving too fast. And I get this criticism.
23 years is too fast, just so you guys understand, right?
No, we get this criticism for a lot, especially the work that Kyle is doing on the food side. The best deputy commissioner for food in the history of the FDA right here. We're not wasting time. We're getting stuff done, and we're moving fast. They were talking about removing one food dye from the U.S. food supply for 35 years at the FDA. We came in within weeks, we announced the removal of all 9 petroleum-based food dyes from the entire U.S. food supply by the end of next year. They were talking about slightly reducing animal testing requirements for drugs at the FDA. We came in there, it was a mess. We were still requiring 2 species of animal testing, even if a drug was approved in Europe and used in 1 million people. And so we are announcing the roadmap to eliminate animal testing at the FDA. We're going to keep going. We're not wasting time. We make our decision letters, like our rejection letters for a new product, public information now so the world can see. If we don't accept, if we reject a product, the world deserves to know why. And so they were talking about that for 20 years, and we did it in a matter of weeks. And we're going to keep going. We are going to keep going. We're not going to work at government speed. We're going to work at the speed of the American people.
What is the FDA going to look like a few years from now? Like, paint a picture of the future, because you're making awesome changes really fast. That's enough time. I feel like there's a new world, but tell us what it's like.
I would like to see, personally, the end of the medicalization of ordinary life. We have now, if you take a step back and look at what we're doing, we've done a terrible thing to doctors. We've told them, here's what you diagnose and treat. We create a reflex through this rote memorization and regurgitation culture of school and residency. We take these bright, creative minds, we burn them out, we put them on this treadmill of diagnose, treat, billing and coding. We're going to measure you by your throughput. And guess what? Nobody has time to stop and ask, what are we doing? We don't have time to talk about the quality of your sleep or what you're eating or the role of food as medicine or the microbiome. Maybe we need to talk about school lunches as much as we talk about insulin prescribing. Maybe we need to talk about environmental exposures that cause cancer, not just chemotherapy. And so we've got to have this new discussion, and we are hoping that this MAHA movement that we're all a part of, that all of you are driving and supporting, that this movement will change the culture in medicine so we can talk about not just treating a blood test or a finding, but instead treating a person. And so I think we can get there. We want to see, my predecessor at the FDA, when asked what his #1 priority was, he said, it's fighting misinformation. Maybe probably is referring to people like me spreading it. Well, our number one priority is not censoring Americans. Our number one priority is to deliver more cures and meaningful treatments for the American people and healthier food for children, and we're going to get it done.
Kyle, what changes in food are we going to see?
Yeah, it's a great question. And look, I think one of the things that if you look at the food supply and FDA's regulation of foods, one of the things we want to do is to empower the people. And that's what part of the MAHA movement has really done. It's ushered in this change. We've taken action, quick action, the artificial dyes as an example. We've got grass reform out there, ultra-processed foods. But really the most impactful thing that we can do at FDA is to continue to educate and allow the moms and dads and the consumers to take better control of their health. I firmly believe that we can't regulate our way to ending the chronic disease crisis or to ending the problems that we have in America. We are the #1 country in healthcare spend. We're 47th in life expectancy. And look, we regulate a vast size of the United States economy. 80% of all foods in this country, FDA regulates. 200,000 facilities, 30,000 farms, and we do all of that in a budget that's about half the size of the Dallas School District. So incredibly small budget compared to the remit that we're tasked with. And so we're never gonna be able to solve all of these problems simply by regulating our way out of it. I strongly believe that. And so the MAHA movement has been so powerful in that regard that you heard Vonnie talk about on the last panel, people are now reading food labels. I saw a poll the other day, 74% of people are actively trying to avoid ultra-processed foods. We had data last year that showed that less than 50% of Americans had even heard the term ultra-processed going back last year. So it's being able to have a societal change where the policies we enact will push that and help advocate that, but it's also this MAHA movement that's coalesced around Secretary Kennedy that's really driving this change, and I think will continue to drive change for years to come.
Are we going to keep seeing the word healthy on foods that aren't?
We are not. So there's a lot of great regulatory changes we have coming at FDA. The commissioner talked about our work in artificial dyes. You heard about some of that on the last panel. We've worked with companies like Walmart, who are removing a number of additives from their products. We'll continue to work with those companies. We're tackling what's called the GRAS loophole. For those of you that don't know, for decades, since the 1950s, companies have essentially been able to introduce foods into the market or ingredients into foods without any oversight from the government and any knowledge by Americans. So we want to close that GRAS loophole. We've got rulemaking that we've already prepared. We hope to have that out in December or January, but no longer will companies be able to introduce an ingredient in the food supply unless Americans know about it.
If you close the GRAS loophole, is that going to close all the things that are already considered GRAS? Or you can't talk about that yet?
So that it won't, but we have a solution for that too. So this is sort of a belt and suspenders approach. When you talk about GRAS reform, that really is the pre-market side, right? So you're addressing new novel ingredients that people want to introduce in the food supply. We've also stood up a post-market office. So this is the first time in FDA's history that we've taken a proactive, systematic step to establish a post-market review office solely for foods. Believe it or not, up until this administration, FDA did not actively review food ingredients. So once something was in the market, it was essentially grandfathered in the market with very little oversight unless there was a citizen's petition or an outbreak or something else that necessitated that. We're now getting rid of that. We've stood up a post-market office for review. We've created a scheme that's got multifactorial prongs to rank various chemicals. So it's going to look at, is an ingredient or a chemical banned in another country? Is it something Congress is interested in? Is it something that's used in vulnerable populations, like for infants and the elderly? We're going to rank, create a score, and then we'll apply that, our post-market framework, to those chemicals. So we've got a number in review now: BHA, BHT, titanium dioxide, a number of phthalates, ADA, a number of chemicals.
That just makes me so profoundly happy because I don't want those in my food. Thank you. Now, Marty, that sounded like a list of all the excipients and binders in pharmaceuticals. Why are we putting these things in pharmaceuticals if they're not necessary for efficacy? Are there any plans to address that as well? Like Benadryl doesn't have to be pink, right?
So we, first of all, we have tremendous convening power at the FDA, and we need to use that convening power for good. The FDA regulates 20% of the US economy. We have offices in 50 countries. It's everything from borders and Chinese vapes coming across the border to medical devices and microwave ovens and MRI machines to wearables to new drugs to the food supply. And so we can use our convening power to ask companies to do the right thing. And they want to be on good terms with the FDA. And so we want to appeal to the best in them. And sometimes you can win more bees with honey than fire. Now, we'll use every tool in the toolbox, but we are seeing now a tremendous response. Walmart, Sam's Club, I mean, a whole tier of chemicals beyond the artificial food dyes. And let's be honest, that's not a silver bullet that's going to make us healthy again, but it is an important and incredible historic milestone step in the right direction. So we have to keep going, and we're going to appeal to the best in these companies. On the drug sides, we're not going to waste time. I've been at the bedside. I've had to break bad news more times than I'd like to admit. Why does it take 10 to 12 years for a new cure to come to market? Do we really think if you have the cure for breast cancer, we need to just wait it out and let the process play out? Or can we run more continuous trials? Can we look at study endpoints in the cloud? Can we do the lion's share of the review before the final clinical trial reads out? I'd like to see a cure or meaningful treatment in our term for type 1 diabetes, for forms of childhood blindness and deafness, for certain types of stage 4 cancer. We've already seen some potentially promising treatments that melt away tumors, specifically GI tumors of a certain genetic mutation subtype, where you don't even need surgery or chemotherapy or radiation. The tumor literally melts away. So we issued a priority voucher. We have a program to get decisions out in weeks, which is unheard of. Again, you know, we get this, you're moving too fast. Well, we saw an article in the New England Journal of Medicine, for example, a month ago, that showed for a certain subtype of congenital deafness in children, this novel gene therapy restored hearing in 3 out of 12, and in about 7 out of 12, they got an improvement in their hearing. Well, they were otherwise deaf. What are we waiting for? Within hours, we called the company. We said, let's see this, data that you have it, and we issued them a voucher immediately to get a priority review within weeks. We're going to keep moving with other potentially promising treatments. We're not in a receive-only mode. We're not playing, a government librarian that's going to be angry that you want to borrow a book. We are not in receive-only mode. We go into the pipeline and we ask our reviewers, I personally ask our reviewers on the front lines, are you seeing anything that looks amazing? Anything that gives you chills up your spine, even if it's in an animal study or phase 2 clinical trial. And if they say yes, let's take a look at that data. Let's call the company and get the data, and we can do an independent review without any contamination from the industry. We can do an independent review to deliver more cures and meaningful treatments for the American public.
One thing that's going to do is radically lower the amount of investment required for new cures because you're moving faster, which means the number of companies that come to market. So I think this is going to change the world because there's so many good researchers who know something, they want to do something, and I don't have $200 million in 10 years to do it. You solve that problem, the innovation's going to go crazy. So I'm so excited about this. Now, I want to ask about something else. Direct-to-consumer ads for Big Pharma. What's your stance on it and why?
Yeah. Well, maybe some people here love watching people singing and dancing nonstop on television or marching from one fake town to, I don't know where they're going. And you're listening to these things and you're watching them around the clock and you think, did they just say sudden death? And we have 2 regulations on the books. One is to say that you cannot create a misleading impression, and you have to present a fair balance of information. A lot of companies are not doing that. And there's another regulation that says you can put some of the side effect stuff on another website or in another place. We're closing that loophole. So they now have to put it in the ad. And so we're enforcing the existing regulations, which has not been done in the last administration. For example, the FDA used to send out 100 enforcement letters a year back when pharma ads were rare. Remember when we were kids and they were rare? Now, I was watching the World Series. I don't know what they were pitching, these medications. I don't even recognize them. And I'm like, okay, I give up. I'll take it. I'll take it. I don't even know what it is. But they're pushing these medicines nonstop on TV. Look, they have a right to free speech like every other American, but we are going to enforce the regulations. We used to send out 100 enforcement letters from the FDA decades ago each year. We learned in the Biden administration in 2003, they sent out 1 letter that year. And last year, they sent out 0 letters. So within weeks of us learning this, we sent out, I personally signed 1,500 warning letters and 100 cease and desist letters to the industry.
So impressed. What about marketing brightly colored, nasty, unhealthy food to kids? Seems like the same problem.
Yeah, that is something that in the last MAHA report from several months ago was identified as a potential action item for the FDA, HHS, and the Federal Trade Commission to get together and decide if there's ways to potentially restrict marketing. So that's something we're actively looking at in coordination with the White House and Federal Trade Commission. But the issue's no different. I mean, you see these commercials. That's why they use food dyes, right? These are disproportionately used in foods to target youth. And you see the advertising that also follows suit. And so it's something we're really interested in. It's part of our broader push to really tackle the chronic disease issues that are targeted at our youth population. To the commissioner's point, artificial dyes are not a silver bullet. And look, people have criticized it and said, well, the dyes aren't really addressing chronic disease. But the reality is, products that have artificial dyes have 140% more sugar on average than products that don't have the artificial dyes, and we know they're attracting to youth. So again, it's another tool in the toolkit that we're using, and we're gonna take every step we can to make sure that our youth no longer suffer from chronic disease.
Beautiful. I think kids are the most important because we have healthy kids, they'll have healthy kids. And so what you're doing over the next few years is going to affect multiple generations. And the science says that epigenetics is real, so let's fix it fast the way you're doing, and I truly appreciate it.
Yeah, it's not a willpower problem that our kids are sick. This is not their fault.
Yeah.
And we have to be honest. If we're gonna rebuild public trust, which we try to do every day, we have to show some humility. This is not their fault. Look at what we do to kids. We rattle them in the middle of the night in their sleep cycle, disrupting their circadian rhythm to put them on a school bus when it's dark. They sit in a classroom with less natural light exposure than most inmates in a penitentiary. We load them with high glycemic indices that spike their insulin levels all day long. Now they have snack lists. Oh. We didn't eat snacks, during class and between class. They have snack lists of all highly processed foods, that sort of foods that Kyle's talking about. And then we hit them again with a high glycemic load, and we tell them to sit still at a desk for 7 hours, and they can't do it. They struggle. And what do? We drug our nation's kids at scale. It's wrong. We have to address it and be honest with the problem.
As a guy who hit 300 pounds when I was 23 years old, I love that you said it's not a willpower problem. And the way you're explaining there, all of those inputs, I would have never imagined a few years ago that we'd be on stage having that conversation. So I'd like you guys to thank our new team in charge of the drugs and the food, because this is a new world. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Appreciate it.
Up next, a conversation on access and innovation in pharmacy. Please welcome Josh Fritzler, CFO of Olympia and Wesley, Nate Hill, co-founder and CEO of Strive, John Lensing, co-founder and CEO of OpenLoop, and moderator Brigham Bueller, founder and CEO, Ways to Well.
All right, the clock's ticking, so we'll get started. I think the best way to start this is for each of us to go around and talk about our experience, how we ended up here, and where compounding has a place in the future of medicine. So for me personally, I was involved in the Senate hearing last year where I met a lot of these other moderators and folks talking on this stage today, and I had the privilege and honor of getting to see firsthand behind the scene the level of fighting and hard work and dedication that Marty and Secretary Kennedy and this team has put in place to fight for accessibility and affordability of treatments for the American people. So I'm founder of Ways to Well. I also own a small compounding pharmacy in Houston, Texas, and I'll let everyone go around and introduce themselves.
John Lensing started a company called OpenLoop. We are a lot of the infrastructure that powers digital health companies out there. We see and treat on average about 500,000 to 1 million patients a month right now, and compounding is obviously a very large part of the regimen of what we recommend to patients.
Nate Hill, co-founder and CEO of Strive Pharmacy, founded the company out of Gilbert, Arizona, and we've grown to 8 locations, almost 9 throughout the United States. We serve every state in the U.S., and yeah, we're focused on personalized medicine. We do work with doctors and providers that have patients with unique needs where commercial products aren't available for them, that don't meet those needs that they have, and so they come to compound pharmacies to create a personalized approach and a personalized plan to meet their healthcare goals.
Awesome. My name is Josh Fritzler. I'm the CFO of Wesley and Olympia Pharmaceuticals. We have 2 503Bs in Orlando, Florida, and 1 503A. We are not our own name, the national experts of 503B outsourcing facilities. We service urology clinics, weight loss clinics, vein care clinics, dermatology, and we're most proud of the 1,000+ health systems and hospitals that we service every single day. We make about 150 to 200,000 sterile injectables each week, and it's an honor to sit up here with you guys and have the platform on compounding. We really appreciate it.
I think a good starting point would be to educate the crowd and folks who may not even know what a compounding pharmacy is, because I think until a few years ago, it was a huge source of cost-effective medications for the public, but it was flying under the radar. And in this new world, there's a lot more exposure. So I'd love for you to touch on the difference between an A and a B and just give people a little insight.
Yeah.
Sure, I can lead us. So 503B, it's a drug manufacturer. We run in parallel with large pharmaceutical manufacturers in the country. Olympia itself, we are audited around 20 times a year, most of which are state audits, and then we do every 12 to 18 months by the federal government, the FDA, and that's very similar with the pharmaceutical manufacturers you're used to with the generic brand manufacturers. With that, there's a lot of transparency in what we do. When it comes to every single drug we manufacture or produce or dispense, we have to register it with the FDA, and we have to tell them about any adverse events immediately. This information is public and very transparent for the market, which I think is really important for patients, physicians, and clinics to be able to see who's manufacturing their drugs. Just like Big Pharma's FDA audit, we call it a regulatory colonoscopy. So they totally open us up, and they get to see absolutely everything we do, from our name tags to our cleaning validations to our machines. This is kind of where the parallel between large pharma and us end. Our transparency, our colonoscopy is in a room full of every person you've ever met, meaning our studies and our audits are public. So if you're a patient, you want to check on our report card, you have access to see exactly what we made, exactly what the FDA thinks of us, and what is made in that product. Through the Freedom of Information Act request, it takes years for a large generic compounding or a pharmaceutical manufacturer to send that information. So if my dad was looking to look into a product from a generic manufacturer and really see, hey, I wonder what the report card is of this brand and manufacturer, he's probably not going to wait 3 years to see before he takes that product. And for me, I think as we push towards American citizens being familiar of what they're putting into their body, a 503B's transparency is second to none, and I think it really adds access to be able to see what we're using. And that we're really proud of that, and that's essentially what we do.
Awesome. Yeah, I can touch on a 503A compounding pharmacy. So our pharmacy requires a prescription. So the very fact that this prescription categorizes it as being personalized, that you have to go to a doctor and you have to work with that doctor and come up with some health plan, and then they're going to prescribe that medication to our pharmacy. And a lot of the providers that we work with will do blood work, they'll do levels on hormones, and then they'll send that prescription to our pharmacy. So when we were founded, my business partner, he's a pharmacist. I did pharmaceutical sales prior to starting the business, but so he had to educate me and help me understand what a compound pharmacy was. And so initially, my understanding of it was that we did hormone replacement therapy and medications that helped with erections. So it's a lot more than that. But one thing important to point out is, the relationship between a doctor and a patient, we believe, is sacred. I think everyone has an experience in their lives or in the life of someone that's close to them that has sought after, an answer to symptoms that they're having. Someone said it earlier up on stage where when you have a certain condition, it's all that you think about, and you're going to go every length to try to find an answer. And I think we all can agree that big pharmaceutical companies don't have the solution for everything. There are a lot of amazing products out there, but they don't have the answer for everything. And so when patients are so unique and so individualized, and we're made up of different things, and we metabolize differently, we methylate differently, then it makes sense that patients should have a unique prescription to take care of whatever their healthcare needs are. And so that's where a compound pharmacy, a 503A, steps in. It's for unique needs that aren't commercially available, that aren't on the market. And so we're able to order in the raw ingredient or the API, active pharmaceutical ingredient, and we're able to make it up in whether they're capsules, creams, injections, lozenges that dissolve under the tongue. There's so many different variations and formulas that we can make up in our pharmacies. But it's really a relationship between the doctor and the patient, but also with our pharmacy and with our pharmacists, where they can work directly with that doctor and listen to the doctor. The doctor's the one that has spent so much time with that patient and has listened to them when they've gone to so many different, the traditional healthcare route and haven't received any answers. And then they finally find a doctor that's willing to listen to them. And that doctor is saying, I need to send you to a compound pharmacy because you have something unique going on there's nothing commercially available that's going to be able to treat that need.
And the problem with that from a medical lens is, when I was going through medical school, we spent 5, maybe 10 minutes talking about compounding. It all came down to, look at the patient, what's the pattern, treat it with the same old drug that we've always used forever. It was only after, sort of wrapping up grad school, that compounding became more knowledgeable to, I think, the general public. And instead of treating the pattern that we see all the time in the market now, it's like, let's look at you as an individual. Let's see what you specifically need. What sort of comorbidities do you have? What are you deficient in? Let's build a drug that's highly tailored to you as an individual, rather than trying to mass produce something that, maybe only 50% of people really need.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I think a huge part of the boom that people have seen is also in the peptide space, which we were talking about backstage. 1.7 million Americans are dying every year of preventable chronic disease. We know that diet, lifestyle, and nutrition are crucial, but it's also crucial to provide patients with accessibility and affordability to cutting-edge care. And if we're truly going to get proactive, predictive, and personalized, which is the only way we're going to prevent the chronic disease crisis, it involves patients having easily accessible care with their clinician and cutting-edge treatment modalities. So if you want to talk a little bit more about what you've seen in your practice and where you've utilized some of these treatments and the benefits you've seen, I think that would be.
I mean, look, we power some of the largest telehealth companies out there. Hundreds of thousands of patients coming in and flocking to telehealth every single day. And that's because they desire two things. They want convenience, which they're not getting from traditional healthcare. You know, they're waiting 3 months to book an appointment. They're getting tossed around between this clinic, this specialist, somebody else before they get an answer. And then they're sent to a pharmacy to finally get their prescription. And the other thing that they really desire is transparency, right? You know, how many people under the age of 45 now even know what a deductible is? And if they do, what their deductible is and how much, you know, is left on that remaining for the year. They would rather go online, pay $100 out of pocket, and know exactly what they're gonna get, see a doctor that exact same day, meet with them for however long that they need, get the prescription that they want, shipped and sent to their door, on their doorstep in 48 hours, and know exactly what it's gonna cost them, right? It's convenience, it's accessibility, and that's why I think, you know, American public's lost a lot of trust in just our traditional healthcare systems.
And how many times does a doctor prescribe a medication to a patient only to find out that their insurance doesn't cover it, right? And so even if it is what the doctor is prescribing for that patient, doesn't mean the patient's gonna get it, doesn't mean that the patient is gonna be able to afford it, and so it ends up, you know, going down the...
1/3 of every prescription that's written in the US doesn't get picked up. Because that's inconvenient. It's inconvenient. If something is so imperative to our life, like healthcare is, you need to embed it into the daily lives of the patients. You need to make it the most convenient, most accessible thing possible. And as of right now, the actual end consumers of our healthcare system, it doesn't work for them.
What a lot of people don't realize, and the only reason I know this is from owning retail pharmacies that attempted to bill the insurance companies. The insurance companies not only set the reimbursement rate, they dictate what is covered. And that is not dictated by what's best for the patient, but what's most profitable for the pocketbook.
Sure.
And so the insurance scheme is so much bigger than big pharma and insurance in that it's a layered approach. And for a patient to navigate that is almost impossible. And that's where I think that having cash pay, cost-effective solutions that provide accessibility are crucial.
I think you brought up GLPs first. In the beginning of this discussion, I think what it did is give a lot of confidence in compounding. I mean, our pharmacy serviced 150,000 patients a week for 2 years on GLPs, and with that transparency I mentioned above, with insurance not even being a factor, and we're providing life-saving medicine for 1/10 of the cost. So I do think all of that plays into the transparency of what we're able to provide, especially the US manufacturing of what we can do, the affordability and the accessibility. I think the four of us are all aligned that that's exactly what we're all bringing to this table.
Like you said, there's too many people with their hands in the pot right now. That's what's made it so inconvenient for patients. You got PBMs that need their take, you got third-party payers that need their take, you got hospital margins that are crushed, doctors that are burned out, patients that are pissed off. Right, where I think all of us up here on stage are interested in stripping it back to the basics. Put the patient at the center of it, bring in the doctor relationship, and get them the medication that's tailored to them individually, that's gonna work for them.
And we talked about this, I love it. You're spot on, and we talked about this at the Senate level too. You've listened to so many of these moderators and speakers today, and they talk about the system is broken. The system is broken. And I said this at the Senate, it's not broken, it's rigged. And we're fitting the bill, and we're fitting the bill on American lives and lost loved ones. And it's because the system is so controlled and captured from every aspect of the system. And this is one of the last standing beacons that give patients a life raft, whether we're talking telemedicine and accessibility or compounding and making unique solutions to patients mailed to their doorstep. I want you to share some of your experiences on how you've seen the endpoint of patient feedback, and you had mentioned earlier back there how many patients have reached out and thanked you for what you're doing and providing them solutions.
Yeah, I mean, some people may know, but we're in a big lawsuit with a big, large pharmaceutical company that's coming after us and, you know, trying to shut down where these prescriptions are coming from. And, you know, we turned it into a PR campaign and rallied everyone behind us. I think it's very, it's motivating, and, you know, as a leader of a compound pharmacy that has not only patients across the United States, but also employees, that this is their livelihood. But, you know, we ended up turning into a PR campaign and asking for testimonials from people on how compounding has changed their lives. And the amount of support that we receive from patients and providers, encouraging us to fight for compounding rights and personalized medicine. That's what the lawsuit is regarding. It's us stating that we, in our marketing, that we offer personalized medicine, and that is the epitome of a compound pharmacy. And so, guilty as charged. So.
There's a lot of bad information out there on the safety of compounding, and I saw even in the press conference the other day, they tried to sneak in or mention they're not safe. So I'd love for one of y'all to touch on what is the difference between a major manufacturing facility and a compounding pharmacy, and what safety nets do you have in place to protect the consumer?
Yeah, touch on that.
I mean, the parallels are astronomical when it comes to who are regulated by, from every state we send products to the FDA and the federal government, who are in our facility once or twice a year. And like I mentioned before, our audits are public. It would take years for you to get a public audit for any of these branded manufacturers, especially the one that you're being sued by. And you can go and see our report card immediately. So for me, our safety is exactly the same level of current good manufacturing processes that we have to follow to make these products. And then you can see how we did. You can go online and see how you did. Every patient, every provider, every hospital, every health system has access to our certificate of analysis. So anytime we make a lot of vials, let's say we make 10,000 sterile injectables, they're able to see every single C of A for every batch we make. There's not that level of transparency in pharmaceutical unless you're a 503B. And I think with that, we're servicing health systems across the country with a safe product that's obvious. We've passed the test and we're showing you we've passed the test. I can't tell you what the test looks like for the other pharmaceutical manufacturers. I can't.
I can tell you a mind-blowing statistic is there's over 2,300 major big pharma manufacturing facilities that have not been inspected in 5 or more years. Whereas the FDA has been in our building 3 times in 18 months.
Right.
I think that the FDA is doing a great job of making sure that they regulate and thoroughly inspect compounders and 503As and Bs. Where it gets a little more tricky is when you do go to big pharma, where they move their manufacturing facilities overseas and play the whole dog and pony and try and make it so difficult to come inspect their facilities. What are your thoughts on what you're seeing at the A level?
Yeah, on the 503A level, we have to do smaller batches than the outsourcing facilities, and so each one of those batches, though, within our pharmacy, we're sending that out to get tested for endotoxin, sterility, potency. We're held to shorter beyond use, beyond use dates. And so, we're regulated by state boards of pharmacy. I think the other unique thing about compound pharmacies is their regulators can and will stop in without any notice. You have to be ready for an inspection without any warning, where a lot of these big manufacturing, like big pharmaceutical companies, get a notice before they show up and inspect their facilities. And so all that, from us up on this stand, I think that we're just asking that they're held to the same standards as the compound pharmacies, when in reality, we welcome the scrutiny. We understand that we're dealing with patients' lives and patients' care, and we want to offer the best product that we can to them. I think one thing that we want to do as well is to applaud HHS, Secretary Kennedy, Dr. Marty Makary for the green list and on GLP-1s. So there's been a lot of misrepresentation, disparagement of our industry by these big pharmaceutical companies, stating that we're making counterfeit knockoff products. This green list provided a list that showed where the active pharmaceutical ingredient is coming from, is registered and inspected by the FDA. And surprise, we are already working with those companies, and it's the same companies that big pharmaceutical companies are getting their supply from as well.
Exactly, and just to touch on the ingredients that we're getting and what we're using with our transparency, there's over 300 items in shortage. Sure, we mentioned 2 as in the GLPs, and Olympia service, like I mentioned, 150,000 patients a week. Once these were deemed no longer in shortage, we probably got 2,000-3,000 calls a day, not customers excited that the branded medication's back, paranoid and nervous that they can't afford the branded medication once it's back. So not only are we filling a void from a shortage perspective and what's available, we're providing access to affordable medication. And So a recent poll came out that 40%, around 39.5% of all hospital systems are using 503Bs for medications that they're administering. So the same people who are saying that 503B compounding or compounding in general is unsafe, we're saving America by, that's 40% of what we're giving to all of our hospital systems. And I mean, with the show of hands, I can only imagine everyone's been to a hospital, everyone's seen an IV bag. 503Bs make up 40% of what's out there. And if you have a child who has severe influenza, the branded manufacturer that was making the cure, the albuterol for severe influenza, went bankrupt. The only reason we at hospitals now have that product available is through 503B manufacturing, and we're incredibly proud to be able to offer these products. So to your point of unsafe manufacturing, how are we saving 40% of the lives with our medication for all the hospital systems in America? However, if we make GLPs, it's not safe. So for me, I think it's intuitive to be the exact same level of compounded manufacturing that's saving America, to be honest.
The safety conversation needs to be even broader. You know, this smear campaign that's going on by a lot of the large pharmaceutical companies against people like Olympia and Strive here is forcing patients to actually go online and buy research-grade drugs, right? Ones that aren't regulated by the FDA, ones that aren't inspected by the state boards of pharmacy. Like you were telling us backstage, 4 out of 5 peptides that are sold are now research grade. You know, no regulation, no testing done on them. And you want to talk about safety? That's a huge safety issue to patients. And these people right here, they're doing something legal, they're doing something compliant, and they're doing something that's incredibly beneficial for the patients.
Amen.
I think the future's bright with peptides. The administration is aware of the issue and has thankfully had tons of meetings. And
who wants peptides?
Yeah.
Right?
And one of the nuanced discussions that, and I heard somebody allude to this earlier, they mentioned nobody has a GLP-1 deficiency. And that was one of the things when I was talking with Secretary Kennedy that I mentioned is when you look at peptides, they're short chain amino acids that are building blocks. You know, the difference between the big pharmaceutical conglomerates selling you Prozac or an antidepressant, nobody's deficient in an antidepressant. But we do know factually, and we can assess your blood work and tell you if you're deficient in certain things and help optimize your health. And that's how you get proactive, predictive, and preventative. You don't wait for chronic disease to show up on your doorstep. You have all the tell signs, and the issues that develop in your 30s started in your 20s. The issues that develop in your 40s started in your 30s. With platforms like yours, compounding pharmacies, and our ability to provide patients with cutting-edge care, we can drive down the cost of healthcare. And you drive it down by preventing the chronic disease from ever occurring in the first place.
For sure.
And if you actually want to get to an era of preventative care like you've touched on, you got to put the patient at the center, right? How many times have we showed up at a hospital, said, hey, I have this issue that I want to talk about, but the doctor, somebody else is like, I got 5 minutes, we're going to talk about this. Right, I'm here to talk about my weight. No, your lipids are too high or your creatinine's too high, right? The patients are so educated nowadays, they're coming in and they know exactly what they want treated. They know, you know, this is the biggest priority for me in my health journey right now. It's like Maslow's hierarchy of needs. If I don't meet my basic needs, food, water, shelter, you can't even start talking about self-actualization and everything else. So if we have a patient that comes in that says, hey, you know, I'm 200 pounds overweight, you don't talk about their kidney function. You don't want to talk about their heart health. You don't want to talk about anything else. Like, treat them for why they're there. Get them happy, get them healthy, and now they'll start talking with you about everything else underneath the sun. They want the preventative care. Now they want to know what their lab values are. Now they want to know everything else. Like, treat the individual.
I think that's spot on. The biggest thing I've seen in healthcare is in the traditional system, patients feel like they're a passenger being led on a ride. Yeah. And when you bring them into the preventative world, the functional medicine world, you allow patients to be a driver of their journey. And they're deciding that decision side by side with the clinician, which is one of the things that's amazing about this administration. They've made it abundantly clear that they want clinicians and patients to be making decisions with autonomy and sovereignty over their health.
Yeah, and I think, when you think about someone who has a story of searching for that solution for some condition that they have, that they're not getting the answers from the traditional healthcare route, and they finally find it, And I'm not saying every time it's going to be through a compound pharmacy, but sometimes it's through a more holistic approach. But I think patients and providers should have the medical freedom to decide what makes sense for the patient. It's like you have a provider that's actually listening to the patient, listening to their symptoms, listening to like what their health goals are, and you can't do that from, you know, large-scale blanketed mass production. And especially like if we've been talking about with all these panels, there's so much going on with data and AI that's creating even more of a personalized approach. And so you would have to use a compound pharmacy to tailor to that patient's needs. Something that's interesting, you know, just because of anyone who has used a compound pharmacy, I think you could relate to this. We had our first, you know, our lawsuit was dismissed out of Delaware. It's been refiled in Arizona, but the Judge Bibas out of Delaware, he said patients, when he dismissed it, he said patients with allergies and unique needs where FDA-approved products are unsuitable, he said compounding is a godsend. And I think that was a strong statement. We actually turned it into merch and we have hats for it. But regardless, you know, not only is compounding a godsend, I think what MAHA is doing, the MAHA movement, Secretary Kennedy, I think we can all agree that they're a godsend as well.
We only got a few minutes left. I don't know if you want to give one thing that you're excited about with the MAHA movement and where you think this is headed.
Sure. I think policy, number one. I think being able to understand what the 503B does to our hospital industry and the products that we're able to produce at such a high level under the same scrutiny. I also know, like you mentioned, those peptides. My grandma's on BPC right now from a research grade pharmacy, and I'm dying to be able to have us make it for her because it works. And it's just one example of these products that can change people's lives that I'm hoping with this MAHA organization, what we can do, we can really push policy to get better medicine for people.
Yeah, I think for me, I mean, something that I'm excited about and motivated about is just the stories that need to be told. They were talking about on the last panel, Dr. Marty and Makary, just about the pharmaceutical commercials and how everyone's skipping down the street. And we got to do better. I mean, with medications that we offer, they're literally life-changing. And those stories need to be told. And I think that's something that drives Strive Pharmacy, is to tell those stories because people need to know about some of these options because it's literally helping people change their lives. And so, you know, I look at this MAHA movement more of like a health revival, but you know, there's so many different people with different backgrounds and different industries that are coming together. But I know that if we work together, we can defy the odds and create generational health.
Yeah, I think Vice President and Secretary Kennedy said it best. Like this administration is taking a bulldozer to a lot of the dogma that we've believed for years, right? And there's new data coming out, there's new evidence coming out, and I think a lot of us in this room can agree that traditional healthcare has failed the end consumer. It's failed the patients in so many ways. And I like your word. It's rigged against them, right? This administration is trying to reset that. They're trying to revitalize it and put health back in the patient's hands. And I think that's the most exciting thing as a provider myself.
I think the future's bright. This administration understands the space in the sector and truly wants to get proactive, predictive, and preventative. And that's the way we're going to fight this chronic disease crisis. So we're out of time. Thank you guys for everything. Thank you.
Next, a discussion on aging and brain-computer interfaces. Please welcome Blake Byers, co-founder and CEO of New Limit, Brian Johnson, founder of Blueprint and Don't Die, DJ Seo, co-founder and president of Neuralink, and moderator Jim O'Neill, Deputy Secretary of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Good afternoon, MAHA. All Americans deserve to be healthy and happy and prosperous, and most people try to make very healthy choices, but in many ways the system is stacked against them, and the science of health is still an unsolved problem. Diabetes has exploded tenfold since 1960. Obesity has also grown exponentially. And life expectancy is actually shorter than it was in 2010. That's why President Trump and Secretary Kennedy are leading the way to make America healthy again. We are doing our part at Health and Human Services. For example, just on Monday, we made a major stride towards advancing women's health by removing a very unscientific warning label from hormone replacement therapy. Hormone replacement therapy for women, especially over 60, can greatly reduce their risk of heart disease and bone fractures and dementia and many other diseases. And there's much more that we all want to do. And there's much more that everyone in this room can do. And so I'm very honored to be joined by 3 of the leaders who are paving the way for the future on this. So about 15 years ago, I met Brian Johnson. We had a lovely breakfast together. He was just launching his amazing fund, OS Fund. And we talked about how we both wanted to do more in longevity. For about 10 years, we only communicated by email. I didn't see him. Then about 2 years ago, I knew I was going to see him at a conference. I was very excited to greet him in person again. I went to the conference. I was in a room. And I saw across the room a very striking-looking young man. And even though I was looking forward to seeing Brian there, it took me a while to realize that guy is Brian. He looks so much younger. And it's amazing now to see him more often. He is the world's most measured man, which is really generous of him to do so much for science by not only making himself younger, but sharing all that information with the world. Blake Byers is an amazing entrepreneur and investor. He's invested in a lot of excellent companies, from SpaceX to Neuralink, and he's also the founder of New Limit, which is an amazing company that's going to help make longevity and living healthy for longer years more possible. DJ Sao is the president and CEO of Neuralink, which is an amazing company that we'll be learning more about, which is going to help us improve cognitive health, and I'm very excited to welcome all these gentlemen here. So, let me start with a question for everyone. If the people in this room continue to work hard at making America healthy again, what could human health look like in 5 years? Blake, would you like to start?
Yeah, so I think in 5 years, one of the biggest new innovations that's going to be coming is true longevity drugs. And what I mean by longevity drugs is longevity medicines that actually go after the fundamental mechanisms of aging. We have a lot of drugs that are being repurposed that we think might impact aging, but we have so far not really been working on aging drugs as a society. And to frame the impact, aging is the dominant risk factor of basically every major and chronic disease. There are some exceptions, but that's mostly the case. Your risk of developing cardiovascular disease, dementia, and cancer goes up not 5x between 20 and 80 years old. It goes up 100x. It's a 100-fold increase. And despite this being like the highest risk factor for all these diseases, we basically don't do historically any research on aging itself. And there's a lot of, I think, cultural and political and even economic reasons for that, but that has started to shift. I think at New Limit, are an example of that. And I think in 5 years, you're going to see the first true anti-aging medicines enter the clinic for people. And even just a little bit of success there is going to create this tidal wave of why weren't we all working on this all along? This is actually the most important thing to work on in medicine.
Thank you. Brian, where could we be in 5 years?
Yeah, so first, no, I don't have any magic mushrooms on me. I did an experiment over the weekend. I took 25 milligrams of psilocybin, and it was an experiment if psilocybin would be potentially a longevity therapy. And so I guess what we've been trying to do is, if you think back to like 1870s, there was this new idea that these microscopic objects called bacteria were the source of infection and could lead to death. And it split the community. If you didn't believe in this new theory, then you weren't a gentleman and you couldn't practice medicine. And so I think the idea right now, don't die or something like that, is a similar comparable where, like Blake is saying, that when therapies demonstrate that they can in fact meaningfully reverse age and or slow down the speed of aging, we humans will, of course, ravenously consume those things. Nobody wants to be aged and decrepit. And that's what this Don't Die endeavor is about, is it's this contemplation that we're at this inflection moment as a species. Even if it's very hard to see, that in the coming years, we really will make the progress where people will start saying, interesting, like this may be a new era to be human. And so I think it's probably the most exciting moment ever to be human, because we're really transforming to something new. So that's what I've been trying to do personally is, 5 years ago, I asked the question, are we the first generation who may not die? That doesn't mean immortality, it doesn't mean transhumanism, it means that we may be able to extend our lifespans to degrees and in ways which we haven't been before. So that's what I think the future is going to be like.
Great. DJ, you mostly work on the brain, but feel free to take this any direction you like. What can we expect in 5 years?
Yeah, so I guess for me to frame my perspective, I wanted to speak a little bit about Neuralink. Neuralink is building brain-computer interface technology for people with disorders of the brain and the nervous system. And initially, it means for people with traumatic spinal cord injury, strokes, or neurodegenerative diseases such as ALS. And we have technology today, right now, that's working in about a dozen patients and working reliably and changing their lives today. And to share a little bit about the impact, I wanted to play a quick video. So if we can have it up. So this is our first patient. His name's Nolan. And he got this implant 2 years ago, and it worked for the first time straight out of the box. He's currently using it more than 12 hours a day, so 90 hours a week, to play his favorite games, and also he has recently gone back to his school. And this is Brad, who's fully locked in with ALS, and we were able to give him his voice back, and he's also able to go outdoors and spend quality time with his wife and 3 kids. And this is Audrey, who became paralyzed after a car accident at the age of 17, and 20 years later, she's able to draw for the first time and making a living out of it. And this is Alex, who's a mechanical engineer who's now designing and drawing things and then printing real objects for his business and his farm. And this is Nick, who is able to control robotic arm purely with his mind to feed himself and also make awesome music. And really, it's also been very wonderful to see kind of this community that has formed. This is a handful of our participants playing, they got together and played Mario Kart together, so. And I just want to emphasize, this is happening today. These are just quick samples of more than 10 patients that are using Neuralink day in and day out. And I actually brought the device with me too. So it's this device. I don't know if we can zoom into that, but there are these really tiny, fine wires with about 1,000 contacts that are reading and writing to the brain. And initially, our goal is to, again, help people with quadriplegia regain some of their autonomy through digital control and physical autonomy. We currently have thousands of people in our patient registry waiting to receive Neuralink. We get hundreds of emails weekly about how they decided to live on the hopes that they can one day get a Neuralink. And we're really pushing towards making this available in the next 2 to 3 years. That's our goal for commercialization. And in the next 5 years, our goal is to expand the similar device towards different indications, things like giving sight back to the blind, and starting to treat some of the more complex diseases like psychiatric condition, depression, pain, addiction, and things like that, and ultimately try to understand how the brain works.
Very impressive. Thank you. All right, now I'd like to ask everyone to be more speculative and more optimistic. Let me ask the same question, but what can we expect if things go well in 50 years?
So I think we'll have real anti-aging medicines at that point. The mechanism that I most believe is even nearer term than that, but we'll really see it play out, is something called epigenetic reprogramming. So basically, humans have age reversal built in our genetics. The evidence for that is every time 2 people have a kid, it's 2 adult cells fusing, and then there's this age reversal event, and the kid's born at 0. And when that kid grows up, decades later, and they have a kid with somebody else, it's 2 adult cells fusing, age reprogramming event, the kid starts at 0. Humanity is kind of a 100,000-year-old cell line propagating, and age resets every time we have this kid. And so we have this like ability to transform cell type and cell age simultaneously. And this is, we've known this ever since we can be thinking about it. And only recently we started developing the tools of how to decouple those things. Can we just reverse cell age without changing cell type? And in the last couple years now, we're seeing evidence that this is the case. I think in 50 years, we're going to have kind of tools to do this throughout the entire body, and you're going to get decades of additional like healthy life. And so what I mean by that is not you're 90 for another few decades at the end of your life. It's like you take your best years and you just stretch it out by decades. And it's easy to talk about this in economic terms and like we don't have to take as many medicines because we're just healthier, we're just preventing disease. But like fundamentally, we're not here to just avoid medicines. We're here to live our lives and spend time with our loved ones. And we're all just going to benefit from more time in that in a way where 50 years from now, they're going to look back at our times and can't imagine that we existed without these opportunities.
Great. Brian?
Yeah. I think we'll probably experience a pretty significant cultural and ethical shift where right now the primary objectives in society are power, wealth, and status. Those are primarily the things we work towards in life. Of course, we have family and we have friends, but we do work very hard for power, wealth, and status as the primary objectives. And I think it could be the case that existence itself becomes the objective, that we humbly acknowledge our precarious and special moment on this Earth, in this part of the galaxy, and we don't want to do anything to imperil our existence. And when death is inevitable, you can pick your game. You kind of YOLO your way to choose making life decisions. If you can begin extending your lifespan in ways that are encouraging to you, you may have a different appreciation for it. And so I think that really we're really about there. And I think if that were to be the case, it would change the way we deal with ourselves, the way we deal with each other, the way we deal with our planet. And so I've been trying to create a model of this myself where 5 years ago, I wondered if what would a human prototype look like that is this model of being. And we went about doing this. I hired a team of 30 doctors, and we went about and we measured every organ in my body to try to deduce the biological age. And I made some interesting discoveries, like my left ear is age 64. I've got mild to moderate hearing loss from shooting guns and listening to loud music. My heart is 37. My brain structurally is 42. And so I have hundreds of different ages in my body. So with that baseline, we then went to the scientific evidence. We said, can we now take scientific evidence and either slow down my speed of aging and or reverse aging damage in all of my organs? And so we've been doing this again and again and again and again. And I've been kind of tongue-in-cheek been competing for the best biomarkers of anybody in the world, like almost like a new sport. There's the fastest person in the world, the richest person in the world. What is about the healthiest person in the world? What does that look like? And so I've been trying to do scientific experiment to create intuitions that measurement is the fundamental enabler. So as Blake was saying, you could imagine a future where we have the ability to measure our bodies in a granular fashion that finds and corrects for aging immediately. Like today, we do things like we eat food, nutritious food, we sleep well, we exercise. Those are like the ways we deal with it now. But in the future, with these therapies, we could be all over it. And so I've tried to build this autonomous system myself, like in the same way you put an address into a navigation system and say, here's my destination, take me there, Waymo. We could almost say, like, put your destination of health in your AI system, and it does it for you, right? Measurement is that robust, interventions are that robust. And so I built a V1, it's an analog version, but still it's a version of my autonomous self of available tools available today. So I think in the future it could be health is just kind of forgotten, like it's just an autonomous system running. We're in a youthful state at all times, and the environment, our environment, the way we deal with each other just runs on itself.
Great. DJ, 50 years.
50 years. I mean, everything about your experiences and your existence are really electrical spikes in your brain, and you can get transplants of pretty much every organ except your brain, as of right now. And there are obviously a lot of conditions that can be solved with age reversal, but there are also conditions that even children have and are born with sometimes that are very difficult and incurable at the moment. And a lot of kind of what we're working towards are building a set of systems and tools and technology that helps us be able to probe and interact with these different parts of neural circuits, whether it's something that has gone haywire that you want to find a way to bypass, whether it's trying to really understand the underlying mechanisms as to why it has gone to that state. And I think we'll have just plethora of different tools that are available at our toolkits to be able to address these really complex, incurable diseases in a very systematic engineering way.
Wonderful. Brian, let me ask you the question that people often ask me. What can people do today to improve their health and preserve their youthful vigor?
Yeah, I'd say so the number one thing I would suggest all of you do is lower your resting heart rate before bed. It is the single most effective therapy I've ever found. And the reason why that's the case is because the lower your heart rate before bed, the more likely you'll sleep well. And when you sleep well, you have more willpower and you want to exercise and eat well. When you don't sleep well, it takes your prefrontal cortex offline and you have less willpower. And so I've built my entire life around my resting heart rate before bed. And so if I go to bed tonight and my heart rate between 39 and 44 beats per minute, I'll have a perfect night's sleep. I'll fall asleep within 2 minutes. I'll have roughly 2 hours of REM, roughly 2 hours of deep. I'll wake up 0 times. If my heart rate is in the low 50s, I'll have like 30 to 40% less quality sleep. I'll probably wake up in the night and my sleep will be very choppy. And so the way you do that is 5 simple things, not simple, 5 things. One is you want to have your final meal at least 4 hours before bed. So if your bedtime's 4 p.m., finish eating by 6. 2 is screens off an hour before bed. Screens and phone generally is arousing. If you're scrolling, if you're texting, it can be a lot of activation for your nervous system. So screens off 60 minutes before bed. In that 60 minutes before bed, you want to have some kind of wind down routine. And so what I do is I line up the Bryans. So nighttime Brian comes onto duty. Then Brian's line up in a line, and they all want to talk to him. So the first one is Ambitious Brian. He shows up and he's like, I got a banger new idea. And Sleep Brian says, we love you, Ambitious Brian. You're doing a good job in life. Also, we are in sleep mode. So we're going to write down your idea, and tomorrow we're going to talk about it. And then Anxious Brian shows up and he says, today, you said that thing, you kind of were a jerk, right? They probably hate you now. And Sleep Brian says, Anxious Brian, thank you so much. Really great self-awareness. Appreciate it. I'm going to write this thing down. Like all the Brians just run through. And so when the line ends, like everyone's like, okay, I've been heard. Now the reason you do that is because you can actually measure your psychological reconciliation when you go to bed. So if you can reconcile your internal thoughts, your sleep stress will just be a straight line. You won't have wild oscillations. And so that reconciliation is really important. That's why you want to turn the phone off, because if you have the phone on, you're hyper aware of either scrolling or texting or working or whatever the case may be. Next is watch caffeine. So finish by noon, thereabouts. Avoid exercise 4 hours before bed. And then light. So try to do red and amber. So if you can incorporate those things, I promise you it is the very best thing you can do for your health. You will feel so much better. You'll be much happier. It's the best thing you can do for your mood as well.
So red lights in your bedroom? Is that what you said?
Yeah, so okay, so the only exception to this is sex. Sex is such a great thing for health, wellness, relationships, longevity, and you got to take the opportunity when it presents itself. So, if it appears, do it, even though your heart rate may be raised, but otherwise, heart rate low.
Great. So a lot of people in this room have been very successful at drawing the world's attention to chronic disease, which, as I said, it's an unsolved problem. We're working on it hard at HHS. We're doing better research at NIH and CDC. But there's a lot of other things to do. And aging, of course, is the ultimate chronic disease, a root cause of a lot of other chronic diseases, a chronic disease in itself. Of course, we're still working hard on infectious disease and every other kind of ailment that our bodies are afflicted by. Blake, what kind of research is either your company or others doing that's going to help improve disease states?
Yeah, so if you look at what happens as cell age, you basically have, so if you go down a few levels, you basically start to have dysfunction in these cells. And so if it's a liver cell, part of the job of a liver cell is to metabolize things that are circulating in your blood. So if you're drinking alcohol, which of course you would never do next to Brian, your liver is going to help process that and filter it out. If you're eating a high-fat diet, which of course you wouldn't be doing, your liver's job's to help process those fats in your bloodstream. And as you age, your liver just gets worse at this. Now, as simple as that sounds, actually before we started New Limit, we went and talked to a bunch of top liver biologists, and they questioned whether or not an 80-year-old's liver was going to be functionally any different than a 20-year-old's liver. In fact, when we started working on the immune system, we faced the same thing. We went and talked to a bunch of the top experts, and they questioned whether or not T cells from an 80-year-old were really going to be functionally any different than T cells, which is a certain immune cell subtype, from 20-year-olds. So we just went and we got a bunch of T cells and liver cells, and we tested them all. And they're basically everything that you can measure about these cells has changed when you're 80 versus 20, and all of the functions have gone awry in various different ways. But that actually just shows you about how little basic knowledge we have of aging biology itself. And it's partially like a cultural issue within the sciences. But there aren't aging faculty positions at major universities. The National Institute of Aging doesn't actually really fund aging. It funds disease-related projects, which are important, and we should work on them. But basically, there's like almost no funding and almost no interest to work on aging. And on a mechanistic level, what we're starting to realize is a lot of people used to think it was all about DNA mutations that you would accumulate throughout your life, and this caused the dysfunction in these cells. And it turns out that seems like it's not the main driver. The main driver are these tags on top of your DNA that we generally just call epigenetics. So these are tags that are helping determine what genes are turned on and off. And as you age, all these switches start to get flipped. And so the wrong genes are turned on and the wrong genes are turned off. And so what we're working on is like, well, can we just go back and like reverse those switch flips and just switch it back to this young cell state? And when we started the company, it was just kind of like, hey, I thought this was like a small % chance we'd be successful, but it's so important, we should just go do it. And it's just gone way faster than we expected. And I think the reason for that is so few people had worked on it. And so I think once we show some, and I'm very much like, I just want lots of people to work on this. I'm fine if other people come up with the fountain of youth before us. That would be great. And so I think like a big piece here is like starting to show progress on the technology. I think we'll get into the clinic. We'll have first humans testing these products in just a few years. And just a little bit of success there is going to open up people's minds to like, oh, this is possible at all. I think a lot of people assume anti-aging drugs are like breaking some law of physics. It's like entropy, you can only go one direction. And I'm like very hopeful either us or somebody in just the next few years is going to show that like aging actually is this plastic cell state that we're going to learn how to manipulate. And this is going to be sometimes when you have a lot of problems, like we have so many different chronic and major diseases in America and across the world, it can feel like playing whack-a-mole where you're going to try to solve each individual one. And sometimes when you have all these problems, you want to find the meta issue, the thing that sits above all of it. And by solving that one thing, you can solve all these downstream issues. So we won't know until we go do it, but I think that's like the opportunity of working on aging and longevity medicines is you can affect all these other things downstream.
Great. So DJ, every time we study injured brains, aging brains, dementia, mental illness, addiction, we also learn how the healthy brain works. Is there anything about the brain that you think most people don't understand well?
Yeah, there are a couple things that we learned along the way. I mean, I think neuroscience and just our understanding of the brain is interesting in that there's, in some areas we know a lot about. I mean, there's just differential equations that sort of describe the movements of the ions that causes them to fire action potential, to communicate with networks of different cells. And we have been able to trace them down to even like the genetic code underlying that. But at the same time, if you take a step back and say, from these compute units, how do you get intelligence? How do you get cognition? How do you get consciousness? There's no clear sort of understanding of that connection. So I think there's a sort of long ways to go in kind of closing that gap of just our understanding of our biology and how these things evolve, and also in many ways like differences in how all of our bodies evolve. And some of that is going to, I think, be addressed by having tools and There's also quite a bit of effort going into science, and I think, as Blake mentioned, there's a lot of opportunities. A lot of talents are starting to go into these spaces. There's just availability of compute data and analysis and algorithms that have, and also semiconductor that has also improved the throughput of these testing and hypothesis, closing that loop. And I do think that there's quite a bit of interest, and I think the common theme that you will hear from this panel is that these technology, they're here. This is happening, and there's also at the same. It's still in an embryonic stage. This is still a nascent stage, but I think we have the set of tools, and we have the right set of kind of talent and focus to push this forward. And on one side of the coin, there's obviously scientific and technological challenges, but there's also on the other side, regulatory, payer landscape. There's current systems that are not currently set up for these emerging technologies. And I think there's a lot of opportunities with MAHA movement and the current administration to really punch through that and challenge that notion, and also just find ways to iterate really quickly.
Great. So Blake, I'm going to take your comment about NIH as a challenge to make sure that we're devoting resources to very upstream basic research on the causes of chronic disease, on the causes of aging, as well as downstream. So I know there's a lot of investors in the audience, and so I'm going to ask for the whole panel, what should investors think about and focus on, especially over the next 5 years, if they want to make a big impact in human health?
Yeah, I think we're kind of touching on this cultural element, and we've heard it from all the other MAHA panelists today of the healthcare system in America has been very disease-focused, almost fully disease-focused. When you go to medical school, there's almost no classes on nutrition. There's almost no classes on exercise. From a research standpoint, we focus on disease instead of how to enhance humans who don't yet have disease to help prevent them from getting diseases. And I think we're just now seeing the percolation of this as an opportunity, and Neuralink's an example of that, New Limit's an example of that, there's other companies that are examples of that, but it's still really early. If I was an investor and I was betting, I'd be betting on these companies that look like preventative health and human enhancement rather than just disease companies. We should also work on those, but right now it's 0% going into these, and these companies are going to be way bigger than any disease company if it really works. In fact, it's going to crush all the disease-specific companies because you won't need to make the drugs if people aren't getting the diseases. And it's where the biggest gulf is, from opportunity to what's happening on the ground. And so that's the opportunity as an investor.
Great. Anyone else?
Yeah, I'd say investors, poor nutrition, sleep, and exercise will degrade your IQ by your functional IQ by 10 to 15 points. So don't do that. It's going to lead you to make bad investment decisions. So sleep well, eat well, and exercise, boost your functional IQ. I would also just call out my panelists here. I just finished Sorkin's new 1929 about the Depression. And I think there's a similar stock market today of human hope. A lot of scary things are happening in the world right now. AI is coming about. There's a lot of uncertainty about what's happening. And there's a question about being human. Are we happy or sad? Are we hopeful? Are we depressed about the future? I think what New Limit and Neuralink and Jim are all doing is I think they're contributing to the pool of hope, that there's reasons to exist. There's things to look forward to. We can be excited about what's coming. It's not all doom and gloom. It's not dystopia. Actually, you can see the video today. It's unbelievable what Neuralink has done. And so I think New Limit could be the first company actually to make the breakthrough that this is real. We want this. We can have it. And Jim, I really appreciate you. You've really taken this leadership role and put your finger on the exact issue, right? Aging is a chronic disease. And so I appreciate you doing that. So a lot of respect for what you guys are doing.
Thank you.
A quick comment that I would make is one of the things that you will find common across these companies that are working ambitiously on these projects is that they all tend to be now vertically integrated, which means that they're not just working on, it's not just group of biologists, it's not just group of, neuroscientists, but all aspects of the technology and the infrastructure that needs to be built out, partially to really hire the best talent across the board, bring these talents that normally might not think about these problems into thinking about these problems, as well as closing the feedback cycle of technological iteration. So I think that's something that you're going to see a lot, if not already.
Wonderful. We're out of town. Blake, Brian, DJ, thank you so much.
Now join us for a conversation on how AI is shaping healthcare, decision-making, and patient outcomes. Please welcome Ed Baker, Chief Product Officer, Whoop; Ashima Gupta, Global Director of Healthcare Strategy and Solutions, Google; Munjal Shah, Co-founder and CEO, Hippocratic AI; and moderator David Sachs, White House AI and Crypto Czar.
All right. All right, it's great to be with all of you today. I think this is an exciting panel for me because we get to talk about some of the positive applications of AI. All we really hear about in the media these days is bad things about AI. It's going to put everyone out of work, or it's going to lead to the Terminator. Anyway, it's a lot of really negative scenarios, but I think we're going to hear today from our panelists how AI is really transforming healthcare and creating many more opportunities for patients and caregivers to prevent illness, to treat illness, and for the healthcare system to reduce its costs. So let me open it up to you guys. Ed, maybe I'll start with you, and maybe just go to each of you and hear, first of all, I guess maybe describe to the audience what your product does, and then what you see the opportunity with AI being. And we can just kind of go around.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, David, for having us here today. My name is Ed Baker. I'm the Chief Product Officer at Whoop. And for those of you who haven't heard of Whoop, it's an AI wearable. You put it on your wrist and you wear it 24/7. And our mission is to unlock human performance and health span. So in the early days of Whoop, we started off more focused on elite athletes. Our first 100 members included people like Michael Phelps and LeBron James. But these days, millions of people are using Whoop, and it's really anyone who has a heart can benefit from wearing Whoop. It basically helps you live a longer, healthier life. And we are using AI to basically interpret all of these signals that your body is telling the strap 24/7, all the biometrics, and it takes that and it tells you things about your body. We've condensed it to something we call your Whoop age. It's basically your health span, and it's a measure of your biological age as opposed to your chronological age. So our mission is to add more healthy years to the planet as measured by people improving their Whoop age. And we believe that over time we can add 1 billion healthy years to the planet. So that is our company's North Star, is to add healthy years to the planet.
And you were just saying that Brian Johnson is a user, because I know he's tracking.
Yeah, he's actually one of our top users. In terms of his Whoop age, I think is quite lower than his chronological age. So he's kind of like best-in-class biohacker who does everything right. But yeah, we have 9 contributors that help determine what your Whoop age is. We've worked with the Buck Institute to come up with this algorithm, and it includes things like sleep consistency, sleep duration, how many steps you're doing every week, how much heart rate zone time you have in different heart rate zones, and a handful of other things like that.
Great, thank you. Ashima, let me go to you. You are the head of healthcare for Google Cloud. I guess tell us what Google Cloud is doing in healthcare, and how do you see the opportunity in AI?
First of all, thank you for having me here. Google is a consumer company, and what I represent here is Google Cloud, which is the enterprise side of it. At Google, we strongly believe the healthcare breakthroughs will change the world and bring hope to humanity, but only through thoughtful collaboration with the ecosystem. So in my role in Google Cloud, we work with enterprises, which is hospitals, integrated networks, universities, startups, both Munjal and Whoop run on Google Cloud, as an example. And from healthcare specific, we have built products that speak the language of healthcare. What I mean by that is, when you think about a patient's data, if it's electronic health tracker, there are different formats like HL7 and FHIR. So we natively support interoperability, get that data from, so we have the healthcare data engine, healthcare API. And second is we then have modalities for imaging, like radiology, pathology. How do you get the data into the cloud? So think of as a platform built for healthcare organizations, and then they build innovations on top of that. Innovations like, for example, 2022, we were the first one to launch MedPalm, which was our first AI model that passed the US MLE exam. Since then, we have now made that part of Gemini. So we operate at every stack. So Google Cloud has over, I would say, 30 million developers leveraging Gemini. Some of them are from healthcare. We have 8 out of 9 AI labs running on Google Cloud. And my role here is to work with the ecosystem, build helpful products tuned for healthcare. Another one is healthcare search. Healthcare data, we all know, is hard to find. So we have built healthcare-specific ontology, leveraging open standards like FHIR to be able to search, to be able to summarize the data. So we operate at that database layer and the platform, and then leverage Gemini and frontier models to solve healthcare use cases.
Excellent. And I want to come back and talk more about electronic health records, because I know that's a big area right now where I think AI can help. But let's just hear from Munjal first, who I've known for, I don't know, 25 years.
Something like that, yeah.
We were both working on...
Back when we were 2 years old.
Yeah, we were both working on eBay-related startups, back in the late 90s, early 2000s. We were comparing, you reminded me that this was PayPal, and we ended up selling that company to eBay. But in any event, you're working on a company now called Hippocratic AI. Why don't you tell us how this works?
Yeah, so Hippocratic AI is building a healthcare agent that operates within the scope of nursing. So we basically call patients on the phone, we do care activities, and help them with post-discharge instructions to make sure you follow your doctor's instructions, or pre-op calls to make sure you're preparing for your operation, or just generally checking in on your blood pressure, et cetera. So we've done about 8 million patient calls. So our focus is patient-facing clinical interactions. And so to do that, you got to be safe, and you got to prove you're safe. So we've done 8 million calls to patients now without one safety incident. We built a very unique large language model and large language model architecture. We actually use 31 models together to reinforce, because honestly, a model checking a model is still safer than one model almost any way you cut it. And we've signed up 40 health systems and another 5, that basically most of 5 big payers, as well as a bunch of pharma companies as well. And so, we believe that there's a world of healthcare abundance coming, that actually, through all of human history, we've been assuming scarcity in designing healthcare. Like even the word triage, if you think about it, assumes scarcity. Can't help everybody, got to help one group and not another group. But I think for the first time in human history, because of AI, you can have kind of an infinite supply of clinicians. And we need to think from a world of abundance of how would we use that to truly change health.
Okay, so on the spectrum where Ed is doing something very consumer-oriented and Ashma is enterprise, where are you guys on that spectrum? Are you an enterprise
We're technically enterprise, because we only sell to health systems, payers, and pharma, who then, when the product calls you, it doesn't say, hi, I'm calling from Hippocratic AI. It says, I'm calling from, Cleveland Clinic, and I'm the AI care manager here to check in on you. So.
Okay, so I'm sure that when everyone hears that you've got an AI that will act as a nurse or make a phone call that a nurse would have made, does that mean you're going to put all the nurses out of business? Or, can you speak, is your AI actually replacing the nurse? Or how should we think about that?
Look, I think that, again, so much in healthcare, we're only able to serve a sliver of people. Like we keep saying we're doing population health, but really we're doing a sliver of the population health. We're doing the 2% that are costing the most, but what about the other 98%? And so I think that as the population of the US ages, there's this false conflict that everybody draws. They're like, oh my God, what are the nurses gonna do? I'm like, do you know there are not even enough nurses in nursing school to keep up with the retirements that are coming, let alone the aging population, let alone that as you age, your healthcare intensivity goes up so much that you need even more care. And so I think in the entire developed world, let alone the ideal staffing, where if somebody were to be checking in more, we would fundamentally be able to do prevention at a level we couldn't do before. And so I think that, I think there's a world where this abundance is going to truly change things. And every single nurse today is going to have a job. They're just going to be doing in-person physical things that the AI can't do. It can't change a bedpan. It can't hold your hand while you're going through a tough time. But that'll be the place for the humans to continue to provide.
Yeah, and I think, when I was talking to your team about this, one of the points they made is that a lot of these calls, maybe the vast majority of them just wouldn't happen if it weren't for AI, because it's so hard to get a doctor on the phone, so hard to get a nurse on the phone. But now, thanks to AI, we do have this abundance, and you can get your question answered. Obviously, that places a high burden on you guys to get the product right and make sure that all the answers are correct, but that's why there's a market opportunity for it.
Yes, and I call it the sins of omission versus sins of commission. We do hurt patients by not calling them and not checking in post your operation and seeing if your incision site's getting infected. So what we're trying to do is avoid the sins of omission that are happening today in the healthcare system, not just the sins of commission.
And David, this is very consistent with what we are seeing in the ecosystem as well. I'll give a very specific nurse example. We work with HCA. They have 190 hospitals in our country. And in any given day, they have 60,000 handoffs between nurses. So a nurse comes into the shift, they are seeing 8 to 10 patients. At the end of the shift, when it is done, if you walk into a hospital room, there's a clipboard and there's a handwritten note. They collate that information across those 10 patients. At the end of the shift, spend 60 to 75 minutes so that the incoming nurse will have the full details about the 10 patients. That shift summary, 60,000 handoffs are manual. So what they are doing with AI is to automate that. So imagine, even if they take, say, 5 minutes, the savings are actually much higher for that handoff. So 60,000 into 5 is 300,000 care delivery minutes. So minutes saved in a documentation and burnout is a minute towards care delivery. It's for creating the space for that personal link that is broken, because studies show 28 hours is what a clinician spends on documentation. So when we talk about AI replacing jobs, what we are seeing is actually physicians and nurses are much more open to it, but they're open to it if it's not hallucinating. It's actually reducing the cognitive burden and not adding more to their plate. But that's the burnout crisis. WHO projects 10 million shortage of healthcare workers by 2030. So how are we going to solve for that?
Right. So we have a shortage of healthcare workers. Moreover, patients aren't necessarily getting all the care that they need. They're certainly not able to just call up a doctor and ask questions whenever they want. And so we're going to be able to deliver a lot more health interactions this way. And let me go to you, because you're collecting data that makes patients smarter. How do you view this? I mean, I guess from your standpoint, the more you educate patients, or I guess hopefully they're not patients yet, they're just consumers, you can avoid illnesses in the future.
100%. So at Whoop, we are always thinking about how can we help our members change their behavior to prevent things. And usually it's very simple stuff. You know, it's like get in a little bit of exercise every day, go to sleep earlier. Sleep consistency is really important. A lot of people, myself included, didn't realize how important it is to actually go to bed and wake up around the same time every day. It's easier said than done. But through just these simple behaviors, you can actually prevent some pretty serious diseases. So we kind of think of, sometimes people refer to the Whoop strap as a doctor on your wrist. It's like it's kind of always there 24/7, kind of observing everything you do. And we have this AI health companion in the app that will actually, every day it'll talk to you and tell you what went well, what didn't go well. Every Sunday, we give you a little recap of how has your health span changed over the last week? Is your pace of aging going up or down? You know, so you can kind of check in and see, like, did I behave in ways over this past week that is making me healthier and adding healthy years to my life, or did I behave in a way that's taking years away from my life? And we believe that by kind of reminding our members in a nice way, we don't want to be annoying about it, but reminding them you can make these small behavior changes that actually can prevent disease. That's how we add healthy years to the planet.
That makes sense. Ashwin, let me actually come back to you on the medical records issue. All patients have a right to their data, to their medical information. You have a right to your medical records. But in practice, how did you get them? It was very, very hard. I guess, I don't know, you called your previous doctors and asked them to fax over copies or something like that. It was just very hard to get that data. And that creates a problem in this new generation of sort of innovative healthcare apps. Because for these apps to do the best job, you need to have the data. So I'm curious, how much of a problem are you seeing with that? And Are we there in terms of a solution? I know that at the White House, just a couple months ago, there was a pledge that, Munjal, you were there too, where I think it was something like 90 companies signed a pledge to have an open data standard. Can you guys speak to that as well?
David, this is a question very near and dear to my heart. I've been in healthcare for a long time, and when we look into the innovations that are coming in, interoperability is the single most important discussion we can have today. And I first want to thank the HHS team, the CMS Interoperability Pledge, Amy Gleason. They are creating an ecosystem because healthcare is too complex for any one company to take the full onus on. When you think about, I think interoperability in three ways. One you touched on, for example, consumer. If you believe a patient controls their own data, that's a notion that's not well understood or adopted. The data belongs to the institution. And we see the vision where consumer-mediated data exchange, because the new applications are coming. How many apps do you think they're there for? There's an app for everything. There's an app for diabetes, for blood pressure, for mental health, but none of these applications, if you ask how many of these apps connect meaningfully to the medical record, less than 2%. And to me, that means we're creating more data silos for consumers. That's why the interoperability pledge and open standards look for and promote the data liquidity. And to me, if we don't do that, we're going to lose the moment. We have fought for last 10 years about data interoperability. We cannot afford going into these AI innovations. They will remain at the surface and not come to or have the potential to go everywhere with every patient. The second on the interoperability, I'll give you another example. If you talk about a chronic condition, let's say you're dealing with diabetes, your patient journey is sometimes you're going to your primary care, and they're using a system built by company A. Then maybe you were hospitalized, and that data went to a system of record built by company B. Then maybe you came home, you went to a lab to draw your blood and see your A1C. That data is built by another company and went to a record C. Similarly, you can add, maybe I want an X-ray. Those are packs, all these data silos that exist in healthcare. You cannot complete a patient's view and have that holistic understanding of patient. And it won't just start with patient. When you think about community health, I always say inpatient is a failure of outpatient care. Outpatient is a failure for a home health, and home health is a failure for community. So to get that holistic longitudinal data record, these standards are a must. If we don't have that, AI will fail to deliver its promise.
And you said that less than 2% of healthcare apps have access to the patient's medical records. Is that right?
Because there are many apps. How many?
And does AI help with this in the sense that AI is very good at dealing with unstructured data, meaning the API doesn't have to be perfect.
Yes.
You don't have to map out every field. You can just give it a PDF, and AI just figures out, how to structure the data out of that PDF. So is there an opportunity there to use AI in that way?
You nailed it, David. The complexity also lies when we're asking for data to be shared in a particular format. The legacy data doesn't exist in semantic interoperability, which is FHIR. So where we see AI actually helping, taking an unstructured, converting that, and doing it at scale. This is what AI is good at: data quality, data engineering, data conversion, data transformation. So I believe that moment is here now. We have AI which can actually help, be it these different system of record companies, to actually adopt the standard, leverage AI, and then help build a longitudinal patient journey.
David,
sorry, Ed.
I was just going to say on that topic of using AI to do things like this that in the past would have been almost impossible. We earlier this year launched something we call Whoop Advanced Labs, which allows members to do blood work, and they can either go to local Quest labs and get their blood drawn, or they can upload labs that they've done in the past. And that lab uploading feature, that would have taken our engineering team a long time to build prior to AI, but with generative AI, it was something that the team was able to just build very quickly. You know,
your users are able to just upload their results.
Yeah, users can upload a PDF, a photo, you know, any of that stuff. And without these AI tools, that would have been very difficult to allow users to upload.
Because you in the old world, you would have had to figure out the format of that every single blood lab uses to convey data, and then you'd have to parse that.
And it's so fragmented, and they're all different formats. And by the way, we're a global business, so we have people uploading labs in different languages. You know, before being able to use AI tools to do this, we just wouldn't have done it.
But it's a combination of AI and policy. It's not just AI alone. If there's and this is what 21st Century Cures Act, where you're required to give the data in an electronic fashion in an API, which was not there before. So AI alone cannot, if there's an information blocking.
Right, no, the company that owns the health record has to be willing to provide the data, but AI makes it a lot, and if they don't, or if they try to create excuses for why they don't, that's a huge problem. So the data has to be unlocked.
Yes.
But AI makes it a lot easier to make it interoperable for companies to talk to each other. You don't have to have the format exactly right. Munjal, do you want to get in on this?
Yeah, you know, I think that we always have been talking about interoperability for so long. And it's like this quagmire that never really seems to get solved, to be quite honest. But I think that I really appreciate for the first time watching, you know, I had a conversation with Oz as he was driving this initiative, and he's like, I've made it very clear to people that you do not want to make an enemy out of me on this one. And it's going to take that sort of, I think, a top-down influence to say, stop the balkanization. There is actual medical malice that happens when you know, a physician A doesn't know about something B that happened to you. We are actually hurting patients, and it does actually make it better if this data can be freed and shared. And so I think that, you know, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few here, and we really do need to, I think this is a place where really this city and the policymakers in it can bring a lot of good to the country.
And Dr. Oz at CMS and Secretary Kennedy and Amy Gleason at CMS, they've done an amazing job driving this. So they're the ones who organized that event at the White House a few months ago where we had the pledge with 90 companies participating. So yeah, they're really driving this, and we just have to make the data available. Yeah. I'm curious, with your, let's call it AI nurses, do they have access to the patient's medical record? Can they give a more specific answer to a question or a prompt because they have access to that data, or is that still something you're working on? Is that an opportunity for the future? How do you see that?
First things, we don't call them AI nurses.
Okay,
They're not
what do you
nurses.
call them?
Nurse is the term. They're AI care managers. But nurse is a protected term that really, I think, should be reserved for people. But that aside, I think that, yes, they do. In fact, that's why the product works so well, is that we integrate with the electronic medical system of that health system that we're working with or the payer we're working with. We pull the patient's records and we're following up and we're saying, hey, David, you're going to have a colonoscopy coming up, but we notice you're on a blood thinner and you're on this one and we need you to stop it 4 days before. And then we'll not only call you 7 days before and tell you what's going to happen, we'll call you on day 4 and say, hey, today stop your blood thinner. And then we'll call you the day before and we'll say, hey, to start your bowel prep. And then we'll call you that night and say, hey, start your fast. And, you know, just-in-time instructions lead to better adherence. And better adherence leads to better care. And so this is, again, what you can do with the abundance of AI. You'd never have a human doing 4 calls to the same person, but the AI can do it.
Realistically, maybe that patient would have gotten 1 call, or they would just...
If that. They would have gotten an instruction sheet half the time.
Right, an instruction sheet on their way out of the last visit, and then, you know, hopefully they don't mess up.
And yes, and if they forgot to stop their blood thinner, then the procedure gets canceled.
Yeah, I think it's such an important point that, again, that AI doesn't, people are seeing this in way too much of a zero-sum sort of fixed pie way, when really what we're talking about is creating the abundance, creating better outcomes, creating more interactions. There's a lot sort of net negativity. All right, I want to shift to things that are potentially in your way as you guys think about the future. And one of them I want to talk about is we have a patchwork now of 50 states who are all running in their own directions on AI. We have over 1,000 bills going through state legislatures right now on AI. Not all of them are health related, thankfully, but we have over 1,000 bills on AI. Over 80 measures have already passed. I think just in California in the last month, the governor there signed 3 of them. It's getting to the point now where we're going to have 50 different regulatory regimes and basically a patchwork instead of a single federal standard. President Trump has come out very strongly in favor of having a single federal standard that makes life more manageable for our companies, for our innovators. I'm curious, is this something you're seeing? Is this starting to get to be a burden for you maybe? And how do you think we should be thinking about this idea of a federal standard? I'll ask all of you, but Munjal, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I feel so passionate about this. Like, for the love of God, please help us and like get some federal preemption in place because, I'll give a couple examples. One, we do not want to end up Europe. Europe acted fast. They passed the EU AI Act. If you actually go through line by line in that act, it's almost impossible to comply. It made assumptions that didn't turn out to be true. First of all, it said, hey, models that are above this size should be regulated, below this size shouldn't. We've actually found the bigger the model, the safer it is in doing medical reasoning because it can just reason better. I'm like, oh, you should have gotten it backwards. You should have regulated the small models, not the big models. Second, they said, hey, if it reads the emotion of a patient, then it's class 4, it's their highest level of scrutiny. I'm like, so it's bad if my AI can tell the difference between my back hurts and my back hurts? It totally should be able to tell that. That's a great feature, but oh my God, if I build that feature, I'm immediately at level 4. So I think you can see a lot of like just, ready, fire, aim. It's like you didn't wait to see things play out to make the right. And I think the same thing will happen here if we roll it out. The other part is, here I am, I'm calling patients. And a patient might be across straight lines because the health system's right on the border between 2 states and they're living in 1 state and I got a patchwork quilt here. And how do I comply? Is it the state where the health system is? Is it the state where the patient is? And maybe they were in this thing and then they moved over there and like, it's just gonna be a mess. Now, bigger companies can maybe comply, but the startups will have a hard time complying. They'll run afoul and you'll basically really make this a less competitive market and a less innovative market. And so I think that we should take some of the lessons from Europe. We have not rolled out our product there. But we've seen some other, we've rolled out our product and, we're in Singapore, we're in the UAE, we're going into the UK, which by the way, doesn't have the AI Act because of Brexit. One of the few benefits of Brexit to the UK. But like, I think that just thinking through this, we have a lot to learn. And I find that sometimes the regulation is just arrogant.
Yeah.
It just thinks it knows things that honestly none of us have discovered yet or learned about the technology, its limitations, and if we fire first, we might really, in the end, not be able to help patients as well.
Yeah, I can't resist the opportunity to pile on a little bit about the EU approach, because when they talk about AI leadership, what they mean is that we're going to lead the world in regulation.
That's right.
And we're going to, in Brussels, we're going to figure this out, and then the rest of the world's going to copy our regulations.
Never met a regulation I didn't like.
Yeah. But when we in the U.S. and definitely in the Trump administration talk about AI leadership, what we mean is that we want to have the most innovative companies because that's where the innovation is happening. We want to win this AI race that we're in, and the way that you win a technology race is you have to outcompete and out-innovate your competitors. You can't just regulate your way to winning it. So we want to be supportive of regulation. And to your point, a lot of this regulation has been done before we even know how AI is going to develop, how it's going to be used, what the real risks are. There's a lot of hypothesizing about risk, but not a lot of gathering of the data. And a lot of this regulation has ended up being very knee-jerk. And I think that that's what's happening in the States right now. And it would be a really good thing if we could figure out a simple federal framework to preempt this. Ashwin, what do you think?
From Google perspective, we also agree with that. We believe in a pro-innovation framework which is built on a federal standard. If you don't do that, to your point, you're creating a patchwork of 50 different ways to govern an AI. And I always say healthcare and sickness doesn't know state boundaries, and neither should the guardrails that govern that AI. And we are seeing, by the way, in practice, national solutions being deployed. So I'll give you an example. We worked with American Society of Clinical Oncology. They have 50,000 plus oncologists and ASCA members. And they create guidelines for diagnosing and treatment of cancer. And over the past 6 months, they're leveraging Gemini, and they've ingested these guidelines. These guidelines, one guideline is maybe 100-page long, and across different types of cancer, you're talking about thousands of pages. So they are now creating this AI agent to help oncologists across different state lines. It's a national solution. It doesn't mean the person who's in Nebraska gets a different standard of care than you're in California or Florida. So to me, this is where, if we want to democratize knowledge, medical insight, we need to have a federal blueprint for folks to follow.
Right. Ed, do you have anything you want to add?
I agree with what all has been said. I mean, federal standards are critical here, I think, for two main reasons. Without them, there's just too much friction to the end consumer. As has been said, if you're like, I'm in DC today, I'm in Massachusetts tomorrow, is it going to be a different experience? That just adds unnecessary friction. And then for companies, if you're having to build flows for 50 different states, it just stifles innovation. And we've got to be innovative and move quickly. We've got to keep things simple. So agree with what's already been said.
Right. Well, we have a few minutes left. I want to just throw it open to you guys. Is there anything else that we in government, I'm sure there's a lot of people here who are involved in government or policy making, is there anything else we can do to help unleash innovation, to make your lives easier in terms of bringing your products to the public? What else should we be thinking about? Or what is it that Washington maybe is not thinking about that you guys think that we should be?
I think there's two things I would say. One is, Medicare Advantage is one of the biggest value-based care systems, period, in this country. And yet, a lot of our preventative work to date has been focused on what I call high acuity, low volume interventions. So we've said, we'll go after the really expensive people with this really expensive nurse because it costs so much to intervene. But I think we haven't realized that AI might be the answer to truly unlocking prevention by being able to go after what I call low acuity, high volume interventions instead of low volume, high acuity. And I'll give you an example. So in the heat wave in New York this summer, we called thousands of patients at the hottest 2 hours of the day, did a heat stroke assessment, called an Uber and got them to a cooling center if they were having issues. We would have never done that with humans. You couldn't have found enough people to do it. You couldn't have made those phone calls. It would have cost too much. You probably wouldn't have offset it with the ER admissions that you avoided. But with AI, the math pencils, the reach pencils, the volume pencils, so I think we should think about kind of a whole new thing. The second part is we have some legacy regulations driven, I think, a lot by the IVR era, where certain things you can bill for if a human calls, but you can't bill for if an AI calls. Because they were worried that I would just robo-dial a bunch of people in an IVR sort of setting and not really complete the care action, not get your blood pressure successfully. So they said, hey, let's not allow that. So like in the case of remote patient monitoring, which is lately a bigger challenge, but for other reasons, but there's a really interesting ability here to say, oh, today if I call with a human, I can bill a certain number. But what if I call with the AI and it's just as effective at getting the blood pressure from the person who didn't upload it? Well, mission accomplished. Now, you don't have to let the AI bill at the same rate as the human. In fact, I would recommend against that. The CMS and HHS should save money if the AI is used. That should help us to lower our deficit and lower our costs in running the system, but we should allow it to be used. And I think that, I know that actually Oz and Chris Klomp in particular within his team have been very supportive of just finding regulations that need to be modernized and that were maybe left over from a past era.
Ed or Ashma, do you guys have any things you want to add? Or?
I very strongly believe for AI to succeed, the data needs to be liquidated. So the work that you're already doing with the interoperability pledge, I believe, as someone mentioned, we've been in this data interoperability journey for a decade. How long can we wait? What incentives, conditions can we create for people to be able to willingly participate in that? Because, as I mentioned, AI is in a country where our costs are going up, I was listening to the panel, our lifespan is going down. AI is our hope. And finally, there is no AI strategy without a robust data strategy. So we cannot lose the sight. Google is an AI-first company. I love AI. I live and breathe it every day. But we can't we need to highlight the data dependency for AI to work.
The thing I'll just say is, one thing we've seen is prevention through behavior change works. We have an engineer on our team who, when we released HealthSpan internally, he was so motivated by it that he lost 50 pounds in 12 weeks, just tracking his Whoop age every week. And so I think anything we can do to get more Americans to pay attention to their health, whether it's with Whoop or other wearables, whatever they can do to change behavior. Not to mention we have, the federal workforce is millions of people. Anything we could do to get more of those people also taking these actions, I think can really have a huge impact.
Terrific. Well, I want to thank all of you for joining us today. I think all of you have great stories about how you're bringing innovation to the healthcare space and how you're using AI in a positive way. I think it's really important for people to hear those stories. And I want to thank also the whole MAHA movement, because this movement, I think, has been on the cutting edge of prioritizing prevention and also increasing transparency and empowering patients. And I think we've seen that all today with your stories. So thank you to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, a discussion on performance, resilience, and the evolving science of human capability.
Woo! Wow, what an amazing crowd. What an incredible event. Just listening to the heads of our governmental departments talk about true interest in making America healthy again. The curiosity in our government now for the first time to start asking questions to move the needle for American families and in our healthcare system. So it's just an absolute honor to be here. It's an absolute honor to be on the stage with you guys. They were already introduced. A lot of these folks don't need any introduction. Dana, I got to start with you because we've had a personal journey. And they wanted me to ask the question, a few years ago you had, even though you're at the top of your game with the UFC, you had some real health challenges.
Yeah.
And how did you address those, and what were some of the big changes that you made, and what impact has that had on your journey, especially your business journey?
Telling him is weird, so I'll tell you, but I have a friend named Carrie Kasem who kept telling me, I want to introduce you to this guy, Gary Brecka. He's incredible, he'll change your life, and I wasn't interested. I used to call that hippie, and I didn't believe in it. And then after we went through COVID, let me put it this way. I used to steam every day, and I'd spray eucalyptus in the steam room. I go in the steam room one day during COVID, and I couldn't smell anything. And I said, oh man, I know what this means. I didn't get out of the shower and call my doctor. I called Joe Rogan. And Joe Rogan told me this protocol to do. The next day, I had my smell and taste back, and I never had any effects of COVID. Then I ended up getting connected with Gary, and I had everything. I had sleep apnea. I had problems with my legs. Like, I couldn't even put my shoes on in the morning. My legs were so sore. I had high blood pressure. The day he did my blood, my triglycerides were so bad, I probably should have died. He literally was telling me not to do cardio and all this stuff. And he told me, when I finally sat down with him, and he told me, if you do what I tell you to do for 12 weeks, I'll change your whole life. And it didn't take 12 weeks, it took like 6. And I had all the best health care in the world that you could possibly have, and all the doctors would do was put me on pills. And if those pills didn't work, they'd change the dosage or put me on different pills, and none of it ever worked. Nothing ever worked until I met Gary Brecka. And in this last year, we were just talking about it, I've taken on more and I'm busier. If 36-year-old me told 56-year-old me told 36-year-old me that I was going to be busier at 56 than 36, I don't know what I would have done, but I wouldn't be doing anything I'm doing right now and at the level that I'm doing it at had I not met this man here, and I didn't want to meet him because I didn't believe in this stuff at that time. Now, I speak so highly, and I've been very open about everything. I let him read my blood work, on the internet and everything else, because I think part of the problem is education. You know, people have gone to the doctors for so long, and you don't know how to take care of yourself, and you don't believe. You know, I talk so much about him. People think he's paying me. No, I'm paying him, and it's not cheap.
I got bills to pay too, Dana. I mean, come on. So, you know, I run a health and wellness podcast, and one of the things that I find on that podcast is that some of the most impactful people that are really moving the needle, the most passionate and purpose-driven people, solve the problem in their life. And you've built two incredible companies that have gotten tens of millions of people outside moving. But what was the impetus for that? Was there a problem that you solved either in your personal life or in the life of somebody around you? And what was the impetus for Lyon and All Trails?
Thanks. I think for me, one of the most frustrating things that a lot of people have talked about today is we're spending $5 trillion on healthcare a year, and the system's completely broken. It's completely broken, right? People are sicker than ever. We're going to bankrupt the country if we don't do something different. And it fundamentally comes down to two things, which is how can you eat better and how can you move more? And yes, it can be more complicated than that, but if we start there from basic principles and common sense, a lot like we're seeing happen at the federal level right now across all areas, that can have a massive impact. For me, that went to my passions with fitness and the outdoors. So when I started All Trails, it was really a focus on how can we leverage all these emerging technologies to get people outside, to get them closer to nature, to get them more active. That product now has 80 million people today. 3 times what they said the market size was when we started the company. For Fit On, it really was born out of a frustration that my wife and my co-founder had, Lindsay, when she was running Fitbit, which was these devices would come out and immediately they would look old. And there was only a small portion of people out there that could afford them, and they'd get all this data and they would do nothing with it. So really the idea was, how can we leverage the power of digital to get something, to get hundreds of millions of people more active and healthy, and do it with small incremental steps. So it doesn't matter if you start out 300 pounds, we can make digital and evolve with you as you go through your journey. And we started in fitness, but then we added fitness and nutrition, sleep and meditation to have this integrated, personalized experience to help you get a lot more healthy and active.
That's amazing. You know, I always get asked the question about where should people start on their biohacking journey, and I say you should start by mastering sleep, a whole food diet, and make mobility non-negotiable. You know, if you're not doing the basics, nothing else really matters. Danica, you shared that while you were a professional athlete and during your time as a professional athlete, you were doing things like eating egg whites and dairy and gluten until you found out that these were not serving your body.
Yeah, and the real reason was much deeper. My health cascaded in a negative way because I got breast implants, and they sort of slowly but surely ate away at gut health. I had hormone disruption, no recovery, inflammation. And so as my health is slipping and I'm doing all the things that I know to do, they don't work anymore. Working harder, eating different, eating more particularly, and so that really was what sent me on the journey. You know, that's a product of the system, right? These things are safe. Well, they're not. They're covered in tons of heavy metals and all kinds of horrible things for your body. And then you go into the doctor and you tell them what's going on, and they just tell you things, in my opinion, like, oh, you're just getting older, and I don't buy it, and I wouldn't, and the people around me would tell me too. They're like, you're just getting older, you're 40 now, and I'm like, 40's the new 20. And I was like, I will figure this out, and I did. And it's because I believe that I have this athlete mentality. I have this never quit attitude that gave me that inertia that it took to figure it out, because most people just don't. They just accept that as their reality and they move on with life. But that wasn't for me, and it took a couple of years, but it absolutely was possible. And I'm in, you know, the best shape of my life, the best health overall biologically. And, you know, I just think that's something to add, is that, like, health needs to be something foundational from the beginning of your life, whether you're an athlete or not. And I think that when you're an athlete, you're thinking about it all the time. But when you're not, you might not think it's important. But this all trickles into everything into your life. You know, if you're out of shape or not, you're not healthy. You're not going to be sleeping as well. You're not going to be as sharp. You're not going to be as happy. You're not going to be as motivated. And so, whether you're an athlete or not, you being healthy should be a priority because it affects every aspect of your life.
I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, what kind of impact did that have on your career once you figured that out, especially as a professional athlete?
To get my breast implants out?
Yeah, I mean, like what were the things you noticed? Because I think that a lot of people need to hear that.
Yeah, I mean, it was during, so it was after my career. But I mean, after that, you know, I was having a hard time working out and recovering and being sharp and having energy. So when I fixed all my health problems, it just gave me more motivation and energy to do all the things that I wanted to do and start more companies and go on more adventures and do more things and try and affect the world in a positive way. And you can't do that you cannot thrive if you're just trying to survive. That's a fact.
That is a fact. Dana, you recently completed, you were very public about a 36-hour water fast. You actually did a 72-hour water fast. And one of the things that you said was, it's really good, I'm just gonna quote it, it's really good for the body to do hard. J.D. Vance said it earlier, so
we've been saying
I feel like the vice president said it, I can say it. He also said so.
That's why.
So she's in the clear too.
If JD said it, I was like, this game on.
Yeah, he opened the door. You know, I figured the vice president said it. We're in the clear here. But this 72-hour water fast that you did, I mean, it set the internet on fire. And what were the results that you had from that? And you said it's so important for your body to do hard, and it actually begins to eat unhealthy cells. What kind of impact did that have on you? How many times have you done it? You know, are you a big proponent of water fasting now?
Yeah, I do it 3 times a year. You know, I'd never even, again, considered this hippie and never considered anything like this. And, you know, I saw it on the internet. And it was a guy telling you how it was good for, you know, stopping cancer and many other things, eating up bad cells. So I actually reached out to Gary and I said, you know, they're saying do this 7-day water fast is what was online. Gary goes, don't do 7 days. Thank you. He said, do 72 hours. And, you know, I had never had, again, I never talked like this 3 years ago, but, you know, I almost had when people would always say, I had a spiritual experience, I used to go, what kind of is that? What is a spiritual experience? Then I did the 72-hour water fast. I think I had a spiritual experience. But it was life-changing. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Then now, like, I fast all the time now. I'll fast 24 hours, and you start to realize that when you're fasting and you're home trying to, you know, how much food is on TV, like the commercials and all these things that happen, and all this stuff that you have in your house that you don't need to eat. And I realized too, you know, he taught me, so I used to have real bad sleep apnea. I had sleep apnea so bad that I would wake up every night choking, right? And so I went and saw all the doctors. I went out to LA and everywhere you can go. You know what they told me? They wanted me to have a surgery where they go in and make my throat bigger. So they were gonna go in and carve out pieces of my throat to make my throat bigger. I said, what? This works? And they're like, yeah, no, it's great.
That's great.
So I meet him and I tell him the story, and he says, trust me, in 12 weeks, well, I have no more sleep apnea. I don't snore anymore, any of that. So, and when I talk about this stuff, I talk about it publicly, because I know tons of celebrities this guy works with and other people who don't come out and say this stuff. And when you come out and you start talking about it, you don't realize how many people try to debunk it or say, and you know what I say? Not asking anybody to do this. I don't care if you do it or don't do it. Go to your doctor, try on 52 different masks from the CPAP machine, strap it on your fat face, and good luck. Go to sleep. I hope it works for you. Because when you go see a doctor, that's what you're gonna do. I bought every machine. I bought 385 masks, the one that shoot the water in your face, the ones that, I did them all. They were gonna cut my throat. That's what the answer was to sleep apnea. So the stuff that I considered has completely changed my life, and I'm such a believer now, I'm probably so over the top, people think I'm nuts, but I can tell you this. I had the best health care that money could buy. I saw all the top doctors, and all they did was put me on pills and masks. That's it. And in 12 weeks, like this guy said, he changed my entire life.
And the vast majority of what we did, and I didn't mean to turn this into a commercial for our work together, but the vast majority of what we did was just dietary and lifestyle changes. It wasn't any secret pill or potion, and it wasn't steroids like a lot of the people woke up on the internet and tried to accuse you of. It wasn't even the advanced things like red light therapy. It was just mastering sleep, whole food diet, and mobility, and making those things non-negotiable. And we have a lot of data. I come from a big data background. I was a mortality scientist for years, and we looked at large data pools to look at mortality. And when you look at the blue zones, for example, there's no continuity between diet, right? There's no evidence that dogmatic dieting works, meaning it's not carnivore, paleo, keto, pescatarian, vegan, vegetarian, raw food diet. It wasn't dogmatic dieting that worked. It was the absence of processed foods. But I saw an interesting statistic that you mentioned about fit-on users that work out together. They have a 6-time higher retention than people in most wellness programs. And in the blue zones, we knew that 2 of the non-exchangeables were a sense of community and purpose and mobility into later in life. So I assume this has something to do with sense of community. Can you talk a little bit about that, how you're building that online?
Yeah, I think it also has a lot to do with accountability. It's easy to want to go out and do things, but actually doing them and feeling like you're accountable to your friends, to your family, to your community to go out and get active. One of the statistics that always sticks with me is if you're just active 20 minutes a day, there's a 50% reduction in obesity, in diabetes, in MSK conditions, a 30% reduction in depression. So just going out, and this isn't going out and doing intense exercise, it's just going out and moving your body every single day. So whether you're using something in digital so that you can do it every day regardless of where you are, or doing it with friends, making it community-based with challenges and other things. I love the bringing back and talking about bringing back the presidential fitness test. That was something that I remember was super motivating to me when I was in elementary school, and seeing all your friends get excited about it and challenge each other, making fitness part of the discussion. Like, that was one of the big things that I noticed today. There was an absence of talking about the fitness component, which is such a critical component. And I understand, because when you're a hammer, everything's a nail. So when you're talking to the pharmaceutical folks, or you're talking to people in this industry, they're trying to think of what they can do to help affect these different conditions. But again, going back to basics, how do you get people coming together, getting active? We've got 50,000 gyms across the US. We can also leverage those as part of the solution. So between digital services and in person, they're both a critical component to getting this country more active and doing something fundamentally different than we've been doing the last few decades.
How do you actually create community online? Because one of the arguments I make all the time is, we knew from the mortality space, from big data in the mortality space, that if you wanted to cut a human being's life expectancy in half, and I mean in half, at any age, you put them in isolation. Everybody knows about broken heart syndrome, couples that are married 30, 40, 50, 60 years, one spouse passes, the other one goes very, very quickly. And that's due to their immediate isolation, sometimes for the first time in their adult lifetime. So how do you build community in an online environment?
Yeah, so a few things that have worked really well for us. So one, there's a whole bunch of people that have their community offline and they want to bring it online. So giving the tools and the ability to do that, doing workouts together, doing challenges together. Employers, we work with a lot of large self-insured employers and health plans, and they run challenges where bringing people that are together in real life into doing something online, right, or at least tracking it online through wearable devices. But then you've got the other folks where, partly the issue is why they may be obese or overweight is because of their family or the immediate people around them. So finding other people that are in a similar position as themselves that are trying to kind of like take that next step, change their overall behaviors, bond around that, and encourage each other so that you have this really social connection. And they're even meeting up in person in real life. It's not just all digital, but that may be where it starts. But you've got to give them the tools and the motivation and empower them in order to do that.
Right. Danica, it was kind of funny backstage when when you and Dana met backstage, Dana looks at Danica and he goes, wow, you're all, and she goes, what do you mean? He means like you're fit, you're chiseled. And she goes, oh, okay, I didn't know.
I told him I didn't even bring the guns out today.
Yeah. She went conservative on us. She was going to actually bear the guns, but you can't bring, guns into an event like this with all the
Is that a bad
Secret Service.
joke? Sorry.
Can you even say gun in here? Secret Service? You can say. But you discovered the shorter, more intense workouts, really worked better for you than those long, drawn-out cardio sessions. So how do we help people break out of that more is better mindset that often keeps them from getting started?
I was #1 victim. I mean, I was 2-a-days, every day, rest day. What are you, a wuss? Honestly, that was my mindset. Everywhere I'd go, I'd be thinking about where's the gym, got to bring the workout clothes. I don't even pack tennis shoes now. Less is more because I've totally understood the value of recovery, because as we were talking backstage, inflammation is really the most important thing within the body. So I've completely gone, I had my days in CrossFit, which was fun and competitive, but brutal to the body. And, I think that also played a part in the sort of constellation of problems I had going on, was just beating my body up so much. So, I started working with a fantastic doctor, Lyon, and she has a book called Forever Strong, and she is all about lean muscle mass is the organ of longevity. And now people can't believe the only thing that I do is I lift weights 2 or 3 times a week for an hour.
Wow.
And that's it. Walking's great, but like if someone's like, you want to go for a run? I'm like, buddy, I haven't ran since the Boston Marathon. When they asked me, when are you going to do it again? I'm like, one and done, but I really meant done running. It's just so hard on the body, and it also produces cortisol. And so cortisol is a stress hormone that has negative effects, and there's hormetic stresses, which are good to do every now and again for sure, but I've really understood the value of it. So, the magic is like, eat your protein. I also fell for that absolute period of time when we all thought maybe we should be vegan, maybe we should I want to save the animals, but look, at the end of the day, it's them or me, because I feel much better when I eat them. And like I'm dying if I don't. So gone to tofu. It might work for some, but I don't think it works for most. And so eat your meat and lift your weights. And honestly, have a good attitude and a good mindset. I think there's an absolute acceleration of health when you start to get on the right path and you just start getting all these negative thoughts out of your head and you just start getting happier and more confident. It just starts really going in the right direction for you. So just to lift those weights, but you can't be a wuss about it. Like, you really, really have to lift your weights.
You have to get after it.
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan of Lyon. She says, if you want to live a long time, lift heavy weight.
100%.
That's simple. So everyone wants to know what the favorite biohack is of everybody on the stage. I know yours. But if you could share it with the audience, what is your one go-to, never miss, must-have biohack?
Cold plunge. Cold plunge is literally like an addiction to me. Like she was talking about inflammation. I fly so much. As soon as I land, I cold plunge. When I know I'm going to fly, there's a cold plunge in my hotel room right now. I just told these guys this morning, I think the engineers over here are trying to kill me. It was at 32 degrees, and I didn't realize it last night, and I got up this morning, and I was like, here we go. I don't care how cold it is or what it is, I cold plunge every single day. I was just in the Middle East for 3 weeks. Had a cold plunge in my room. I literally don't go anywhere without it. I'm completely addicted to it.
Yeah, I would call it my drug of choice too. Russell, how about you?
Yeah, for me, it's intermittent fasting, and it's not something that I consciously started doing, but something that started as I got older and into my 40s. I started doing more and more, and then kind of doing it on a more regular basis. And I'm not insane about it. Like, I'm not going to go out with my kids to a breakfast on the weekend and not eat with them. But for the most part, 350 days a year. Once I started doing that, I definitely saw energy levels come up. I'm a big mountain biker and hiker, so my mountain biking times just immediately dropped. On all my favorite routes around San Diego and other places where I go. So I've seen a huge spike in energy, also just letting me continue to stay fit as I've gotten older without having to change my diet.
for the fasting. So when you say you're intermittent fast, what's your eating window?
I typically don't eat until 2, and then I don't eat after 8. So it's about 6 hours a day. And it's not something where I'm not even hungry. I'm not even hungry until after 1 o'clock because my body is just used to the schedule now.
Girls are different though, right?
Yeah, girls are different. I mean, it's some of the worst endocrine disasters I've ever seen are menstruating women that eat in too narrow a feeding window. So intermittent fasting is not a one-size-fits all.
What it does to your brain is incredible. I mean, it's just the cognitive effects of fasting is unexplainable to somebody.
Yeah, there's a reason why every major religion in the world has been fasting for centuries. I mean, it's one of the best ways to reset our immune system, one of the best ways to boost your growth hormone, one of the best ways to address insulin resistance, to get rid of senescent cells. But I'm supposed to be asking you guys questions, so.
Yeah, but you're so smart, so you have to add this.
This is not my show. What about your favorite biohack?
I can't do one, but I'm gonna go really fast. I think the most extensive one, I'll go from the hardest, most expensive to the cheapest and easiest. EBU, like a blood filtration system. I did it with Dave Asprey for the first time, so where are you at? Thank you. Booked for one with Cherie, which is Joe Polish's, yes, next Friday. I love EBU. I think the next up would be red light. I think red light is super powerful for mitochondria, for skin, for complexion and your actual skin itself, energizing you. Then next up, I'd say lymphatic drainage. So like I do lymph drainage, like gua sha, lymph movement myself. Actually, I habit stack that, and I do my lymphatic drainage in front of the red light. And then I would say after that, after lymphatic, I'd say the simplest, easiest, best thing you can possibly do is just go for a walk.
I totally agree. I think walking is the most underrated exercise on the planet.
That's why Europeans are so healthy. Look, they go everywhere walking. You have to.
One of the non-negotiables in the blue zones. It was like the sheep herders that were living forever.
Yeah.
Because they would just spend all day outside just walking.
Yeah.
But because we're at the MAHA summit and we're talking about the trajectory of healthcare in America, and I think for the first time, Americans are starting to have faith that maybe our government, for the first time, has our best interests at heart, at least by the level of questions that they're asking and the actions that they're taking. So as we wrap this up, what gives you the most hope about the future for America's health? Dana?
Somebody was just asking me backstage, the thing about being healthy is it's one of the things that we all take for granted until you start to not feel good. I always felt great. I could eat whatever I wanted and do what I wanted. When I hit 50, it literally went like this. And it's such a personal thing. You said to me the day that we sat down, you give me 12 weeks and I'll change your whole life. It's going to be really hard. And I said, no, it won't, because I've decided I'm going to do this and I'll do it. But the one thing about being healthy is it's very time consuming. I mean, she just went through a list of her favorite 57 protocols.
I'm not Andrew Huberman, okay?
Well, you know what happens is once you start to get into this, you start to feel so good. Yeah. And then somebody's like, hey, did you ever try this? And I'm like, oh shit, how am I gonna add that into the, and you just keep adding and you just keep feeling better. It's the truth.
So you're a hippie now.
I'm a hippie, I'm all in on the hippie. And it's such a personal thing. You have to make that decision and you have to, how many here have fasted? Have any of you ever fasted before?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you haven't, it's horrifying to people when you first tell them, you're not going to eat for 40-something hours, but start with 24, then do 48. And I'm telling you, it's one of the things that will really change your life and change your mind about how you eat and what you eat and how much food is thrown at you every day on TV and everywhere else. And it really does kickstart you into being a lot healthier. I don't know if I answered your question, but I hope I did.
Yeah, you did.
Right.
It's about what gives you the most hope about the future of America's health? Like, are you optimistic about it?
Again, I mean, it's great that all these people now are coming out with information on how to really take care of yourself, instead of just having pills and shots thrown at you. I was doing the $10,000 a shot in the stomach cholesterol shots and all the other that they were throwing at me at the time. And now I'm on, you know what I take every day? I take supplements. I was on blood pressure medicine in my late 30s. And Gary's like, you should have never been on that medicine. Mm-hmm. You didn't need it. Yeah. So yeah, it's great that there's more information out there. And people like me, how I was before, and I thought this was all ridiculous and need to speak out. And you know, half your client roster need to come out and say that's how they're really staying healthy and, you know, still filming
They're slowly
movies,
leaking out.
doing all the things they're doing. Yeah. Everybody like wants to hold and hide this information. Nobody wants to tell anybody that you know, they don't feel great and they were unhealthy, and it's weird to me. You know, you can help so many other people if you come out and just be honest about what you're doing and how you're doing it.
I agree, and for the record, and Dana's been very public about this, he was diagnosed with high blood pressure, but he had something called hyperhomocystinemia. He had an elevated amino acid in his blood that was constricting his blood vessels and driving his pressure up. And we were able to put him on a supplement protocol that reduced his homocysteine, and as that homocysteine level fell, his vascular system relaxed and his pressure returned to normal. So that's what he's talking about getting off the blood pressure medication. But same question to you. You know, what you know, gives you the most hope about the future of America's health?
Yeah, I think on my side, like, been fighting the good fight with the large healthcare companies and really trying to, you know, it's been an uphill battle. And I think with the current administration and under Secretary Kennedy's leadership as well, like, it's really reopening like what we should be doing and making it a national conversation. Trying to get the healthcare companies who are coin operated within the system that we set up for them, you can't blame them for where we are. Like, we set up this system, they're maximizing profits within that system. If we want to change it, it needs to also drive back personal responsibility for not only ourselves, but people that are close to us, and then also, you know, change it from within. So with the MAHA movement and with everyone in attendance today, like, it really gives me a lot of hope and inspiration that, like, we are going to be part of that change. And it's time for us to get out there and start doing things and saying that it's enough already. The system's broken. We need to fix it. And it's not small incremental changes. We need to burn the whole thing down.
Yeah.
And we've got to start over.
Wow. Yeah, that's pretty powerful. I think I'll clap to that. You know, progress requires change, and change creates enemies. And you can see the vitriol very often in the media to, you know, very incremental changes, even in just the actual premise of asking a question, you know, and it's fascinating to me because the very foundation of science is a question, right? It's based on a hypothesis. That's how all the scientific method starts, is you pose a question called a hypothesis, and then you answer that question. And the notion that science or even healthcare should end and it should be fixed, and it's non-debatable, to me it's of curiosity to me, because if we had been that way for the last century, you know, OBGYNs wouldn't be washing their hands while they delivered babies. We'd still be doing frontal lobotomies. We did the last one of those in 1969. That's a pretty brutal procedure. We'd still be using leeches. So the fact that we're now questioning, you know, our healthcare choices from the top down, to me is very exciting.
And you know what? That's one of the things that I loved about Gary. When I first met Gary, and you've all dealt with this before, I'm sure, in some aspect of your life, but I would say, hey, I saw this thing, Dr. Peter Attia said this, or Huberman said this, or what are these things? And he doesn't, like, say, oh no, those guys don't know what I'm talking about. This is how you do it. Never did he say that. He said, yeah, that guy's fantastic and he's right and this and that. He never, anytime I would go with him with questions, you know, and if it involved another person that was in the same space, never once has he ever put anybody down and said, that guy's not right, it's like this. The day that I called and said, hey, I saw this thing, I want to do a 7-day water fast, he said, let's make that 72 hours and whatever. But other than that, the guy is, you know, out for all the right reasons. He's out to help people, and, you know, he aligns himself with other people in the space. Anything if this guy calls me tomorrow morning and said, hey, I want you, every morning we wake up, put pepper in your eyes, and I'm in. I'll be doing it. This is how solid this guy has been in my life, and yeah, I just want to point that out. I love that about you.
Thank you, Dana. That's really kind of you. I mean,
well,
that really means a lot.
Now you know what kind of reins you got.
Yeah. You know, I feel like we're all in this together. You know, one of the things that I find challenging being in this space is a lot of my peers think that they're good because other people are bad. And I think we are all good because we're good. You know, we're inside the same castle walls. And there are a lot of dark forces outside of that, hoping that this agenda doesn't succeed. Mm-hmm. And so I think the tide raises all the boats. You know, and there are more people out there that need what we do than there are people to do it. So I don't consider any of those folks to be competitors. But I want to give you the final chance to answer what do you have most hope about for the future of America?
Well, I think that information is power, knowledge is power, and what we're doing here with MAHA and all of the people involved and all of their brilliant testing on themselves and missions and passions, that is projecting so much information out there. And JD said it when he was here. He's like, look, if you're gonna break new ground and find new things, and you gotta be open to a little bit of weirdness.
He did say
and
that.
I know in this room, there's a lot of weirdos in here, right? Where are my weirdos at? I'm one of them. So I think you have to have the information, and you have to be open-minded to the weirdos and the hippies of the world to go to a new place, right? Because I think that's also something about this movement too, is that it's not just almost even about being just healthy. Like, there's a lot of people, and this movement is about how do you level up from that? How do we become the next greater version of ourselves? This isn't just about functioning, this is about high functioning. And I know this room is full of people that also are tapping into that, about how to reach the next level. And then I think that it's a mindset. And I don't think there's been anything better for this country than MAGA and MAHA.
Yeah.
Because when you put it in your psyche that you want to be great and you want to be healthy, and you say those words over and over again to yourself and your family and your kids and your parents and everyone, it just starts happening. So I think that's been the best thing for this country, and I think it's a great time to be alive.
That's amazing. Danica, Russell, Dana, I know the crowd appreciates your time so much. Give them a big round of applause, guys. Thank you guys for your time today. On behalf of MAHA. Awesome. Good job.
And now, a perspective to challenge, sharpen, and entertain. Please welcome Russell Brand, comedian, actor, and commentator.
Right, so this is this part of the day. Oh gosh, what a joy. Where were, so they struck all of the chairs for Dana and Gary and everyone. What an extraordinary paddock. This is the first time I've seen the room. I didn't realize it was so strongly thresholded. Are you having a lovely time? Now, what I've been informed of in the short while I've been here is that there's a sort of a mixed crowd, and this is an opportunity to bring about a little bit of cohesion that could be somewhat challenging under the circumstances. I, for one, am grateful for being here. I've seen some of the speeches today. They've been fantastic. J.D. Vance, fantastic. Secretary Kennedy's speech was amazing. Can't wait to see it on the BBC. I bet it'll be even better. I bet they'll make editorial choices that Bobby Kennedy wouldn't have dreamed of making for himself. Ultimately, you need to trust health into the hands of pharmaceutical industry. Red dye 49 is good for you. The BBC, as you now know for sure, are hopelessly and desperately corrupt. It's my job today to make sure that they don't need to edit my speech. I want them to take it absolutely raw, because the truth, it's too perfect a thing to mess with. Now listen, I want you to know before this begins that I've not been paid for it, okay? So if you're evaluating it or looking for quality control, just remember I'm not being paid. This is entirely experimental, okay? I'm just trying this out on you, and it's not been tested anywhere else, all right? So this is just the trial period. I'm trying it out. It's not been tried in any laboratory conditions. Hopefully it'll be okay. Maybe it'll be all right. There might be a few adverse events down the line, 5 years, 6 years. Maybe a few of you will get myocarditis. Who's to say? It's very difficult to know. This is an interesting time for your fantastic nation, an interesting time to evaluate what authority means to you, where authority comes from. Me, I'm not from your country. Obviously, you recognize the accent, but you'll remember, well, Jamestown and Plymouth Rock and the name of the language and the tobacco and many of our endowments to you. What I want to say is that the authority I follow is the authority of Jesus Christ, not of any political party. So I don't have any allegiance. I believe in your country a great deal. I think you are beautiful people, just incredible. And I know there is some kind of psychic scar in the United States of America at the moment that's being healed. And there's no question that a country that has food that ultimately acts as an addictive poison by design, and a pharmaceutical industry that can't seem to resolve or regulate in a manner that is beyond profitable, financially profitable, biologically. I know this is a time of radical transition. And it's nice to know that all of us have access to supreme authority at any time, and that your nation, supreme and insuperable, will prosper and triumph in spite of the difficulties you're evidently currently encountering. Me, I've always been a little bit adverse to authority, and in a way, that's been kind of beneficial, because I guess I never took any of those vaccines. I think the reason was because people were telling me to. And if the government had really wanted me to take those vaccines, and probably a lot of you too, I sent some freedom fighters in here and some free thinkers. If they really wanted us to take that vaccine, all they'd have had to have done in my case is just hidden it anywhere in my house and told me that if I found it, I was under no circumstances at all to take it. Don't touch that. If you find that syringe, don't you take that. Man, I'd be 9 booster shots in by now. You try stopping me taking that thing, you don't control me. I suppose hidden even in the language are the ideas that there's a sickness, there are clues and codes all around us. Even the casual and easy phrase, junk food, is an indication that maybe things have gone awry, that that's an easy idiom for us to say. Junk and food don't belong in the same place. You don't put junk where you put food. Those words do not belong together. The fact that it's become an idiom is an indication that the culture needs a deeper remedy. You don't have junk food in the same way you don't have kindergarten or Hitler synagogue or Epstein Island. Oh, no, you do have that one. You do have that one. I think everyone that went to Epstein Island should be made to go back there for a kind of battle royale, fight to the death scenario. Maybe start with fight to the death. If that don't work out, let them each other to death out there. I sometimes wonder, would Bill Gates survive in nature? You know, if you just let Bill Gates loose in the wild. Go on, Bill, get out there, try your best. You seem to know a lot about everything. Oh, man, it's actually quite nerve-wracking out here. We need more vaccines. Oh, we need to patent these seeds. Indian agriculture's out of control. African agriculture's out of control. God save us from the good intentions of these men that think they can sell you for the world. Anthony Fauci, I am the science. Oh, wow, man. Thanks for that, because the last time I heard anyone declare I am, they were on top of Mount Sinai and talking to Moses. I am the science. Well, you am in a lot of trouble then, mate. Because you am not telling the truth a lot of that time. I've got to tell you, some of the great heroes of the regime change in the room right now is Jay Bhattacharya still here. My God. Marty Makary, is he still here? Jim O'Neill, are they in this room? Because, my God, what heartens me most of all is I have the great privilege of knowing some of these people. I know Secretary Kennedy. I know him. I know Jim O'Neill. I know Jay Bhattacharya. I know him well. I love him. I love Marty Makary. And man, the people they've replaced. I'm not casting aspersions, by the way, and in no position to judge anyone, but like, if you think of, like, let's just go for a few former FDA, CDC, and NIH leaders. Scott Gottlieb, guess where he works now? Pfizer, yes. Julie Gerbending, guess where she works now? Merck, good, this is good. Some of these people are well informed. Maybe you should be running the country. Patricia Cavazzoni, formerly of the FDA now. She's working her way up to McDonald's. But before she's got the Happy Meal, she's dished you in the happy shots of Pfizer. But I ain't seeing too many happy smiling faces these days. Not with sudden death syndrome. not with no clinical trials, double-blind and randomized, not with vaccines being tested against other vaccines that were not double-blind randomized, not with a culture that uses addiction as a modality of marketing. And whilst this might be a glorious opportunity for the giants, the titans of your incredible nation, the new Carnegies and the new Rockefellers, the new industrial giants to ensure the organs of this magnificent land remain healthy, that won't happen without conscious, open discourse and plain dialectic. And when you have in your language junk food, and when you have in your leaders, in your regulatory bodies, notions like, I am the science, man, I don't know anyone that could make, maybe Prince. I'm talking about Prince, the artist formerly known as Prince, not Prince Andrew, the Prince formerly known as Prince Andrew. I'm talking about Prince. If anyone could say, I am, maybe Prince could say, I am, God rest his soul, that living embodiment of erotica. But Anthony Fauci is I am science. What about when it was, is it okay to find Anthony Fauci sexy? Do you remember that moment when the propaganda really started to lean in? Like when you had Stephen Colbert, like with dancing syringes. I'm talking about that era. The shame time, the pandemic of the unvaccinated. That's the era that interests me. And the way the media went out to bat for that, your CNNs and your New York Times and your deep investigations. That guess what these investigations discovered? Safe and effective. Safe and effective. Don't be cynical, don't be skeptical, take the shot, take the pill, shut your mouth, do as you're told. This is the United States of America. Thank the Lord that the idiosyncrasy and anomaly of Donald Trump occurred. Thank God for men like Secretary Kennedy, bold enough, brave enough to put it on the line and die if necessary for what he believes in and what all of us ought collectively believe in. He's got founder father vibes, man. When you find someone like that, you back him. Even if he has got some crazy hobbies. He's not doing himself any favors. When they go, he's got a bear on his car. He's got a whale in his garden. He's got a worm in his brain. What's going on with him? What are those hobbies? But thank God for him. Thank God for his glory. Yeah, man, that's a weird list. It's Scott Gottlieb, used to be FDA, Julie Gerberding, CDC, now Merck, Patricia Cavazzoni, FDA, was FDA, now Pfizer. That's not a revolving door. That's a Hydra collider. Isn't it? You could take them to CERN. You could whiz them round and collapse waves and particles straight out of the FDA. And I'll tell you this, you won't be getting Marty Makary cropping up at Merck or Purdue. You won't be getting it. I declare it now. You won't be getting Jay Bhattacharya turning up at Moderna. You won't be getting it. Too much power concentrated in too few hands. You know the problem. You know your Constitution, you know your Bill of Rights, you know your founding fathers, you know the struggles of this land, and you know it's an ongoing struggle. And if it's ever to become cohesive again, not the endless fascias, friction, fractures, and fissures of cultural warfare, senseless, needless, pointless, hollow, empty cultural warfare, the MAHA movement is the thing you can back because it's the cohesive cartilage between MAGA nationalism and the masculine intensity that plainly scares a lot of people, and whatever the Democrat Party has become. This limp, hopeless, could have had Tulsi Gabbard and Robert Kennedy, but would prefer to trot out a cadaver. And Kamala Harris, a woman who's, listen, you know, people might accuse me of making word salads, but at least there's nutrition in it. You lot that are in government, I know some of you are in government, some of you are in industry, some of you are in corporations and commerce. The reason I mentioned Christ Jesus at the beginning of this is because I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore. You're all worthy of love. You're all children of God. You're all broken. All of you are harboring pain and secrets. All of you wake up at 3 a.m. full of doubt and uncertainty. All of you put on a face to meet the world and know that you're not what you're pretending to be. That's called being human. This is the time to end the senseless, needless, pointless discourse of argument and conflict and to remember why you do what you do. Did you do it because you want to serve America? Do you want to do it because you want to accrue and accumulate endless profit? Do you do it because you care some if kids are suddenly autistic at record levels? Do you care some that a country has lost its connection to its people to such a degree that its institutional, commercial, and corporate modalities require sickness as a way of life? I am comforted as a visitor in your great country because I know some of these people. I know Dr. Oz. And although he ain't perfect, although his hair is perfect, and his wife's perfect, and his kids are all perfect, he ain't perfect. He's a human being as well. But I remember when my son was born with tetralogy of Fallot and DeGeorge syndrome, and we were offered late-term abortion, I remember his integrity. I remember how he ensured that we met the correct heart surgeon to conduct surgery on my 12-week-old son. I remember his integrity and his honor and his grace and his gratitude. And all of us know it. It doesn't come from us. All of us know how broken and weak we are. And all of us know glory and where it comes from when we see it in others. We recognize love. We understand love in the same way as we understand duplicity and deception. I hope you can see my brokenness. I hope you can see how pathetic I am. I hope you can see how lost I am in this world, but how hopeful I am, primarily because your still yet young country may learn the fundamental lessons that are being presented. The technology itself is whispering to you incessantly. Decentralization. Decentralization, localize authority, localize sovereignty to the individual, democracy to the community, ensure that people eat healthy, locally grown or reared food. I mean, I say reared now because I'm not vegan anymore. Thanks, yeah, I'll take it, baby, I'll take it. Anything to get a little boost in this fucking room, man. Take a little booster shot. What are you all afraid of? You're America. You're America. Even if you're Walmart, you're America. Even if you're Google, you're America. Even if you're Neuralink, you're America. Let's do it with a open heart, the way my 12-year-old boy did it with an open, 12-week-old boy did it with an open heart. I'm a different man now. You know, once you've handed a baby over to anaesthetists, once you've seen your wife's breast milk bloom because they can't feed a child before surgery, you're in a different world now. I know there'll be a lot of people in this room that have lost children, people ultimately watching this online that have lost children, that are nursing sick kids, that are confused about why a medical industry would have any interest other than the well-being and welfare of children. What else could there be? Not profit. It couldn't be that, could it? It couldn't be that. We couldn't have yielded so much to what we call reason that we've forgotten the divine, could we? We can't have forgotten what St. Francis said, sanctify yourself and sanctify society. We've not lost our way, have we? You beautiful, glorious, entrepreneurial, brilliant, and innovative Americans. You're connected, aren't you? You're not going to get lost in the politics of personality, are you? Baffled and bemused by people's skin tones and haircuts, whether those are Afro-Caribbean or heavily sprayed, whether the skin tones are coffee brown or orange tangerine. You can see beyond that, right? You're smart, aren't you? We can still look to you, can't we, the rest of the world? We're not watching a creaking, dying break in America, are we? We're still watching the great nation of innovation, of your entrepreneurial railroads, of your ingenuity, of your greatness, of your holy grace of one nation under God. That's still happening, isn't it? This still is the age of miracles. Behold, I hope so. Oh, man. Oh, man. Let me just check the old fist of taboo. Oh, this is some good stuff on here. Okay, let's just have a little reminder of the lockdown era. Firstly, the lockdown could have been a time of transition, transformation, and great change. It was an opportunity for metamorphosis. Surely we all went down into the pit. We all went into the cave. And that's what happens. When we go into the cave, when we go into the cocoon, we emerge renewed. That's when the metamorphosis takes place. That's what's supposed to happen. You may recall, like I do, the early days of the pandemic where there was a peculiar optimism and a sense of unity. Do you remember it? Where people were kind of upbeat, where nature herself appeared to adorn a new glory upon those that voluntarily, because of the sanctity of life, never forget, were willing to lock themselves in their homes. Remember that? Remember, like, did I dream this, or did like deer start turning up in like high streets and like squirrels in like vests start working in Kmart? Did that happen, or did I dream that? Was there not a glorious era where nature herself came alive like a Walt Disney or Vedic depiction of living nature consciousness streaming through all things? No? Did I dream it? Wasn't it kind of beautiful when one by one we learned the arbitrary nature of each of their measures? 6 feet? Yeah, we just came up with it. Masks? They might work, they might not. Vaccines? Careful of your heart. You remember that little incremental learning spree? My country was no better. Them lunatics, they were having parties in there. We've got 0 political parties in my country. None. The parties themselves have parties during lockdown, but we don't have any political leadership. They're coming up with crazy schemes, digital ID, amazing, carbon scoring, all to help you, of course, right? But you know control and protection are on a spectrum, right? Any parent knows that, man. It's pretty difficult to be a parent, actually, if your default position is anti-authoritarian, and that's mine. I taught my daughters, you don't trust authority. Never trust authority. Always question the motives of authority. So in my house, there's a lot of scenes like this. All right, you lot, go to bed. Phew! Well done. Some of you are in government now. What are the great transformations and great transitions? Was it different when you were campaigning? Was it different when you were dreaming, before they handed you the keys, before they handed you the authority? Because I know what it is to be transformed. I've been transformed by Christ. Before that, I would have assumed the greatest transformation might be the difference between speculatively governing through theory and actually governing and having your hands on the levers of power and making decisions that affect the lives of, well, in the case of America, the whole world, but certainly your whole population. But the great transformation, man, of who I thought I would be as a parent before I had kids to the parent I am now that those little f***ers are showing up. Because before I had kids, I was like, nah, my children, I'm going to raise them different. There'll be no screens, I tell you that. No sugars, no chocolate. Chocolate and sugar, the crack and smack of babyland, oh no. No red dye 49, not for my kids. I'm not going to entertain them with screens and just park them there, dumb and drooling. No, I'll entertain my children with folk tales from around the world, ensuring that all the indigenous people are honored, every last one of them, and they'll eat carrots. Now I'm like, give that thing an iPad and some Skittles, will ya? Shut it up. Get it out of my sight. It's a big transformation. Them kids, man, they're tough. They're tough, you know. And I hope they can receive the message. I hope they can receive the message that you lot need to receive. Well, you don't need to receive it. You're the generators of it. There are activists and brilliant people here and dedicated people here and people that have suffered a great deal and worked and toiled their entire lives. People, captains of industry, brilliant scientists, people of morality and faith. And ultimately, as a Christian and an optimist, even before that, I really fundamentally believe in all of your beauty. And I thankfully, because I know some of them, believe in the beauty of the people in this administration, particularly when it comes to the MAHA movement. I know them, man. I know Bhattacharya. I know Marty Makary. I know them dudes. They're all right. They're good people. Jim O'Neill, I love that guy. I won't forget that old Jim O'Neill. He's lost a lot of weight lately. Great big tall drink of water, Jim O'Neill. I remember he said that when organic food was taken off, and let's face it, we all know we should basically be eating organic food. We know that many of the motives for food not being organic are profit-driven motives. We know that. We're aware of that. We're grown-ups. We can discuss that, can't we? We can discuss that vaccines having indemnity means that there's a bias towards creating that product. We're not idiots. We can take it, can't we? We don't need to live in a dream, do we? We don't need to stare at a screen like sort of fools, mad Mongols, do we? No, we can take the truth, can't we? We can handle that. Yeah, good, I thought so. I thought we could. Jim O'Neill said that when it was proven that organic food was better for you because it's not got carcinogenic pesticides on it, one might assume, that a Stanford test was run in order to ensure that the market around non-organic fruit and vegetables didn't collapse. And he said that in order to ensure that the results were favorable, they tested organic apples versus non-organic apples for vitamin C. And vitamin C is the same in organic apples and non-organic apples. What might not be the same are many other nutritional components. So when you are the science, when you am the science, when you trust in this new orthodoxy and forget the orthopraxy, when you forget that reason is a wonderful tool when wedded to divinity and the sublime and the position of surrender, that all of us ought be in before God, but not before one another. All of us are on our knees, shoulder to shoulder, covered by the covenant of the holy blood of Christ Jesus. None of us are better than one another. Not the president, not the vice president, not anybody in this administration, not anybody in this room, not the billionaires or the genii. Yeah, that's the plural of genius. No one is. Under God, one nation under God, free under your great constitution. And what a magnificent document it was, inspired by the Magna Carta. I can't remember who came up with that. Oh yeah, it was the English, like the language and everything. We basically, it's our country, we should be in charge. Who trained George Washington anyway? It was the British. Now, do you remember the beginning of the lockdown period, that giddy optimism? I'm just going to give you a quick reminder of what it was like at the very top of the pandemic era. Because you might have forgotten, because people have got short memories, it seems. A kind of cultural amnesia can be induced somehow. January 2020, patients in Wuhan are infected with a new form of coronavirus. Do you remember that bit? I remember that bit. I remember thinking, who gives a Wuhan? Never even heard of it. Don't even know of a thing in China called, well, tell me it's in Beijing or something, then I'll care. But then do you remember all the hazmat suits and the people in the streets and the spraying stuff down? Remember that bit? And then do you remember the early indicator of propaganda and peculiar xenophobia, given the flavor of the preferred ideology of many of the propagators of deception in the media spaces? You know where that pandemic emerged from, don't you? The wet market. It's interesting that the adjective and prefix wet can do such heavy work in front of the word market, because the word market, pretty innocuous. You're Americans, you love a market. I'm English, I love a market. Your markets, you probably think of the stock market. We think of it like a, for us, a market is like, oi, oi, cabinet, fruit and veg, you know. It's a small country, man. It's a miracle we made you. But the word market, it's got a lot of positive implications. But you put the word wet in front of market, it's like, oh, no, what's going on there? A wet market? Ugh. What are they doing in the wet market? Oh, God knows, they're different from us. Over there, over in China, they're unusual. You get, what do you have? Domino's, do you? Burger King, all good stuff. Don't look at the ingredients, don't look at the box, don't think about it. Domino's, Burger King, McDonald's, good stuff. You get it from Patrizia Fuzzioni when she leaves Pfizer and climbs up that ladder a little further. Can't remember the name, didn't mean to be generally racist against people with Italian-sounding surnames, you know, but can't do everything. I'm broken. Yeah, wet markets. Oh, no, the Chinese, they're different from us. They're disgusting. They'll go down wet markets. You know, they're eating pangolins. They're eating them disgusting fish with their eyes on top of their head. Them fish that look a bit like Bill Maher. They're eating them. That's what they eat, dirty bastards. And bat soup, those filthy Chinese. Bat soup. You know, while you're settling down for your Doritos and your Cheerios, they're having bat soup. Ugh! That's going to cause coronavirus, isn't it? Eating bats all covered in cum, dirty, slobbing bats, filthy bastards all dringling down their necks. Ah! No wonder that's what's caused it. Case closed, came from the wet market. Good night. Oh, excuse me. Yeah? What's that? What's that? Well, just a mile away. What? From the wet market, a mile away there. What? Well, just the Wuhan Institute of Virology. I just wonder if that could be in any way connected to the emergence of this bat coronavirus. No, wet market. Well, it's just that they're doing gain-of-function research, which means they're making bat coronaviruses more infectious. Oh, you sicko. You sicko. Listen, let me take you through a mental journey of a wet market. It is disgusting. It is sopping wet. There is foam. There are Chinese people, Maoists, eating bats all covered in cum. That's where it's come from. Oh, and it's just as weird that all of the data got deleted and that DARPA had been making those donations and that we can demonstrate at a molecular level the signature of human intervention. Listen! How much sperm on a bat do you need before you start to follow the science? That was January. February, supermarkets across the UK closed down. Do you remember that? Do you remember thinking, what? Supermarkets, churches, football games, all shut down. Do you remember the first time you saw people lining up outside of a grocery store on little sticker circles? Do you remember that feeling? I'm not doing that, but I did it. I stood like an obedient little prisoner of the state on my little circle. Just stood there waiting for my turn to shuffle up. Like Twister for wankers. Jerks, douchebags. Jerks, douchebags, jerk douchebags, jerk jerkers. And what was the point in going to a supermarket? Because in spite of the economic miracle of late free market capitalism, you couldn't get a product, could you? Couldn't get flour. Did that happen in your country? We could get flour. Oh, I'm mental. What was it in your country? Toilet roll. What psychic scar is revealed by that? Why is that? Why did the mind immediately go to... That's the last thing. If civilization is going to collapse, if there's a solar flare and the internet shuts down and Bitcoin isn't started by the CIA, we're going to be in a lot. Well, the last thing you want to worry about is your arsehole. It's the least of your concerns. Well, society's collapsed. The Chinese have won. We've disgraced and dishonored all of our alpha male veterans in the South, so they don't want to fight no more. We've not given them proper welfare. We've turned people against one another. We've made people think they've got more against one another than they have in common. We've forgotten God's glory and replaced it with dumb reason. But have you seen this little guy? It's like a little pink lifesaver. It's immaculate. Look at that thing. You could eat your dinner off that thing. Practically, probably healthier than some of the things that it turns out have made its way into our food supply. Now listen, I love you very much, and I want you to succeed, and I know you will, and I want this movement to succeed. I believe in Secretary Kennedy. I believe in Jim O'Neill. And Calley means, although he doesn't work for the for the department no more, as I understand. I love Aaron Siri. A lot of brave people that I've been around and seen, decent people. Me, where I come from, I know because I'm English, you might not know that my accent indicates a social class that would be surprising when coupled with my vocabulary. But you won't care about that. You've got a different kind of class war to deal with. I'll deal with my class war when I get back home. I'll deal with that by God's grace in his time. But for now, what I can tell you is when I thought about politicians when I was a kid, I know they're corrupt. We know they're corrupt. We all know. We're not idiots. Everyone knows what Keir Starmer is. We're not fools. We've got eyes. Everyone knows what they are. Tony Blair, David Cameron. We know that there is expedience. We know what their philanthropic societies do. We know what the Bill and Melinda Gates... Oh, just Melinda don't want to be involved anymore now, huh? Too many air miles. Too many air miles, was it? Melinda don't want to be in the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. We know what the Clintons are. We know. Everybody knows. We know that the categories of misinformation, malinformation, and disinformation have not been created to protect American people or British people, but to control data. We know that the media's integrity has collapsed because of deception, hypocrisy, and ineptitude. That's what happened. That's what happens in a free marketplace. We know that decentralized communication technology has led to independent media, and independent media has led to authenticity, and now you're gonna have to just deal with it, perhaps by smearing independent media creators. Maybe that's one thing that could possibly work. Possibly by creating new categories, malinformation, disinformation, and saying, as Obama did at Stanford University, even if people are clever enough to discern whether the information is true or not, they still could be deceived. They've lost control of the information. They've lost control of currency. They've lost control of American hearts. And if they don't change fast, they're going to lose control altogether. You have to honor the technology. You have to allow the sublime and the divine back into the conversation. And above all else, I know this, that the people in this organization, whether it's Secretary Kennedy or Dr.Oz or Lisa Oz or Tony Lyons or Jim O'Neill or Marty Makary or Jay Bhattacharya or Calley Means or Casey Means, are people of integrity that I tell you, by God, we will not in 5 years be reading, oh, guess who's at Pfizer? It's Bobby Kennedy. Okay. You're not going to have Jay Bhattacharya at Merck. You're not going to, I don't know if anyone's going to be at Purdue. I mean, so much fentanyl flying around, there'd probably be no one left if they have their way. What I'm saying is when I was a kid, I just assumed that no one in politics had any integrity. And let me tell you, everybody from my class feels the same way. We don't trust them, and people are getting ready. Believe me, you know it, I know it. One day, the people at Black Lives Matter and the people at January 6th will realize they're fighting the same enemy, and you better be fucking ready for that day. But I know that Dr. Oz is a beautiful man who took time to counsel my wife as she struggled and suffered and fretted about giving birth to a son that might be born dead. He was there, he was present, and he was fantastic. I know that Marty Makary risked his career, Bhattacharya risked his career, and Secretary Kennedy, I pray the blood of Christ over that man's safety. All right, you filthy, beautiful bastards. I've been asked by Tony Lyons, the great, incomparable Tony Lyons, to welcome back to the stage many people, it seems, ultimately to create a sense of cohesion and unity, and hopefully, in the Waldorf Astoria, DC, a sense of joy and unity and hope. For though we will all one day die, let us die in glory. For Abraham must have known that Isaac was going to die one day anyway, for he put Yahweh first. Our Lord and Savior was willing to suffer because he knew there was a higher kingdom, for he created it. And all the saints know that nature leads to supernature. And may this be a blessed country, a blessed nation, and a blessed movement. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage this rogues gallery, this group of autistic pioneers. Calley Means, former White House SGE and health policy advocate. Vani Hari, Kyle Warner, James Lyons Weller, Sue Paradise, gotta love that name. John Clark, Dick Russell, Joe Lombardo, the Surgeon General of Florida, Florida man. Steve Slepovich, Joe Polish, Meryl Nass, Sherry Tenpenny, Saya G, Lee Merinoff, Mary Holland, the great Mary Holland, Giorgio Ziola, hey Giorgio, get your ass up here, mother. Jeff Hayes, Liana Werner-Gray, Zen Honeycutt, Kelly Ryerson, Judy Mikovits. Oh, wow, she's here, amazing. My God, these are some really edgy people. Aidan Kennedy, Bobby Kennedy III, and the great Gary Brecker. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for these brave, glorious... Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the uncancelable... Again. Beautiful, very beautiful. Light up.
That brings the 2025 MAHA Summit to a close.
America's children are sick, and moms have been betrayed. The time for empty promises, long past. Now is a time for action. MAHA is the most powerful force of collective action in generations. The grassroots power of moms and activists has created an army of health warriors with more reach than all mainstream media combined. Together, we can end the chronic disease epidemic. MAHA's influence is reaching millions. It's reaching Congress. And that energy, these chain reactions, are working.
How about Operation Stork Speed?
Dozens of food companies removing toxic ingredients.
I plan to lead by example.
MAHA is now.
We're talking about how to change the culture.
The American people want America healthy again.
It is a renaissance moment in health in America.
For health, freedom, and the truth. Join us at MAHA Action.